Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. We are going to be bringing you live coverage of President Trump's press conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So we will have that for you. President Trump, a few minutes ago, answered some questions about Iran. So I wanted to show you that first. And I think it's right here. So I'm going to pull that up on the screen here for you. And let me just give me 1 second here. I got to get this on the screen. Put that there. Okay, put this here. Okay. And then let me just do this, get rid of that. And then I'll put this up. And this is going to say a few minutes ago, the White House. All right. So we're going to show you what President Trump had to say a few minutes ago. Now, if I do that, oops, now I'm hearing volume. All right, so we're going to show you that. I'm going to play this in a second. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators for being here. Actually, while we wait to start this, let me get something else on the screen. While we wait to start that, we'll start that shortly. But let me also put on the screen that, and then that. That is oops. Why is this all messed up? This right there is Haifa in Tel Aviv. Okay. I think that's Haifa. It says Haifa. Yeah, view of Haifa skyline. All right. Hey, thanks to Leslie Ladyhawk and Beth Mythical and Ruth for moderating over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. They're all moderating over there. Thank you to our moderators on Twitch. People like, hold on a second here. I got to pull this up here. Give me a moment for that. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And oops, thanks to Andrea Holder moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. And all of our Twitch moderators as well. And thanks to Larry Picklejar for your support on Twitch. Also thanks to Ringa X for being a member. So we are going to be covering President Trump's press conference in about an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. In a moment, I'm going to show you what he answered some questions. And I'm going to show you that. Also, I wanted to mention this Iranian reported response to a ceasefire proposal. Give me a moment here. pull this up. You know, I had it here before. All right, give me one more moment here. Where did that go? Where did that go? Ah, I see. Hold on. Let's try this again. Where's the... Sorry, I'm just pulling up. There, that's the one I wanted. Okay. That is the one I wanted. I think I finally found it. Yes. Iranian state news. Thanks. Faytux News had mentioned this post about the reply to the ceasefire proposal. So I'm going to show you that right now. Thanks to Faytux News for posting that. Here is this. Here, right here. Okay, here is what Iranian state media said about an hour and a half ago, okay? This is from Iranian state media here. Can you guys see that? There. Iranian state media. Iran's proposal to end the war is submitted. According to an Iranian state media reporter, after 2 weeks of comprehensive reviews, Iran has conveyed its response to the U.S. proposal to end the war to the mediator Pakistan. According to IRNA's foreign policy correspondent, in this response, which consists of 10 paragraphs, Iran, considering previous experiences, while rejecting a ceasefire, emphasized the necessity of a permanent end to the war while respecting Iran's considerations. So they don't want to do some temporary 45-day ceasefire or something. This response includes a set of Iranian demands, including an end to conflicts in the region, a protocol for a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, I don't know what that involves, reconstruction in Iran, and the lifting of sanctions. This text was presented after the developments on Saturday and Sunday in the western and central regions of Iran and the catastrophic failure of the U.S. Heliburn operation. Not sure what that is. Iran once again showed its upper hand in the war, and President Trump distanced himself from his previous threats by extending the repeated deadline. They're talking about him extending it till Tuesday. It was originally Monday. So that's their response to the proposal. We'll see what we hear. We have 32 hours, roughly, less than 32 hours till the Trump deadline, unless he extends it. Hang on a moment here. Dean R. says upper hand laughable. Storm Laughter says, I still don't think the ceasefire idea came from the U.S. You think it came from Iran or maybe one of the mediator countries? Oops, sorry. Let me get that off the screen. L. Lowe says, Trump is crazy enough to send Iran back to the Stone Age? We will have Trump's press conference coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. He did just speak a few minutes ago. So we're going to show you that. Kathy Wade says, could he shorten the deadline? I mean, he could do whatever he wants. I have a hard time believing he's going to shorten the deadline. Hey, by the way, a quick thank you to, no, Trump spoke earlier about, took questions. I'm going to show you that in a second. He's at the Easter egg hunt right now, but I'm not showing you a live shot of that, although I don't know if that ended. Hey, thanks, Lynn Downey. I really appreciate your support. Lynn Downey, thank you. Also, North Star, thank you so much. The TAH, the Shark, the TAH, the THX, the Shark, thank you for being a member. Thank you to our member, Goodbye GHD. Also, big thanks to DeShark, who gave 20 people memberships. DeShark THX. That's really generous of you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift sub. But thank you so much, THX, the Shark. All right, let's I want to hear what Trump has to say. One of our viewers just mentioned some other thing. I just want to mention this. So this has been reported today that Israel hit Iran's largest petrochemical plant. That's a big deal, a big economic deal for Iran. You can see here, this is from the Israeli military. They say, Defense Army targets Iran's largest petrochemical complex. The Air Force raided earlier today infrastructure inside Iran's largest petrochemical complex, responsible for producing and exporting chemical materials to armed forces affiliated with the regime. Now, that may be true. At the same time, this is not solely a military operation. It's an operation which produces many commercial products, from my understanding. But Israel says it was producing military materials, including, and it says it was responsible for producing and exporting chemical materials to armed forces affiliated with the regime, including the Ministry of the Nuclear Program and Revolutionary Guard in the Asaluya area south of Iran. Thus, the Defense Army of Israel has successfully targeted the two largest complexes in Iran in the petrochemical field and taken out of service more than 85% of Iran's petrochemical exports. The Times of Israel had reported, I think it was last week, that the Israeli political leadership had wanted the Israeli army to start going after economic targets in Iran. So, this is being couched in this statement as like, well, this is a military target. I don't know if that's the sole reason or even the chief reason for attacking it. Perhaps a big reason is also economic. The military is saying here that at the site, central infrastructure was established for producing materials used in manufacturing explosives and propellant fuel for ballistic missile and other combat means. The site is considered an important center for producing essential components of the Iranian regime's missile industry. Targeting this infrastructure will cause disruption to the regime's ability to use material produced in factory. So what you're hearing here is the military is saying, well, we attacked this because it was a military target. What I'm saying is, well, it's an important economic target. So as to what the real thinking was into targeting this, I don't know. Now, they do say the Israeli Defense Force continues to deepen its strikes on essential infrastructure for producing combat means with the aim of inflicting widespread and ongoing damage to the Iran regime's production capabilities, alongside creating a significant economic impact on it. Hang on a moment here. The Reuters had reported today, Israel struck Iran's largest petrochemical complex at Asaluya on Monday, said the Israeli defense minister, in what the defense minister described as a severe economic blow to Iran. Several explosions were heard at Iran's South Pars petrochemical complex. Now, this isn't the South Pars gas field. It's called South Pars Petrochemical Complex in Asaluya. Israel had attacked the important South Pars gas field in March, which is Iran's main energy source. But what was attacked today was the Iran's largest petrochemical complex at Asaluya, which I believe is nearby the gas field. I got to double check this. So here is, so as to what connection today had, again, they did not attack the gas field. I don't know if the petrochemical, how tight a relationship there is between what was attacked today and the South Pars gas field, but I can show you this. So Asaluya is in here, and the South Pars gas field is in the Persian Gulf. It's shared with Qatar in the Persian Gulf. So it's certainly near that. See, it says Asaluya there. Anyways, I'll try to get you some more information on that whole connection. But that is an important economic target for Iran. Important economic complex. Hold on, let me get you something else about that Israel has attacked today. Yeah, AP reports that Israel struck a key petrochemical plant in the now they say in the South Pars natural gas field, but the South Pars natural gas field is offshore. Anyways, Financial Times said Israeli strikes have shut down Iran's largest petrochemical plants, striking a key industry and source of export revenue for Iran. And I guess just to be clear what was hit exactly. So Iran said that companies supplying electricity, water, and oxygen to petrochemical facilities were hit, which caused the petrochemical plants to shut down. And similar attacks happened last week at the Financial Times says similar attacks were reported last week at Mashhad port, home to some of Iran's largest petrochemical facilities where the electricity supply has been cut off. I think Iran state media posted about this as well. Let me try to show you what Iran state media said. If I can. Yes, here is a statement from Iranian state media about the petrochemical attack, Israel's attack on petrochemical facilities in Iran. This is what they say. They say full details of the Israeli attack on the Asaluya petrochemical plants. Petrochemical industry ancillary facilities were hit. This afternoon, the American-Israeli army, continuing its criminal attacks on infrastructure and industrial areas, attacked a number of ancillary facilities of the petrochemical industries of the Pars Special Economic Energy Zone. Ancillary would mean like supplementary, additional. I guess the case is they attacked facilities that provided things like power to the petrochemical facilities. Safety, rescue, fire rescue, and operational teams immediately arrived at the scene of the incident, and necessary measures were initiated to manage the emergency situation, and the fire was contained. The situation is currently under control. Additional information will be posted. Oopsie. What's happening? Why are we doing this? Okay. So that's a big economic deal, attacking the petrochemical plants. That's an important source of export revenue for the Iranian regime. By the way, thanks to Tron Life and Tone and for your support. I really appreciate it. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. North Star 8865, thank you. Yeah, Da Shark. Thanks to Shark for being a member and for the gift memberships. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. Lidwine Elizabeth asks about the different soldiers that have been sent to the region. So there were like 2,500 Marines or so that were sent from Asia, some sort of expeditionary force that arrived in the region. I don't know if there were supposed to be Marines sent from California and also Also, I believe, was it from California? There was an additional force of Marines and also, yeah, and airborne troops from Fort Bragg were sent. I don't know if the Marines Expeditionary Force from California or the Fort Bragg 82nd Airborne troops, I don't know if they ever got to the region yet. It was supposed to take weeks. So I don't know if they ever got there. I haven't heard an update on that. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, for your support. I'm sorry I don't have more to tell you on that. I just don't know. I haven't heard any update. Lidwine Elizabeth is in the Netherlands. I do want to show you President Trump's comments he made a short while ago. But, you know, while the petrochemical plants being attacked in Iran may not get huge headlines, it's really important economically for Iran. And I think it might be a very sensitive thing for Iran to have those be hit. Our viewer Evil Elites RIP says, how many past deadlines has Trump done within just the last month with Iran? DX Adder says it looks like lights out forever in Iran and fighting for whatever drinking water they can find. Zemi Void says it's a war. Taking out infrastructure is a basic function of war going back to the beginning of time. I don't understand why people are surprised. Jolly Man says Trump will announce an extension in conference LMAO. Parabola says Trump says this is the final extension. Let me play what he had to say. Thank you to Twitter Pated for being a member, Jason Carlton for being a member. All right. Let's put on the screen President Trump a short while ago speaking Now let's see if I can, is this right where he answers the questions? Hang on, let me just cue this up here. Is this where he answers the questions? Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay. Wait. Okay, what I have to do is the White House feed did not catch him. The White House feed, you couldn't hear him. So I need to pull up one of the other feeds of him. That's what I have to do, because the White House feed, you couldn't hear him. All right, one moment here. Let me do this. I need to grab one of the news agency feeds. Okay, I'm just getting the feed from AFP so I can show you what Trump had to say. So there's a little noise outside the studio today. Hopefully it's not too disturbing. Michelle says Fox's feed was messed up too. Yeah, I mean, the White House was showing Trump on their feed. You just couldn't even hear him when he answered the questions. They didn't have him mic'd up. but maybe one of these, maybe one of the news agency feeds you can hear him on. I have to check it. I have the Reuters feed too. But just give me a moment. I'll pull them up and I'll see what we can hear. We'll have the press conference live for you. Here is the Reuters feed here. Oh, I think I got it from Reuters. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if this works. Getting the videos for you of Trump speaking a few moments ago. Press conference coming up in about 36 minutes. Getting the videos for you now of Trump. You can see this. Iran rejects ceasefire as deadline nears. Oops, you can't see this. Iran rejects ceasefire as deadline nears on Trump hell ultimatum. Reuters says Iran said today it wanted a lasting end to the war with the U.S. and Israel and pushed back against pressure to swiftly reopen the Strait of Hormuz under a temporary ceasefire, as the Americans and Iranians weighed a framework plan to cease their 5-week-old conflict. Iran conveyed its response to the U.S. proposal. Oops, hold on a second here. Rejecting a ceasefire and emphasizing the necessity of a permanent end to the war, the official IRNA news agency said on Monday. The Iranian response consisted of 10 clauses, including an end to conflicts in the region, a protocol for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, lifting of sanctions, and reconstruction, the agency said. Okay, now I have President Trump here, the video. Now, this is an AFP video. It's AFP. And what I want to do is get it on the screen for you. And what I want to do is...
They saved a lot of money, they said.
Hold on. What we want to do is find the part where he answers questions. Here. Can we hear him? Here. This is from earlier. One moment.
Sir, is your final deadline?
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's Trump.
Mr. President, are you prepared to visit the floor? Mr. President, how's the airman maneuver? Is Tuesday your final deadline?
Ceasefire proposal from this morning.
I've seen every proposal you can imagine. More proposals.
Is Tuesday your final deadline? Is Tuesday at 8 p.m. your final deadline?
Yeah.
How's the airman?
If Iran does not meet your demands, Mr. President, are you willing to continue the war?
Well, you'll have to watch.
How's the airman? Given your reasons, are you committed to committing to
It's an easy question. The answer is yes, but you'll have to watch.
What do you think of the latest proposal?
They made a proposal, and it's a significant proposal. It's a significant step. It's not.
First of all, now there's copyrighted music on the broadcast, which is a problem. They're playing copyrighted music in the background. Maybe I can listen to it and tell you what he said. How did that happen? Hold on a second here. You heard him say that here, give me 1 second. Let me listen to something. You heard him say that tomorrow night is the last deadline, and he's willing to continue the war if they don't comply. I mean, how long did he talk for? Let me just see. Does it keep playing that music? Ugh, what a mess. What a mess. Can I hear?
Very good relationship. And it might be beyond long term, you understand. A total Israel would have been gone, you understand. It's because it is military. Honored by been there for 34 nuclear weapons. Good and very quick call it regime change, and I think most people are giving.
Hold on, I think here. I think the music stops for a bit. Let's see here. Let's try this.
What's stopping you from ending the war?
Well, it could end very quickly, the war, if they do what they have to do. They have to do certain things. They know that. They've been negotiating, I think, in good.
Terrible. You know, oh, that was, sorry, you weren't even seeing it there. There, that's the one I wanted to show you. Does it stop? Let's see. How about here?
The group of people that we're dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smaller. Thousands of flights.
Hold on. I think the music stops.
Violence got that. Mortally, the two. I hate to do it, but we're about
No.
to get nuclear.
All right. Well. Anyways, he's gonna be speaking. He's doing a press conference in a half an hour. So, I can tell you some of what he said. Hold on. I actually have the report from the White House press pool about this, what he said. So let me tell you what the White House press pool said, what he said. What if he plays? I don't think he's going to play copyrighted music during the press conference. Let me mention what the White House press pool said he said at his appearance. Let me pull this up for you, but I want to have this be where? Nope, don't want that. Want this. We want this. Nope. This. All right, hold on a second here. Now we have Tel Aviv and Haifa and, okay. The White House press pool says that President Trump talked to the press for about 10 minutes at the Easter egg hunt event. The press pool says President Trump said he has read the ceasefire proposal that was reported this morning and called it a significant step. President Trump said President Trump was asked repeatedly about the risk of committing war crimes and strikes against Iran if a deal is not reached, but he did not answer. On the Iranian people, Trump said, they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, is because they were informed that if they protest like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. Okay. Oh, I have a transcript here also from President Trump. From his appearance a short while ago. Again, he's going to be doing a press conference live, but his appearance at the Easter egg hunt. He said, he was asked, what do you think of the latest proposal? He said, they made a proposal and it's a significant proposal, a significant step. It's not good. He said it's not good enough, but it's not good enough, but it's a very significant step, he said. How is the airman doing who was rescued? He was asked. He said, really well. They are both recovering really well. They were both injured. Both airmen, I guess, from the F-15, I guess he's talking about. President Trump also said, I think we've had total regime change. You know, the people there now are much more reasonable, he says, than the lunatics. And you had phase 1 and phase 2, they were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change. And I think most people are giving us credit for that, he said. The first regime was taken out. The second regime was taken out. Now the third group of people that we're dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smarter. He said that a few minutes ago. He also said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He says if they don't agree to a deal, they'll have no bridges and they'll have no power plants. They'll have no energy. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two, and we might have, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home, he said a few minutes ago. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil. I'd keep the oil and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran much better than they've been taken care of. President Trump also said a few minutes ago, I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that Venezuela has worked out so incredibly. We have 100 million of barrels of oil right now in Houston being refined. It's been great. The relationship with Venezuela, the leaders have been fantastic. And I think we're going to have a long-term, very good relationship. He also said, remember, wars last years, we're in there for 34 days, and we've obliterated a very powerful country in 34 days. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd like to keep the oil. I just don't think people of the United States would... Then it gets cut off. He said the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, they had weapons that would go the other way, and you know what happened, Iran would give up. He also said, President Trump, a few minutes ago, that they can't fight back. They have no capability. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left, but essentially they have no capability. They had a lucky shot with an airplane, but we got them back out. The rescue was incredible. He said, and you know, we have some helicopters with a lot of bullet holes in them right now. I'm very honored to have rebuilt our military, he said. Okay, so that's basically a summary. I went over this transcript of his Q&A at the White House. I didn't read every single word, but that's a lot of what Trump said at the White House a short while ago. And in about 20 minutes, there's going to be a press conference at the White House that we're going to have live coverage of President Trump press conference coming up, live coverage of the press conference for you. Oh, hold on. Wait a moment. I think I have video from the press conference room. Can I show you this? Do I have this for you already? That would be good. That would be helpful. Yes, I do. I'm going to put it on the screen. I have video from the press conference room that I'm going to put on the screen in a moment. I have video. Hang on, you're going to see it in a second. I am putting it up on the screen for you right now. Oh my gosh, we have video. Oh my gosh, we have the video from the press conference room. Incredible. This is the White House. We have live video where the press conference is going to take place. So I'm going to take some more comments from you guys, but I wanted to get that up on the screen.
Mike, we're going to get you a press credential.
Look at this.
I'll call you if anything needs to change. Okay.
I got to thank some people here, take some comments from you guys. Hey, thank you to Old Boy Pona. Thank you, Old Boy Pona, who says this is a very critical historical event, this war. It's a very important event. I agree with you. Thank you to Kina8442 for the membership. Thanks, Kina8842. Thanks again, Old Boy Pona. Thanks, Nini of 6, who says, can we not just end this? We are America in Israel. Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out the mods and your support. Thanks, Crypto King. Thank you to Dino Nuggies Yum for being a member. Thanks, Miss Curvy, for your support. Thanks, North Star 8865, who says, you guys think ground troops after deadline. Oh, look, he's doing some sort of test at the podium. They're doing a white balance, it looks like. Oh my gosh. Live podium coverage. Live podium coverage. Thank you so much, Thomas P0419, who gave more memberships. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh my gosh. Breaking podium news. Breaking podium news. Thank you, Thomas P0419 from Sweden, for more gift memberships. So nice of you. Shout out to our moderators. I'll shout them out in a second. Big ball of yarn. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 moderating for us on Twitch. Huge thanks. On Facebook, our moderators over there. Thank you. You know, the Facebook chat keeps pausing on me. I keep having to refresh the Facebook chat. It stinks.
No, I'm over there.
Gosh. Kay Lowry Body, thanks for modding on Facebook. Margaret Riley.
Everybody good? Anna?
Look at the lighting changed. Matthias Joseph Wynn says, do you think he'll mention the drapes? Thanks, Barry Eisler, for subscribing, by the way. Also, thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate on X. Thanks also to Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk, who are moderating over on YouTube. I really appreciate it, and Ruth. And also thank you to Carolyn 3746 for the membership, for being a member, for the gift membership. Thank you, Carolyn. Donna Simmons says, where will people go if they have no food or water? Need power for these things. Yeah, I mean, look, if President Trump really does what he's threatened to do and blow up all the power plants and the bridges, that obviously would have huge humanitarian consequences. Some say it would be a war crime. We'll take some more comments here. Give me one moment here. Thanks so much to FlesherNet for the memberships. FlesherNet gave 10 people memberships. That's very nice of you. Also, Carolyn from Australia watching at 2:45. Thanks, Carolyn from Australia. Our viewer Sickborg says Iran's Islamic Republic's existence is a war crime. Mona says everything is a war crime to these people, but not one word about cluster munitions, nothing but hypocrisy. Clixa says, so Iran can strike desalination plants and get away with that? Why aren't you covering it? I have covered it. Why are you saying, why aren't you covered it? I report it whenever I hear reports about it. Ledge Eisen Creations says, should we be worried? Day by Day says, we can already guess what Trump is going to say. Oh, what are we going to do with this?
It's a lot easier on my eyes for sure. Where were you? You were full or no? Okay. I think this is our fighting chance. I'm trying to.
Joan Spoon says, get your bingo cards ready. Dober says they didn't mention about the Karg Island. Who knows what's going to happen with Karg Island? Could the U.S. send troops to occupy Karg Island, which is where Iran ships out about 90% of its oil for export? 90% of its oil exports. Thanks to our new member, Alpo High. Thanks also, Kina, for the gift membership. Thank you, Kina. Now, what's going on here? Why is this not behaving? Why is that not behaving? Something is not behaving here. That's behaving. I'm going to have to get rid of this.
I can ask. I don't. From what I was saying, from what they were just saying, I think we're original. So we'll see. 15, yeah. Yep, I'm 6'3". Mm-hmm. Good.
I got you.
All right, sweet. Thanks, kid. Oh, just kidding. Yeah, not on the seal. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hold on. That back. Okay, there. No. There's a guy flashing the light. Yeah. Okay, it's off now.
Hang on.
Good?
Again, I want to repeat a quote that President Trump said today.
Okay,
President Trump, about 30 minutes ago, or about an hour ago, was at the White House at the Easter egg hunt. So a little while ago, President Trump was doing the Easter egg hunt event at the White House. And he said, if I had my choice, what I would like to do, take the oil, because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us to come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil. I'd keep the oil. I would make plenty of money. That is what he said about an hour and a half ago. Give me one moment.
Thank you.
Hold on a moment. Did they turn down the audio? I think they might have turned down the audio on the feed for the moment. I think did they kill the microphone? Let me just go back. Yes. I think they turned down the room microphone on that feed. Let's see here. I don't have another feed yet, so but that is live. Okay. Let's take some more comments from you guys. We're waiting for this to start. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes. Will it start in 5 minutes? I don't know. I think it's going to start a little late. The White House feed isn't live yet from the White House social media. Thank you, I Am Charlie, for your support. Thank you, Alpo Hi, for being a member. Thanks, Stoned in the Wasteland. Thank you, Stoned in the Wasteland and Gorgeous Stencils. Stoned in the Wasteland thinks that Trump thinks oil is he can do whatever he wants to with it privately. Let's see here. The White House just posted. Look what the White House said. They just posted, guys. They said, soon, President Donald J. Trump holds a major news conference. Tune in live. You won't want to miss it. I better take the time out of the headline. You won't want to miss it. Again, it looks like they intentionally shut off the microphone, because if I go back a couple minutes in the feed, I bet we can hear it. Yes, so it's not what they did is they shut off the sound on the feed, I guess so people wouldn't hear all the background going on. Oh, I have a second feed. I have a second feed here. Oh my gosh. Maybe it has sound on it. I don't know. Let's see. I'm not hearing sound though. Here is the other feed. Where is it here? Now, if I do this, okay. So we'll do this. We'll get this off. And then we'll go full screen on this one. Hold on. Okay, so we have two feeds now. But they both don't have sound. Let me just do a quick test here. Hold on. The White House is live on the White House channel. Let me just make sure I got that ready to go too. The White House just have their stream go live, but you can't hear it. They seem to be having an issue with it. We will begin shortly. All right, let me put that on the screen. Let me get that up. Well, I'm just going to make sure I have it here in case I want to use it. Okay, so if I get rid of, we have, hold on. All right, we got to get, in case I need to use this feed, let me just get it full screen, just in case I need to use that feed. I like to be prepared here. Okay, oh, now we got audio back. We got audio back. Look at this. Wait a second. One moment. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Look at this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now we only want one audio, not two. It's a circus. There's so many press. Look at all of the press. Look at all of the press.
He needs to be moved to the back because there are a lot of people who can stand here since before 8 o'clock in the morning. You are not special. Get to the back.
Whoa, spicy.
I hear you. Yes. Everybody cheer. That deserves a cheer. Woo!
That was getting spicy.
Hey, Molly, tell me what you want me to tell her. Molly,
Yes.
how's my remote looking?
Good.
Is it firing?
Yes, it is.
I also don't know if you can tell. We just powered it off.
Yeah, it's fine.
And I want to talk to you when we are Use the stick mic to talk.
Look at the guy in the corner. The guy in the corner is taking selfies, it looks like. A quick thank you to Gorgeous Stencils for being a member. Thanks, Gorgeous Stencils. Thanks, A. Pikmin Stepmaster for being a member. Thanks, SuzyQ1 for your support, who says, I hope he plans on speaking more than just the rescue. The last time he spoke, there wasn't really anything new. So he said he was going to talk about the rescue during this press conference with the military, but I'm assuming he'll talk about other things involving Iran as well. Maybe he'll take questions. We'll just have to see. By the way, I want to give a big thanks to Chris Uger. Chris, that's really generous of you. Thank you so much, Chris Uger, for your generous support. Very kind of you for the channel. Really appreciate it, Chris Uger. Thank you. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News reports that Pete Hegseth will be at this press conference. Pete Hegseth, and also John Ratcliffe, the CIA director. President Trump had said they were going to talk about the rescue in Iran. I would guess they'll talk about other things related to the Iran war. By the way, Fatux News mentioned that the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the U.S. military is making preparations for potential strikes on energy targets in Iran if the president decides to attack energy infrastructure. Thank you to Steve's Air Fryer and Faustina1282 and Jesse Leach for your support of the channel. We are bringing you live coverage. We're waiting for President Trump. Iran press conference. Hey, shout out to our moderators here. We have Ruth moderating, Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. Thank you very much. Linda Belglary, Misha on X, and Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Jay Joannid, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. By the way, speaking of Twitch, thank you to the One Katis for the support on Twitch, and also the Hurricane Ben for subscribing, and Voidy Gaga for subscribing, and also Throb Live for subscribing. Thanks Roberts May Queen for moderating on YouTube. And thanks to our Facebook subscribers. Man, Facebook is really messed up because the Facebook page on the web, the chat keeps pausing. So when I want to go back and look at the past chat, it's all a big pain in the butt. Now I can see it over here. Kay Lowry Body is modding. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley, thank you for modding over there. All of our other moderators there. Look, we have this shot. We have this shot there. Ooh, look at the podium there. Here comes President Trump. Here he comes. Here he comes right now. Breaking news. Breaking news. Here is President Trump. Here is President Trump.
It's a great honor to be with you, and happy Easter. We had a great Easter. This is one of our better Easters, I think, in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, good afternoon. We have quite a bit to discuss. We'll go into pretty good detail. And we have the people that are most involved. We'll give you exactitude. And we're here today to celebrate the success of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches. I guess you would call it a search and rescue mission ever attempted by the military. Generally, when planes are knocked down in war, especially when you're fighting a strong group, an evil group, you can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two. And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent. But we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive on Iranian soil. I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. it's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout, and he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains. And we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane. And then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes. And they got pretty well bogged down. And we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have. We have the best best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil. But it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them. And the talent, the genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group. Incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. I tell you, well, it was the Easter, we were in Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these 2 extraordinary rescues, because it was 2, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we said, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic, boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go. Come on. Get in. Let's go. Pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure he's supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it. But the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the President can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the President asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear: get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This President is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a President with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a President who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a President who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration with the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran. Our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it. None of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. A note before I start, I know many of you want specific details in these briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do this again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning, after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force, comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King 2s, HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, their will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the President said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and positively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy force continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of the CENTCOM commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and, more importantly, being prepared for multiple, simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time: the enemy searching for 44 Bravo and contingencies, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, into Easter Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 44 Bravo, both the front and backseater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our special operations forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the joint force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way, didn't we? It's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from, it was 40 miles away. And he said, you know, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain. Vast, thick. with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have two quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told, if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change, we do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is. But it's very unfair to say, you know, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news. But you can't... It's so bad for people that are so you just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh, my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of a woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC +3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is.
Please. Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I not know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
you?
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. If they weren't, I would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible, because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, it's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resources like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, well, this could have completely changed.
So
the
first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. you see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. And they have probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. Their timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. This is, you have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict?
Well,
What's your
positive.
expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you'd see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. Women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here, and JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now, they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel, and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, you take a look. I can add Kuwait, and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. Countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, this isn't, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street and you give somebody a 5-year or a 10-year lease. This is a country. was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. Took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited, legally. I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden. If you read my book, I said you got to take him out 1 year before the World Trade Center came down. So I wish you'd read the book. But you, as a president, to be a good president, I believe you have to have good instincts. And a lot of this is instinct. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week you suggested that Europe should take the lead on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Has circumstances changed now that you're issuing a direct 48-hour ultimatum? And secondly, would a new ceasefire include Israel, or would it just be between Iran and the US?
I can't talk about ceasefire, but I can tell you that we have a active, willing participant on the other side. They would like to be able to make a deal. I can't say any more than that, but they'd like to
do it. You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed the goals.
Mr. President.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
My name is Dia Kurd. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
the failing?
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
war crimes?
No,
not at all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, you know, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon. You can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. Right. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO... I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning when I spoke to UK of all. I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable. Yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice,
time?
yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general, said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came, and they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great Border Patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the Border Patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the Border Patrol guys every day. You can ask them. Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. Right. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this war?
I do, because
And
God is good. Because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says I enjoy it. I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These 2 guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, "Oh boy, they're so tough." I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, "You deserve the Nobel Prize." She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have 1 more to end, by the way.
Okay.
President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell
is
you
off
that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Mr. President, on NATO, you voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they're all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned?
We got some last questions there being shouted at President Trump. So that was, you saw it, President Trump's press conference. He did say repeatedly, Iran has until 8 p.m. Iran has until 8 p.m., guys, tomorrow night, Eastern time, he said, to make a deal, or he says they will not have any power plants or my brain has stopped working. My brain has completely stopped working. Power plants and bridges, he said. They're going to all be destroyed if they don't make a deal. All right, I want to take some comments from you guys. Let me just get a couple of things on the screen here. Let me just get some footage on the screen, and then we're going to take some of your comments about what you thought about that press conference. Just give me one more moment here. I am getting on the screen some video for you from the Middle East. Oh, how about Artemis? Hey, there's like 12 minutes. Hold on, there's like 12 minutes till the lunar pass by happens. Oh my gosh, that's happening too. All right. The lunar flyby is coming up. We got to do double coverage. There's so much happening. All right, hang on a second. So, how do I do this? I mean, I know how to physically do it, but we got to, I mean, there's going to be the lunar flyby. All right, maybe we'll do, for the just to have something on the screen. I just want to take some of your comments for a second. All right, so what I have on the screen now is I have, wait. So we have Tel Aviv and, actually, let me get something here. Tel Aviv and lunar flyby. Oh, it's so confusing. All right, just give me 2 seconds. All right. Tel Aviv and Artemis mission. Okay. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? I have to thank some people too. All right. Trump deadline. Trump threatens, says U.S. will destroy. This is going to take too long. Trump, deadline for Iran is 8 p.m. ET Tuesday night. Now, hey guys, how should we do this? I want to get some feedback from you. So, should we make it like double coverage? Should we do double coverage of the war and the lunar flyby? I got to thank a bunch of people too, but we got to figure this out. So, are we going to focus on the war and do some flyby, or do the double coverage of the war and the flyby? Double coverage? So I should maybe change the name of the broadcast, maybe? I'm looking at what it's really people are saying all kinds of things. So if we're going to do double coverage, I got to change the name of the broadcast. So let me just give me a second here. I need to take 2 seconds. Is there volume on this? All right. I need a second. We got it. We'll take your comments on the press conference and stuff. I need a second here.
The center of the window to the center of the moon with
so just give me a second. Just give me a second here. I believe the lunar flyby is supposed to begin soon. Hold on. First of all, I'll say double coverage. Iran war and lunar flyby. All right, so there's that. Now, let me just adjust things. The lunar flyby is going to be going on for hours. So we're going to be talking about both things.
And Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They are in the center of your screen, seated at the Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Console. That's Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and Artemis 2 backup.
I thought flyby was hyphenated.
She was also the lead Capcom for Expedition 63 aboard the International Space Station.
I just need to take a minute and update the title and update things.
The crew is requesting some attitude changes to the spacecraft to allow them to better image the moon, our priority for today.
I think it's one word.
Of course, those have to be discussed on the ground before they are put into work aboard the spacecraft, so the team is taking some time to do so. You also heard Gibbons reference that we are in two deadbands. Deadbands are essentially keeping us in the lane in which we're traveling. If you're familiar with lane assist in your car, very similar in this case. We are now 10,870 miles away from the moon, traveling 1,066 miles per hour and 249,390 miles away from Earth. Again, we recently surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record of farthest humans have ever traveled. And upon calling down some words during that milestone, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen noting that he hopes that this record that they are setting today is soon broken by future explorers.
Give me one more second. All right, I have the new title and description. And the last thing I need to do before resuming coverage is I have to put a different thumbnail up. So give me one more moment here. Thank you for your patience, because we're switching to double coverage. To double coverage. All right, and what I have to do is do this. Okay, hold on. One moment. One moment.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are standing by for the beginning of lunar flyby.
Lunar flyby. They just said it.
Expecting that to start in just a few minutes when the crew will begin a warm-up discussion preparing for the day. They will be capturing images along while discussing what they find familiar about the moon and what looks unexpected to them.
We're going to be covering both. Both things. Both things. I almost am done with the new thumbnail. I'm getting it done right now. Thanks for your patience. Okay, I think I have it done.
Again, just minutes away from the official start of lunar flyby, or when it is timelined for the crew. We are currently 10,726 miles away from the moon. This view on the left side of your screen coming from the camera on one of Orion's solar arrays. Other conversation points while the crew are getting ready for their flyby today. They'll be looking to orient themselves using major landmarks and annotating their observations along with their discussion. They'll have 10 minutes for that warm-up discussion.
I am just adjusting the name of the broadcast right now. I'm almost done doing everything. I'm almost done. I think I did it. Okay, so there's that. Let me just change the name on Twitch of the broadcast. Let's do that. Then I have to post the broadcast. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. We're going to get you the latest updates on the war and the lunar flyby, both of them. Double coverage. Can I change the name on Facebook? It's always a big pain in the butt. Facebook is really messed up. Can't do anything. I might just leave the Facebook. I think with Facebook, I either have to change the
Houston integrity. We have two folks at the window deep in discussion talking about all of the awesome features that they're seeing. We just had a huge moment realizing that Hertzsprung is about the same size as our incredible Oriental. We're really excited about this target that's kind of new to us. We're orienting on things like how we talk about albedo, finding some of the prevalent things that we're used to from all of our training, and just overall taking in this view. We also are noticing that the moon is still getting noticeably bigger as we go, even when you're watching it continuously. It's great to see these two guys get warmed up.
I think I changed the name on Facebook too.
We love the report, Christina. Thanks. And you nailed it on why we added Hertzsprung. As you'll see in the prompts, we're looking for comparisons to the comparatively much older Hertzsprung compared to the younger Oriental. Great words.
All right, the last thing I have to do is post on social media that we're covering both now. We have switched to double coverage of the Iran war and the lunar flyby.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That was the voice of Dr. Kelsey Young speaking with the astronauts aboard Orion as they begin their observation period and lunar flyby. NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting their view of Hertzsprung Basin. The team here is looking for centered images of the basin at a full zoom, and they're hoping that the astronauts can image and describe the inner and outer rings. This is considered a degraded basin with a floor, rings, and ejecta compared to a younger Oriental basin.
All right, so a couple things here. My thought was I can make the moon thing bigger, but again, we're doing double coverage here.
We talked.
So how do you guys want me to do it with the moon stuff? Do you want me to make it a bit bigger?
Julian Gross, the Artemis curation lead, about some of the terms we will hear the crew use today. One of those just called out, that's albedo, looking at surface brightness or the amount
Not the
of
actual
light
moon, but the
surface
footage. The
reflects.
footage. Because I don't want to lose. We're not covering the. I can make it like that, maybe. The problem with full screen is then if you have it full screen, then we're not even covering the war anymore.
A few more terms that we hope to hear today during the crew's sit-reps or situation reports include embaying. This refers to one feature that surrounds another. That usually is a higher relief feature.
Houston Integrity, one report from the crew at the windows. We can actually see the moon and Earth at the same time right now. It's interesting because the Earth looks way brighter, so the Earth itself seems to have a much higher albedo than the moon. We think this is independent of our eyes focusing because, of course, the Earth is much smaller than the moon in our view. So you could think that your eyes focus for the darker sky, and that it means that it only has apparent brightness more than the moon. But since we're seeing both in the same view, we do think that this can be inferred as the Earth as a whole has a higher albedo.
Great observation, Christina, and reminder that as you're starting to look for those subtle color and albedo variations on the moon, the relatively bright albedo Earth might make those a little bit difficult, but as your eyes continue to adjust, we expect you to start to see more nuance on the moon. Thanks.
I can't get much bigger because of the way they have the broadcast set up.
Great call. Thanks for the reminder.
But I guess what I could do
We're
is
all
just
going to be
put
experts
video
in
by
lunar
NASA.
terminology by the end of the day. Another one we expect to hear is mare. These are dark regions paved or filled by volcanic deposits. You also can hear them called seas, oceans, lakes, or marshes, or other bodies of water.
Actually,
Again,
what
we
I
are
can
live
do,
at
that's
Artemis
not what I
Mission
want to
Control,
do.
but on the right side of your screen, that is the science evaluation room.
Hold
Team
on.
members who have been preparing for this day for
Here's what I'm going to do.
years.
Here's what I'll do.
The crew has significantly darkened the cabin of Orion. This allows them better views outside the windows and fewer
Hold on.
reflections from inside.
Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way.
Able to see the moon and the Earth out the same window at this time. We are really hopeful to get those photos. Right now, this view on the left side of your screen coming from a camera mounted on one of the solar array wings on Orion outside the spacecraft.
Why don't I just put this up? Let me just put this up. I don't need most of that.
With 80
That's
to
what I'll
400
do.
millimeter zoom lenses.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it this way. What did I just do? What did I do? I don't know what I just did. I missed something that I didn't want to do. I just deleted something I didn't want to delete, which wasn't good. But anyways, I'll worry about that later. I'm going to do this. Let's just show this. Right? I mean, I can only make it so big anyway because I got to be on the screen. I don't know if you want to lose the, I can make it like that. And then what I'll do is I'll put via NASA. Actually, I know what I got to do. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to put up also
The team continues their warm-up discussion. I should say the crew members aboard Orion continue their warm-up discussion. However, they are about to be prompted to move on to discussion number 2, which is near side and far side.
Let me do this. Put this there.
Some of the things that they are looking to capture, the ground has prompted them to photograph anything that stands out to them and to compare the near side versus the far side mare in color, albedo, topography, and texture. They also want the crew to compare the appearance of rayed craters in the near side mare versus in the far side highlands. Of course, a reminder that some of the items that the crew, or some of the landmarks the crew are seeing today, is the first time that humans have ever laid eyes on those portions of the moon.
All right, I got to thank some people. First of all, I'm behind on thanking people. Let me thank some people. I got to thank a bunch of people. I'm way behind. Okay, so hang on. Thank you to Jace Rez for being a member. Thank you, FlesherNet, for your support. Axe Slinger, thank you so much.
In the targeting package, there are a few reminders of the crew. For the crew.
Let me just turn this down a second. Mendiar, thank you. Vigilante, thank you. Nate, Texas, thanks for being a member. Nike isn't a shoe. Who thought Trump told us stuff he wasn't supposed to during that briefing? Thank you, Nike isn't a shoe. Thanks, Juan Cabrera. Thanks, Nate, Texas. Thanks, Daryl. Daryl is here. And also FlesherNet, Chef Danny B. Thank you, Chef Danny B. Nick Haskell, Benny Hill, Famous Facts Online, Peter Messier, thanks for your support. Thanks again, Nate, Texas. Emil Blagoychev, thanks, Emil. Rays Like Sunday Morning, thank you. Chatty2041, Miss Curvy, Mr. Personality, PA Jeeper, Patricia Grace, Stoned in the Wasteland, thank you so much. Steve's Chapstick, Mendiar, happy birthday, Steve's Chapstick. Mendiar, Spicy Tuna Roll, Emily Flotilla, ER Grandma Deb. From BC to the Future, I'm way behind on this, so I'm just a few more. Thanks to two last names, Pores EH, Cardinal Glick, Eric Bush, Ryan 1914, Extra AF, and Miss Curvy and Papa Lowkey. Did I catch up yet? Also, A. Pickman Stepmaster, Suze ZQ1, and Sober Pal Grunt, Steve's Air Fryer, Papa Lowkey. And I think I'm almost caught up. Oh, and also Don Corleone X on Twitch, and Prince of BTC, and Who Shot JR, and Rusty 911 on Twitch, and Zemi Void and Sweet Pyro, Zemi Void and Sweet Pyro of Cairo, and Josh EFC90 on Twitch, and Lira Mucci, and Cheesehead from Mars, and the One Cactus on Twitch. Thank you for allowing me that time. I just hadn't thanked people forever because we were covering the news conference. Okay, so we're going to cover both of these things. We have the lunar flyby video, but I'm also going to be checking for updates on the war. And I'm sorry I haven't been able to read more comments. It's just been so busy because we were covering the press conference, and I wanted to get the flyby up on the screen. So we're really going to be covering both things. Both things. So let me keep getting updates on the war, and I'll kind of have the, I'll jump in as need be. I want to have the audio on for you here, but I'm going to also get you war updates too.
I also heard a comparison of the albedo in Aristarchus, that crater, the very high albedo spot. You can see it on the near side. There is a feature called, I believe, Burgess Alpha, that is equally or maybe higher albedo. I apologize for the gaps. I'm trying to listen and talk at the same time, but I will try to get some more information to correlate those colors from Aristarchus for you.
By the way, Artemis has set a record.
Understood, Victor, and good call to not bug the window team. Really like the brightness comparisons to Burgess A. Really helpful for the science team. Keep them coming. Thanks.
The Artemis crew has set the record for the farthest distance from Earth.
I also heard a discussion about the albedo of Grimaldi being a 10, and how many of us, when we were a little further away, saw that as the darkest albedo, and that the bigger Mare off to the west, sorry, to the east was still dark, but maybe a 7-8. We still think that, but you are seeing color variation, albedo variation inside of Grimaldi as well, and that even on the west side, there's still a very dark part of it. But it is still the darkest. It is just not as uniform as it looked when we were farther away. We're starting to differentiate the striations of albedo inside of Grimaldi.
Let me really quick just...
Copy all, Victor, and you read our mind. Superlatives like darkest, biggest are really, really helpful for us, so keep those coming.
I think I could get you a better, maybe a little bit better shot of the moon, but or not. Let's see here. No, that's not bad what I have for you right now. We'll leave it up there. NASA crew, the Artemis 2 crew, set the record for farthest distance from Earth traveled by a human mission.
As we were just mentioning, the crew is slated to perform these science sit reps. They are prompted to do so by an icon in their lunar targeting plan. That one coming down from NASA astronaut and pilot of Artemis 2, Victor Glover.
And again, they have traveled farther from Earth than any humans have.
As we discussed, the Capcom is usually the only person in the room speaking with the crew, the capsule communicator. However, today, the science officer, Dr. Kelsey Young, she is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, is speaking with the crew during the flyby to ask any questions that the team may have. To her right is Trevor Graff. He is one of 3 science officers. Those would be Kelsey Young, Trevor Graff, and Angela Garcia, who will also join us later for an interview.
By the way, Trump said something in his press conference that was interesting. He said they had a plan that they could carry out if they wanted to, the U.S., that would destroy all of the power plants and bridges in Iran in 4 hours. He said if they want to, they could, between 8 p.m. tomorrow night and midnight, destroy all of the power plants and bridges in Iran within 4 hours. He didn't say they would do it in 4 hours, but he did say they had a plan to do it, that they could do. Remember, his deadline is in less than 29 hours at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I need to thank our moderators too.
Integrity was able to, science integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. I can see the entire moon that they're looking at. We left the T-shirt up there, so I was kind of peeking through the opening in the makeshift shroud there. And once I was able to get 2 eyes on it.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on.
Peeking out of the Terminator.
You can't see what I'm looking at.
The Terminator now, but it just really
give me a moment.
Because it's still got the low light, the low sun angle, and so where the Vavilov has that impact over the top of another crater, where the 2 craters intersect on the eastern edge. So on the side closest to Oriental, where the 2 crater rings intersect, the shadow there is the highest peak in the interior of Vavilov, and so you can see that terrain is, there's some real variation in the terrain there, that there's a nice peak where those peaks intersect, where those rings intersect, and we'll get a picture of that.
Love the description, Victor, especially the comparison and relationships you just described about topography. And if it's easier for your observations, do feel free to remove the T-shirt shroud from window 1.
Yeah, absolutely, we will do. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to take some of your comments. It's just been kind of a rush here. I haven't had time to take comments about the press conference because we've been so busy doing double things.
Astronaut Victor Glover, as we discussed, the crew is working in pairs at the windows. Right now, taking photos are Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Serving as their support team are pilot Victor Glover and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. You're hearing those calls from Victor Glover as he is on that support team, and he is tasked with providing the science sit reps, while the two crew photographing and making annotations of the moon are in Windows 2 and 3. Windows 1 and 4 are available for the support crew to fly up to, obviously look at the moon themselves, and provide these science situational reports.
Thanks to
on your screen is part of the lunar targeting package, and it's something that the crew can reference as they are flying by. But this is an animation.
This is an animation. I assume
you also heard Glover mention Oriental. Oriental is a major feature that the team is interested in today, and it's known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon. Until this mission, the Oriental Basin had never been seen in sunlight by human eyes. Oriental Basin and its surrounding ejecta could fit within a straight line distance from NASA's Johnson Space Center, where we are at today, to Kennedy Space Center.
See, they keep doing the thing where I know you guys want to see the moon. So I assume you guys want me to leave the video, leave the audio on for this, right? You want the audio on from NASA?
In Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, where the teams are monitoring all systems, not just for today's flyby, but on the spacecraft themselves. Again, this is a test flight, our very first flight of humans on the Orion spacecraft.
People are saying yes. People want the audio from NASA.
This team has been live, this team has been monitoring the entire time of the mission, as well as we have been live the entirety of the mission, and we will be continuing to do so all the way through splashdown and crew recovery from the Pacific. This is a visualization from ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website that you can also access at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis, showing us that we are now under 10,000 miles from the moon, 9,948 to be specific, and continuing to count down.
What is on?
Again, our closest approach to the moon today should come about 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 p.m. Eastern. However, we will be out of contact with the crew at this time as they begin transiting behind the moon. At that time of closest approach, the distance from Orion to the lunar surface will be about 4,070 miles. Of course, these are estimates at this time, and we'll be sure to provide you with the official numbers once that closest approach has been reached.
There was something else Trump said that was interesting. I want to point out during this. At one point he said we may even help them rebuild their nation. Although I don't know if that's something. What is this? Hold on.
Spacecraft, where our 4 crew members are continuing with their lunar flyby activities. They have just begun those activities really about 20 minutes ago, so we've got several hours of moon view opportunities. This is still a live view inside that capsule. However, you can see just how dark they have turned down the lights. Actually, they've turned them all the way off. There are a few LEDs that they cannot power off, but turning down these lights gives them better views outside of the spacecraft's windows while they photograph the moon. This also prevents any reflections from inside the spacecraft bouncing up on the windows and interfering with their photography.
By the way, quick thanks to Chef Danny B and Lidwine Elizabeth and JD63. I really appreciate it. Thanks for I saw your message, JD63. Thank you. And also Jace Rez. I'm still trying to get organized here because we're covering both things. See, they keep switching back, but I don't want to switch back. I just want to... How can I do this? Oh, I know what I can do.
As we were previously discussing, the crew members are serving on teams. The first team being Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen at the windows photographing what they see. We heard reports earlier that they could see both the moon and the Earth in the same view, and we are looking forward to seeing the moon and the Earth in the same view as well. That Earth set coming up in just a few hours. While Wiseman and Hansen are at the windows photographing, Glover and Cook are serving as support crew. They are able to assist with cameras.
I have a question.
They are also providing
I have a question. So it doesn't say on the broadcast, but is the shot on the left a live shot? I mean, that's what my assumption is, that this shot is a live shot, correct? That's not like a photo from before, right? Right here, this one? I thought it was live. I mean, they have a picture on their mission blog that says the Orion spacecraft approaches the moon ahead of Artemis lunar flyby, and that's what it looks like. All right, people are saying it is a live shot. Now what happened? Hold on.
Team, and they will be able to analyze that at a later time. What we are hearing, though, and will continue to hear, are those science sit reps a few times every block.
Yeah, I'll double check. Yes, it is. It is live because NASA has a feed. On the NASA YouTube page, there's a feed of just that, and it says live shot from Orion. From Orion.
It was Tycho going over the horizon. That was Copernicus I was referring to. Apologies. It was Copernicus is what is farthest bounding to the east, and that is now like on the horizon or just past it. And the Korolev is now a few degrees from going over the horizon. And then, next it'll be Aristarchus Plateau. And so on the west, we are getting a much better view of the Terminator. It looks like we have about 80% illumination of the moon. And Vavilov and one Vavilov diameter to the west is where the Terminator is right now. And so other features are starting to peek out there. The center of the illuminated part of the moon is to the lower part is Oriental, and just around Oriental, a lot of light structure is starting to show up. A lot of high albedo, similar to the feature, I cannot remember, Burgess Alpha and Aristarchus type high albedo in the ring. So when you look at the interior ring and the external ring, it's almost as if the edges are starting to dry up and turn white. If it was something that was wet and got dry, the edges would be the part to dry first. You just kind of outline all the topography in the interior of that wall is like it was dusted with chalk or is starting to dry, or maybe dusted with snow. If this was the Earth, I would say there was snow dumped on some of the ridges on the interior of the rings of Oriental. Also, an interesting part of the discussion that I heard between Reed and Jeremy is that from Glushko to Grimaldi, there are two dark features there that look like commas, but in the wrong direction. But there's also a lot of interestingness, just a lot of geometry and squiggles and dots and lines that are starting to stand out as more small features come into view. And there also is a lot of variation in albedo. And some of those, the two dark features, for example, have on the southern edge of the larger one, the one that's further to the south, is a very dark, the one albedo, like the southern and western part of Grimaldi. And the one to the north, closer to Glushko, is also that same dark albedo. And then around them, there are some very high albedo spots just to the north of the southern one, and just to the west, the smaller one to the north. Very high albedo. almost approaching the 10, a 9 or a 10, like Aristarchus. And lots of little bright spots are just starting to pop up on in this view. To the north, as you look up at the North Pole, there is a very distinct crater with a lot of a very defined central peak that is also 3 in albedo, and all of that area past it, going to the horizon, gets lighter and lighter, and is very, very high albedo. And I will go look and find the name of that feature if I can look that up. And then to the south, really getting some interesting geography and topography in the South Pole Aitken Basin. And the view of the South Pole is quite amazing. We've got some Terminator there, as well as the limb view, and there is a very distinct crater right at the South Pole. And I'm going to go look up, I don't believe that is Aiken, but I'm going to go look up the name of that one because it's also giving a lot of good topography due to the shadows that I'm seeing. But that's, I was trying to bound the view that I'm seeing for it and got distracted by all of these interesting albedo variations that are popping up in the interior. But that's the view that we see just a Vavilov diameter to the west beyond is where the Terminator is. Just beyond, I think Copernicus is the easternmost feature that we can see. A very nice ringed, very nice structure crater to the north with a great high albedo central uplift to the north, and the south is dotted by a very characteristic crater with a lot of terrain, shadow features, and I will go try to find some landmarks to put names with those. Any questions for the observation team?
Integrity Science, love the descriptions. You're definitely looking odd up there. Appreciate seeing the training being implemented. Especially interested in your descriptions of the dark patches. You compared the comma-looking features to the albedo you see in Grimaldi and noticed that you're starting to see those color differences popping out. Any observations you want to make, especially when you get on, the PCD in a little bit, would really help us tease out the differences in those dark mare deposits. Great description, Victor. Keep them coming.
Absolutely will do, and I know you've got descriptions on both of the window observers right now as well. Keep them coming.
I am keeping an eye on the Iran situation too, looking for updates. Our viewer, PW360, wrote in and says, I don't see any chance of a deal. If I have any breaking updates, I will jump in with
Great evidence of how well trained this crew is by the science team. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover, calling down a situation report, noting several different features on the moon and such descriptions, even saying that it looks like snow on some of the peaks. Obviously, we do not expect that to be snow, but referencing that as some of the lighting on how it looks to the Artemis II crew from their current position.
Yeah, again, so I will be checking for updates and jumping in as things.
The team is slated to be switching their positions at the windows now. Both Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen have been at windows 2 and 3, one taking photos, one making observations and annotations on their portable computing device. At this time, we also anticipate that they are looking at a crater duo. One of those is Glushko, and the other is Ohm. The team is looking to know the extent of Glushko's ray system and how its rays differ in the Mare versus the Highlands. They also want the team to compare the ray systems of Glushko to Ohm.
The Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. and Israel have a set of targets lined up in Iran.
Ohm is considered a young crater.
I'm gonna turn this down. I'm jumping in for a second. The Wall Street Journal reports that the U.S. and Israel have a set of targets lined up in Iran designed to cripple the country's economy and ensure the regime's recovery from this war is long and painful. Israel is awaiting authorization from Washington this week to begin striking Iran's energy facilities. And the journal says that striking the underpinnings of Iran's economy would mark an escalation in the war. Earlier today, Israel or the U.S., Israel struck a major petrochemical facility in Iran. We talked to you about that earlier. Give me a second. I'll say something more about that in a second.
Now, this passport did not fly with the crew, but they used it extensively as a study guide here on Earth. So a lot of the descriptions and comparisons you hear today are developed directly by the science team. We are now 4 days, 20 hours, and 43 minutes.
Science, integrity, that crater to the north, that is like we've got one in the north that looks like just a textbook crater, and one on the South Pole as well. The one on the north, I think, is Pythagoras. And what I wanted to highlight about that is it is either a very distinct central uplift or just a very defined area of high albedo. If a majority of the crater, especially the floor of the crater, is, say, an albedo of 5, this center, and only a tenth of the diameter of Pythagoras is an albedo of 2, maybe 3, but it is very bright and it stands out. And then between that crater and the actual what is the horizon from here, there seems to be another crater right on the horizon, and right on the edge of that is another patch of that albedo. It seems to be between the two craters. It's hard to tell from this grazing angle, but there is another spot just further north beyond Pythagoras. Between the two, I can draw a picture of this one and show you where that very high albedo, again another 2 albedo surrounded by 5 and most of the area bounding it.
Integrity science, thanks for that. We agree with the Pythagoras assessment. And as a follow-up to your previous report, the SIR had questions about topography comparisons between the North Pole and the South Pole of the Moon, if you're willing to provide words on that.
Topography comparisons, absolutely. And if you have any idea what, if you draw a line between Pythagoras and the western edge of the outer defined ring of Oriental, it intersects a beautiful textbook crater on the south. I would love to know the name of that. The topography differences, now the South Pole has a little bit of a benefit that it has more of the terminator, and I can see a little more shadowing there, but there's a nice crater right at the South Pole, so that's the main thing defining the topography there. Seems to be quite a bit of elevation change. I can see some very jagged shadows, a 90-degree just to the west of that crater at the South Pole. I can see a very distinct change in the shadow directions, indicating, I don't know, a very high wall or a very deep canyon just to the west of that. And in the north, it seems to be that from sort of the edge of the mare that's dark, which is maybe 1 Pythagoras diameter south. If you draw a ring about that, maybe the top 7 degrees of the moon, and just draw a ring around that, the near side is an albedo of 5 and looks quite smooth from here. And then along the same edge of the mare, that kind of Grimaldi's just outside of, Glushko is just outside of, Carroll Crater is just outside of, and you start to see the stark differences between the darker 7/8 and the 5s and 6s, the 4s and 5s. If you follow that line up to the north, that line is also where the change in topography happens at the North Pole. The line defining the light and dark on the edge of the mare that you can see from Earth, draw that line, roughly the midpoint of all that, straight to the North Pole. And on the side facing the Earth, you see smoother topography and dotted by Pythagoras and its next door neighbor crater. And then on the far side, you see a lot more cratering and a lot more topography. And again, the far side has the benefit of a little terminator there, but I am seeing a variation in the topography. It seems to be more jagged and a more challenging place to find a place to land and to even traverse in the south. All around the South Pole, and at the North Pole, it would be more challenging to translate on the far side of the North Pole compared to the near side of the North Pole around Pythagoras.
Copy all, Victor. You really help paint a contextual picture of what you're looking at. We really appreciate the way that you're guiding us into the areas you're seeing by drawing comparisons between recognizable features. Thanks for that.
All right, I want to cut in for a second. I want to talk for a second about the U.S. and Israel attacking Iran's economic targets in Iran, which has started to happen recently. And if you want to read it, the Wall Street Journal had a whole article on this today. It said the title is "The Next Target for the U.S. and Iran." Sorry, the next target for the U.S. and Israel is Iran's economy. So, as I mentioned, there are multiple reports. The Wall Street Journal and Reuters have reported that Israel is awaiting the go-ahead from the U.S. to attack Iran's energy facilities. Okay, and also Israel and the U.S. also have in recent days, started hitting these, economic targets and infrastructure targets. Like, remember, the U.S. took out a bridge several days ago, and Israel has really hit Iran's petrochemical industry quite hard. The Wall Street Journal quoted an expert who said that the petrochemical industry in Iran accounts for about 25% of their total non-oil export revenue. So you take out oil exports, 25% of the rest of export revenue is petrochemical industry, and a bunch of that has been damaged and knocked out by Israel. So Israel today announced, and I'm looking at it right here, you can see it right there, under the intelligence guidance of military intelligence, the Israeli Air Force struck earlier today infrastructure in Iran's largest petrochemical complex, which is responsible for producing and exporting chemical materials to forces subordinate to the regime, including the Atomic Energy Organization, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, in the Asaluya area in southern Iran. In doing so, the IDF struck the two central and largest petrochemical complexes in Iran and rendered more than 85% of Iran's petrochemical exports inoperable. That's today. They say that more than 85% of Iran's petrochemical exports are now inoperable. Remember, reportedly, that's about a quarter. Petrochemical is about a quarter of non-oil export revenue in Iran. Okay, so will we? Obviously, if the U.S. attacks power plants and bridges, in addition to impacting civilian life, it's going to be severe impacts on civilian life. It'll be severe impacts on the economy. Multiple outlets are reporting that Israel is waiting the U.S. go ahead to attack energy facilities in Iran. So, what kind of attacks on Iran's economic facilities and economic infrastructure will be coming up in the coming days? We will have to see. Could we have a ceasefire deal instead? How much of this is a bluff or a threat to try to get a deal? I have no idea.
Were used to rehearse crew choreography.
Oh, a quick thanks to Kelly McAlien for the memberships. Thank you so much, Kelly McAlien. That's really nice of you. Also, Sharon Pruitt, our member. Obsidian Moon, thank you. And again, Lidwine Elizabeth. And also Glueman on Twitch, CC on Twitch, Dom Corleone on Twitch. Thank you. And also, hey, shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev. They're all over on Twitch moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Ruth is moderating over there on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. And also, our viewer, Steve Okinivo, says there is no deal. Plan is ready. Regarding Iran. That's what Steve said. And thanks to also our Facebook moderators. Hold on a second here. Also, thanks Booked and Unbothered. Thanks for being a member. And our Facebook moderators, I need to thank them. Let me do that. Facebook's been acting very weird on my desktop lately. Not acting well. So it's going to maybe pull it up on my phone here. Kay Lowry Body, I know, has been moderating over there. And Margaret Riley. Let me take a look and see what I can see. So again, we're bringing you coverage of both the moon flyby and the Iran war. Bringing you coverage Not of acting both. well. Oops, sorry, I'm hearing two of myself. So again, we're bringing. Oops. Thanks, Helen Anderson, for the Facebook stars. Andrea Holder, thanks for being a moderator as well. Mikia Lyles Barr, thank you for the Facebook stars. And thanks, Diane Allworth and Brian Davio, for subscribing over there on Facebook. All right, I'm going to turn on the audio in a moment. Oh, thanks to Joel Heller and Eric Steffen, also for the Facebook stars. Let me turn the audio back up here from NASA.
Again, Orion previously surpassed that Artemis, or the Apollo 13 greatest distance from Earth by humans. That was 248,655 statute miles from Earth, and Orion now 250,294 miles away from our home planet. The spacecraft is 9,033 miles away from the moon and growing ever closer. At its closest approach, it'll be about 4,070 miles away, and we will make sure we confirm what that distance ends up being. This is an approximation and an estimate ahead of that moment. We're anticipating them to make that closest approach at 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 Eastern, when they are in a loss of signal, transiting behind the moon. They will be the first humans in over 50 years to fly behind the moon and lose contact with Earth. We will regain that contact about 40 minutes later as they reconnect to the Deep Space Network, emerging from behind the moon, and we will look forward to seeing an Earthrise. Again, the crew is currently in their position swap portion on their timeline. This allows crew members the opportunity and the experience of all roles necessary during today's flyby. Right now, those two crew members at the window have swap positions.
Oh, you might have not been able to hear me. Was I muted there? We're covering both things here for you, the war and the lunar flyby. We'll be seeing an Earthrise, they said, later on from the spacecraft as it's behind the moon. So the Earth will rise over the moon.
Again, the crew at the windows
I guess.
Swapping positions. Right now, that crew is Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, while Victor Glover and Christina Cook serve as their support flyby crew members. That's why you are hearing Victor and Christina during those science situation reports. Those voices will change in about 30 minutes when they take a turn, taking photos and making annotations while at the window.
I am checking for war updates here. Yes, the closest they will get to the moon is, hold on a second here. There's going to be a blackout period. Where is that? I had it up here before.
Houston, integrity. I wanted to provide an observation or a little bit of descriptive nature on something that we saw on the first day we had good moon views. This was when we saw more of the near side, and the ground helped me out with identifying Mare Imbrium. Mare Imbrium, when you have the western limb also in view, looks completely different than the normal view we have of the near side. It is the most striking feature of the western limb view that we had. And the mountain chains that form its eastern side are very prominent, but they actually stand out more than I'm used to seeing even on the western side. And the whole thing just feels like a big bump. It actually looks like a large healing wound with a high albedo forming the mountain chain around the impact basin. And I just don't think I had enough chance to describe how striking it was on that western limb view as we were coming in a couple days ago.
All right, let me show you this right here. You guys can see this on the screen. These are the times. So we've already had 2:45 p.m. Eastern, lunar observation begins. You can see at 6:44 p.m. Eastern, predicted loss of communication as crew heads behind the moon, approximately 40 minutes. Then at 7:02 p.m., closest approach to the moon, 4,070 miles. 7:07 p.m., maximum distance from Earth. And then 7:25 p.m., Earthrise marks Earth coming back into view on the opposite edge of the moon. Predicted acquisition of communications as crew reemerges from behind the moon. So they head behind the moon at 6:44, and they reemerge from behind the moon at 7:25. That's Eastern time. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. One of the viewers was asking like, why can't we see what they're talking about? I mean, we're seeing the moon there. I don't know, I guess the idea, what I think what the viewer is saying is something like, well, can't they get more close-up view from where they are? I don't know. I mean, sounds like the astronauts are seeing a better resolution view than we're seeing. But is there a limitation technological wise on sending that such a picture or not? I don't know.
Spacecraft's solar array wing. Toward the right of your screen, the near side is the hemisphere we see from Earth. That is identifiable by those dark splotches, which are ancient lava flows.
Science integrity. A question and a comment. Question is it possible that we're seeing a Schrodinger basin from this vantage point in the Terminator at the South Pole? And the comment is the rays coming out of are less distinct. We are not seeing the bright rays coming out of it, but the sort of 9 o'clock wedge that is formed by the change in albedo from the interior portion that is to the northeast to the surrounding lighter mare that's 270 degrees to the west. That 90 is very distinct and interior. You got some great descriptions from the two at the window about the colors in there, but in that darker part, in that wedge, you've got some really interesting color, even though the rays, the distinct difference in the albedo almost look like rays, but it's not the rays coming out, it's the just change in that albedo.
Integrity science, that is very intriguing. Those color rays coming out of rather than sort of albedo. And as answer to your question, we do not think you can see Schrodinger. It's in darkness as of now. But thanks for that description, and it sounds like the pair at the window's got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight.
By the way, I saw the word albedo they keep mentioning. I looked it up. It's the measure of the reflectivity of the moon. It's the reflectance, the amount of reflectance of the moon's surface, how much sunlight it's reflecting. So, a number of our viewers, I haven't been keeping an eye on this that tightly today, and a number of our viewers are saying that the astronauts are using some sort of camera at the window that they're looking through. It is a little confusing. I certainly understand the viewers who are saying like, hey, why can't we see what they're seeing? Because we keep hearing them describe all these features. And so now I understand, I don't know if there's sort of a bandwidth issue. Like you would think in this day and age, even if they're using a camera, there'd be some way of getting those images captured in a way that could send them out. But I don't know about the actual, sending signals from there to Earth and all that. So I feel like if they were doing this on Earth and my point is, I would think on Earth there'd be a way, if you were looking through a camera, to send that footage out pretty quickly. So I don't know. It's a good question. And I don't know what kind of video are we going to see when they get closer, because they're still going to be so like one of our viewers says they will send amazing photos back, just not immediately. Oh, data transfer latency? I heard them previously talking about sending video and pictures as soon as possible, says Cheese Toast. This sounds like not the worst AI question. Yeah, that, so I'm looking it up. I wonder, is there just a delay the thing? Let's see. I looked up on AI, and one thing it's saying is things like in a couple of points that it raised, Gemini raised. AI is not always perfect. So a couple of the claims that Gemini AI made were, one, that the data priority going back and forth is for mission critical stuff like thermal readings and engine performance. And so they don't want to prioritize video data at the expense of just data coming from the spacecraft they need to monitor the spacecraft. A second point Gemini claims is that to save weight, the spacecraft uses certain antennas that don't have a big bit rate. So there's a limitation of the equipment on board, what kind of bit rate they can send in terms of, I guess live video. And let's see here. And they also say that later you will see stuff that has been recorded from the ship, like videos and photos. But it sounds like, again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but those kind of things make sense to me. Those kind of considerations. I will say though that I also do think that. So I know some of you have been really keeping an eye on this, and you probably, all of the stuff I'm talking about, you probably know, and you probably expected all of this. I think for non-experts like myself and many of our viewers, I was expecting, and again, this is not based on anything because I hadn't researched it. I was expecting to see today more live footage of the moon in a close-up way, and maybe we'll see some more later. Because I'm getting a lot of questions on this in the chat. So now maybe they have been talking about this, and I just haven't been watching the press conferences and stuff. So I'm not blaming anybody. But Daryl is here, says you will. My expectations were probably not at all based on realistic assumptions about technology.
That's when we'll hear more from Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen when they take on these support roles, while Christina Cook and Victor
Mr. Mack says they only have 100 Mbps because they are using the Deep Space Network and S-band communications.
As we briefly mentioned, if you look towards the right side of the moon, essentially, this live view coming from a camera outside the Orion spacecraft, and if you look on the right side of the moon where you see those dark patches.
Wow, yeah, I wish I had some more time to just sit here and describe what I'm seeing, but the Terminator right now is just fantastic. It is the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting perspective, there are little islands. There are islands of terrain out there that are completely surrounded by darkness, which indicates some real variation in terrain. Up to the north, there is a very nice double crater. It looks like a snowman sitting there, in the 5-10 degrees below the pole in the Terminator. And then on the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. Looks like a hole, and it's the diameter of Vavilov size, just blackness, and then a wall of bright, and then it goes goes back to the black beyond the Terminator. So there's it looks like there's just a gigantic hole right there, 1 Babylon diameter east of the Terminator. And as you go south, the Terminator is not a nice smooth arc. It's just jagged. There's almost a 110-degree turn in the shadow as opposed to the nice smooth arc, again indicating some really interesting variations, and I'm sure we'll get some photos of that. And then one of the craters further to the south of Vavilov, maybe halfway down to the South Pole, is not only looks like just a deep hole, and then there's like 2 island rays pointing off to the west and north that indicate very high ridges and very deep canyons coming up out of that crater. So again, just some really interesting visual illusions going on with the shadows there. Like I said, there look to be islands out beyond the Terminator, because some of the things, maybe even a Vavilov diameter into the Terminator are catching sunlight on the peaks up to the north and to the south. It's very, very interesting to see.
Integrity science, oh my gosh, that was an amazing picture you just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally saw fist pumps in the air. Those types of observations are things that humans are uniquely able to contribute, and you just really brought us along with you, so thanks for that.
That's awesome, Kelsey. Did you get a sit rep updating you on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The 2 window observers kept their PCD. So in other words, the one that window 2 went to window 3 and the one at window 3 went to window 2 when they swapped rather than staying at the window. We'll plan on all observers keeping the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
So I am constantly checking for updates on the Iran war. I will certainly cut in. Hey, Lobster Bobster, that's really nice of you. Thank you, Lobster Bobster. Lobster Bobster said the astronauts found a previously unnamed lunar feature and they named it Carol after the commander's late wife. I had not seen that. Lobster Bobster says, I wanted to point that out. So much stress in the news lately. I'll try to find something about that.
Cody Reed, we don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick with the predetermined limit for now. All crew members, please use CCUs. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have 15 minutes in this handover time where we expect Victor and Christina to switch to the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
Toilet is a no-go. The toilet is a no-go. Still having problems with the toilet.
No questions at all, and they're in the swap right now. The first thing I'll tell you, I floated up to the docking hatch window and just what I'm going to call the Mari around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now. It's quite a bit darker. It's the same darkness, if not a little darker than Grimaldi. But it's cool after just being in the 400 mil for the last half hour. Looking up close, I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional at the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Real quick, I want to mention, as our viewer Lobster Bobster mentioned, NASA says in addition to their spaceflight record, crew suggested naming 2 craters on the moon during their flight. The first is named in honor of their spacecraft integrity. The second honors Wiseman's late wife, Carol. After this mission is complete, the crater name proposals will be formally submitted to the International Astronomical Union, the organization that governs the naming of celestial bodies and their surface features. Hey, also, thank you to Lidwine Elizabeth. I appreciate that. She says, with our new techniques, everything seems better with live streaming, but sometimes it isn't as advanced yet. She says, I think in older days we used different techniques that became so advanced that live stream was possible. And we may have more to come. I don't know how how things are gonna change during the course of what NASA is sending out is going to change during the course of the lunar flyby. That's a whole interesting topic about, live streaming and technology over time, which I am not very familiar with. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Also, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thank you. And Yeti Spaghetti on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. And Gloomin, thanks for the bits on Twitch. And Cece, thank you. That is a live shot right there. That is a live video from NASA that you're looking at right there.
Conversation about that Terminator. You have a great view of that as well. That's the difference between light and darkness on the moon. Victor Glover explaining that as a very jagged looking Terminator due to the peaks that they're seeing and the craters that they're seeing as they prepare to cross over the far side.
The Terminator, again, is the boundary line between the day and night sides of the moon.
You also heard science officer, the Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations lead, sharing with Victor Glover that his responses are truly something that only human eyes can discern or provide. So we've previously discussed how having humans observing the moon on this mission is being combined with lunar robotic data to help us maximize what we know about the moon. So part of that data comes from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. This orbiter provides the robotic foundation that makes Artemis II lunar science possible. LRO has been orbiting the moon for 17 years, which makes it the longest operated lunar orbiter in history. And it's also the only American spacecraft dedicated specifically to lunar science and exploration. Artemis II lunar observations are designed to complement data like the detailed surface images from LRO. So while LRO provides those detailed high-resolution maps of the moon's surface, the Artemis II crew adds human observations that focus on regional context and relationships between features, giving scientists a larger geologic picture. Now, this combination of robotic and human observations strengthens lunar science. LRO delivers precise and repeatable measurements over long periods of time, while the Artemis II crew contributes real-time visual descriptions and context that robotic instruments alone cannot provide. The best description I've heard while preparing for this mission is to compare the difference in looking at the moon with your own eyes on Earth and trying to take a picture with a camera. The camera truly never does it justice, and it's much easier to describe and perceive what you're seeing with your own eyes than to take a photo. These Artemis II astronauts can rapidly scan wide areas and adjust their focus in real time, as well as describe relationships between features. The crew will also observe the same regions multiple times under changing lighting conditions during the flyby and provide perspectives that would take robotic missions years to accumulate. During the Artemis 2 mission, LRO is also attempting to observe some of the same lunar features that the astronauts are studying. Collecting this data simultaneously highlights how different instruments and human eyes provide complementary information about the moon. This LRO data plays a direct role in preparing for future Artemis missions. Its measurements of topography, surface temperature, composition, radiation, and lighting conditions are used to assess hazards, identify safe landing sites, and locate potential resources such as water ice near the lunar South Pole. This mission, Artemis 2, represents the point where years of robotic preparation are paired with human exploration for the first time in the Artemis era. So together, LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and Artemis 2 are demonstrating how NASA moved from mapping the moon robotically to exploring it with humans. We are laying the groundwork for future Artemis missions and sustained lunar operations. A check-in with Orion. We are now 4 days, 21 hours, and 22 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. Our crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. We are now 8,153 miles away from the moon, 250,742 miles away from Earth. The spacecraft is traveling at 1,030 miles per hour.
I wanted to mention something. You know, a couple days ago, Iran was there were some claims online that, well, a couple days ago, we had seen that NASA satellite fire data appeared to show possible fires at a U.S. base in Kuwait, and today, Iranian state media has released what it claims are satellite images showing some damage at that base in Kuwait. They say including residential quarters, equipment hangars, and helicopter maintenance facilities. They claim they hit it with a drone strike.
Hey, Houston, the professional science update giver is now in seat 2. That is where Victor is. And Christina is nestling into seat 1 with the long lens, and we're just getting ourselves oriented here. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now and looking at my crewmates getting up to their observation post and looking in. It's super fun.
Copy, I'll read. We like it.
I gotta post these. Hold on a second here. Iranian state media has released if I can do this. How do I get this? Iranian state media has released satellite imagery that it claims shows damage to the U.S. Udairi Air Base.
As we heard confirmation from NASA astronaut and commander of
In
Artemis 2,
Kuwait,
Reed Wiseman, they are now switching positions
Iranian
of the support teams and the observation teams. So initially, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were at windows 2 and 3 in the Orion spacecraft, taking photos and making annotations in their PCDs, portable computing devices. They were also giving audible descriptions into their PCDs, wearing headsets with microphones and providing recordings that the science team will be able to listen to later. We were hearing from NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Victor Glover as they made observations as part of the support team. Now, as these teams are swapping, we anticipate hearing more from Reed and Jeremy as they'll be on the support team, while Victor and Christina will be at the windows taking photos and making annotations.
What I want to say again is, so again, it's interesting. I don't know much about this, but a couple hours ago, Iranian state media released what it says are satellite photos showing damage at the U.S.'s Udairi Air Base, which is in Kuwait. It's an American base in Kuwait. It's also known, I think, as Camp Buring, if I have that right. We did, it was a couple days ago, we were on the air, I think it was a couple days ago, where we were seeing NASA satellite fire detection page showing what appeared to be some fires at that base. So it could be true, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm trying to get this posted. Was that, when did we see that? I don't think it was last night. When were we? I think it was a couple days ago. I'm trying to post this. Iranian state media has released satellite imagery that it claims shows damage to a U.S. base in Kuwait, Camp Buring, caused by Iranian drones. Several days ago, the NASA satellite fire detection map appeared to show fires at the base. So I don't know if there was damage there.
And Jenny, for the science team, if they can mark this time, I just covered up window 4 to block out the ambient light from a very bright planet Earth. And it'll be interesting to see if in the data Victor and Christina see any differences from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby of the Artemis 2 crew, the first humans to fly by the moon in over 50 years. Orion launched 4 days, 21 hours, and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped. Currently at the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen.
I want to mention one other war thing which I had seen. CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs reported that the pilot of the downed F-15, so the first person rescued, the pilot, had serious injuries, and that shortly after he ejected, some Trump administration officials were worried he would not make it. And there were very dire reports about his health early on, but he is okay now. And the injuries of the weapons system officer were not as bad as the pilot's injuries. That's what CBS News' Jennifer Jacobs is reporting.
While they are photographing the moon.
Thanks to Duchess Terra Ray's Duchess Terra Ray's Arnor for being a member. Lola Page, thanks for being a member. Tara Oning, thanks for being a member. Shameless Senpai, thank you for being a member. Sonic says if you can rewind the stream. Oh, maybe we should try that. Sonic says if you watch if you rewind the stream, you can see that the moon is getting closer. You know what I can do? I can go to NASA's live views from Orion stream. Yeah, so it's actually really interesting. Let me show you this. This is quite interesting. Thank you, Sonic. So this is very interesting. So if I'm going to show you the NASA where is it here? Okay, so that is not live. That's from like 5 hours ago, okay? This is the NASA feed of the spacecraft view. And I'm just going to kind of start forwarding it. Oops. All right, so that's about 4 hours ago. And I'm just forwarding it here. And that's about 3 hours ago as I forward it, and it kind of moves around. Let me get myself off. But just so you can see what's happening over time is...
We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft.
Hold on.
And again, we do have GoPros on the tip of each solar array wing. Now, the bandwidth is a little bit limited because having a crew on board, we do have to downlink a lot more data. That includes their environmental control and life support system. We are not the only data, this view that you see, coming down from the spacecraft, and so we do rely on sharing some of that with the other flight controllers in mission control. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts.
They just talked about what we were talking about before, that they're limited in terms of video because there's all this data being sent to monitor the mission. So they're limited what they can send of the video. I'm going to post a link, though, to the NASA. It's a broadcast which is just this view. And if you scroll back, as Sonic said, you can see the moon getting closer over time. It's about probably a 10-hour video. So it's kind of neat to, you're not going to notice it from second to second, but if you go to the link I just posted, which is the NASA live views from Orion, and you start scrolling back hours, you will see how the view changes. It's just you're not going to notice it from second to second, but you can really notice it if you kind of go back and you can see it, the moon getting bigger in the frame and more detail on the moon and that kind of thing. Thank you, Sonic, for mentioning that. I appreciate it. But they did just say that thing about how they're limited in terms of the data they can send. One of the viewers said they need fiber internet.
We are standing by for a situation report from the crew aboard the spacecraft. They've been imaging the whole moon. There is now a new crew at the window. That would be Victor Glover and Christina Cook. And so being it's their first time since they have moved up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves and describe and take pictures of any color or albedo variations across the surface. Reminder, albedo is the brightness or reflectiveness.
Integrity science for a science sit rep when you're ready.
Alex says someone should have taken their phone for the mobile hotspot.
Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now for the floating crew members, so my only science sit rep is that we have Victor in window 3 doing observations and Christina in window 2 with the long lens.
Integrity, we copy. Are the shrouds still on windows 1 and 4? And if so, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright and it's impacting Ike's peripheral vision. And then I can get a grazing glimpse out the docking hatch window. I can see Oriental south down to the South Pole. And the primary thing that I see from Oriental right now is just the long trenches that come out. And, when you come out the north side of Oriental, the ejecta kind of boulders across the northern half of the far side. But coming out the southern half of Oriental, I just see those large, here they look like gorges. They're almost like rain when it comes down the Grand Canyon and fingers off into the desert, kind of what it looks like. Also, Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I can see. Even brighter now than Aristarchus, which is heading off to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see Aristarchus, the thing that Jeremy and I looked so much at. I can just barely see the crater rays from Ohm, and I would say for albedo right now, I would go back to Grimaldi is still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner, and there are parts of Oriental and the outer ring of Oriental that reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental reach the same level of darkness as Grimaldi. And then south of Grimaldi, Jeremy and I were noting a few other just really dark areas of cratering, Mare there, and those have that same darker albedo, but Burgess Alpha is the brightest, and Grimaldi is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description. Any comments before you go on the annular ring in Oriental?
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like a pair of lips or a kiss on the far side of the moon from here, is very circular in nature. The northern part of it is wider, darker. The southern part is much lighter. It is very neat looking, and but it is far more circular than I remember it looking in our training. The darkness of the northern side of the annular ring is the same darkness from here out this docking hatch window as the center Mare in Oriental. Not quite as dark as Stravati, but it is probably only because dust and lunar regolith has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the SIR.
Say that again, Kelsey.
Just saying that the SIR was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about, so thanks.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, now providing a science sit rep as he is away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft, as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon. Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs, and the science team will have access to that at a later time. They will then review it and compile all of this data to help further our understanding of the moon. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental, as well as the science team has been looking forward to it. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier. From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin and surrounding craters in a single frame, but also use those 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses to create a mosaic entire basin. With their unaided eyes, the science team is hoping the crew will describe southern dark annular ring, which you heard Reed just describing, as well as any color, albedo, texture, or topography across the mare patches and ring mountains. Science team reports that the observations will be used to study the geologic evolution of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation hypotheses for the annular ring. And again, another fun fact about Oriental is the diameter is the same distance between Johnson Space Center, where we are today, and Kennedy Space Center, where the crew launched on April 1st. This live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission, now 7,373 miles away from the moon, 251,130 miles from Earth.
Just to reiterate, we're covering both things here. I am looking for updates from Iran. If there are big updates from Iran, I will jump in and let you know. I'm not keeping things from you, but people want to see both, so I'm leaving this on. We're talking about this, but also we're bringing you Iran coverage as well. Thank you to Lola Page for your support. But I am constantly checking for updates. Also, thanks to Tommy3576 for being a member.
Again, the Artemis 2 crew passed the Apollo 13 record of the humans farthest from the Earth today at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time. That distance set by Apollo 13 was 248,655 statute miles. We have clearly passed that, and we expect to pass that by about 4,105 miles. That will be when the spacecraft reaches its farthest distance from the Earth. It could be around 252,760 miles, but again, these are approximations and our targets, and we will make sure to report back the final numbers once we have them.
Thanks also, Eliza Jane. I really appreciate that. Thank you. If there are missile alerts in Israel, I'll certainly jump in and let you know. But 27 hours and 35 minutes till Trump's 8 p.m.
We have some refined
deadline.
Times of when we expect to have Earth set of Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind the moon. That would be about 5:41 p.m. Central, 6:41 Eastern. The spacecraft would make its closest approach to the moon at 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, and that would be about 4,066 miles. And then at 6:02 p.m. Central, and the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from the Earth. We anticipate that'll be about 252,755 miles, which would be 4,111 miles farther than Apollo 13. We would see Earthrise again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time, and a few minutes later, regain communications with the crew.
Thank you also, KC Steve. That's so nice of you, KC Steve. Thank you for your support. Also, thanks for shouting out our mods, KC Steve. You know, one thing I'll say is President Trump has really hit that 8 p.m. deadline. He kept saying it today in the press conference. So he has said that it's the last deadline. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. But it's not like something he said once. He mentioned it explicitly again and again and again. Many times.
Currently aboard Orion, Victor Glover and Christina Cook are the two team members conducting lunar flyby observations, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, and their PCD, or the portable computing device, to conduct annotations. They are both recording information that will be downlinked to the science crew. And tomorrow morning, the science team will have a conference with the team while the information is so fresh. They'll be speaking with the crew about their observations and their data collection. Otherwise, most of tomorrow, Flight Day 7, is considered an off day.
Thanks also, Irreverent B. Irreverent B says, history is being made with Artemis, but obscured by the continual chaos of everything else. Thank you so much, Irreverent B. One of the viewers said Trump always does this with the deadlines. This one, I mean, he doesn't always emphasize the particular ones this much. He was talking about it a bunch in the press conference. Again, that's not to say he won't change it. He could change it. But he really has been talking about it a lot. Windows says he is playing the game poking them. Justin D. Winters says he said it many times. Time will tell. Sketty Sandwich says, I think he's going to hit a power plant. I mean, one thing Trump could do.
We are on flight day 6 of the Artemis 2 mission, the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, providing a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions.
One thing he could do is
just joining us. The crew is well into their lunar flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon. A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science sit reps or situation reports. We most recently had one from Commander Reed Wiseman. He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist, were first at the windows today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. Therefore, we heard more from Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks. But now that Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are on the support side, they are the ones calling down what they are seeing from windows 1 and 4. Earlier, we heard that the Earth is so bright in window 4, they have had to temporarily cover it with a t-shirt.
What I was saying is President Trump has said he's going to, threaten to destroy and said he's going to destroy all of the power plants and bridges if Iran doesn't.
Preserves a near continuous record
if Iran
of
doesn't,
solar system history that has been erased.
If Iran doesn't make a deal by the deadline. So what I was going to say is that, is there a world in which the deadline passes and, as our viewer suggests, he hits one bridge or one bridge and one power plant as a sort of like further escalation, but not going all the way, and says, hey, I hit a power plant. I'm giving you 5 more days. And if you don't do it in 5 days, I'm going to hit all of them. I mean, that's another thing he could do. By the way, thanks to our viewer, Norway can buy Sweden.
Systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time judgment, context, and adaptability that only humans can provide. This mission, Artemis 2, is serving as a proving ground for lunar science operations, which allows NASA to test how science is planned, executed, and supported during a crewed deep space mission ahead of our future Artemis flights.
Big Nuba Clip says President Trump is going all in.
Integrity, time for a window team position swap. So Victor and Christina, please switch places if you've not done so already. And remember your SD card for the camera.
Somebody asked an interesting question. Somebody said, why can't we see the stars in this shot? Good question. So I asked AI, and it said, Gemini AI told me that the moon is very bright, and the camera, because it's so bright, that to see the moon, the camera, and to not have it be a glowing blob, the camera has to use a very fast shutter speed and small aperture. But because of that, the stars are relatively dim compared to the moon. So, because the camera is adjusted so that the moon won't be real super bright, then you can't see the stars. That's according to Gemini AI. Coscolane says the AI is correct. Our viewer, Joe the Rocket Scientist, said if you were just looking through the window like the astronauts you would see stars.
We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect to lose signal with the spacecraft as they fly behind the moon. And the next target for the crew is considered a crew choice event. They have the option to focus on any regions or patterns or features that interest them. The science team has asked the crew to capture pictures that illustrate their choice, as well as at different zoom levels, and to describe why those certain features or regions caught their eye.
Thanks to Makia Lyles Barr for the Facebook stars and Rachel Louise Gibson for the Facebook stars.
Those recordings are part of what are being saved on their PCDs, portable computing device that will be sent to the science team for analysis. The crew has been allotted 8 minutes for this crew choice event, and it's also a time for a scheduled sit rep or situation report. So we expect to hear them calling down what they are seeing soon. Something that the crew or that the science team has used to help prepare the crew is a cue card. These ask for a feature ID if they happen to know the type or name, and if it is a target. Of course, in this situation, when they have a crew choice, they do not need to, it may or may not be a target. They want to know the location and the observation style. They've also asked for the geometry of what's being captured, the size, shape, boundary, and preservation, as well as the color and shadow. So the color tone, the albedo, that reflection or brightness, and any shadows or illumination. Next, they're interested in structure and texture. That includes slopes, structures, and textures, of course, and geologic relations, like association to other features, any contact to those features, and of course, their thoughts, impressions, or interpretations. They are interested even in emotions and excitement that the crew may be having.
Thank you, Michigan Blunder, for your support.
This flyby day has been practiced in many ways, even in Sims here in Mission Control, Houston.
Michigan Blunder says NASA landed on the moon in 1969, but SpaceX can't land on the moon for 5 more years. You know, it's an interesting question. We actually, over the years, this has come up numerous times during our coverage, and we've read articles about it. And it's just this question of like, you know, it's a reasonable question, which is like, why is it so hard to get to the moon when they did it, 50 years ago or whatever? But I believe, so we've talked, if I'm remembering right, I can look up articles, but I believe it's like the technology is very different now. Oh, first of all, the amount of money spent on it, I believe, was way more back originally than it is being now, relatively speaking. I believe that so I want to actually grab one of these articles because it's a good question. But I know that's a big difference as the money being spent. But I also believe the technology has changed, so you can't just use the same technology. But I may be wrong about that. I'll look it up. But I understand the question. But it's not just that they're doing the exact same thing in the same way.
The theme is looking to know how that color and albedo is, what those variations look like across the far side.
Yeah, so like the Scientific American, you can go look it up, has an article.
Right
Why
side
is
of your
it?
screen, the Science Evaluation Room, or SIR.
Yeah, I just want to mention this. The Scientific American had an article from a couple years ago. Why is it so much harder for NASA to send people to the moon than it was during the Apollo era? For example, they say that the Apollo program cost about $290 billion in today's dollars, compared with Artemis's $93 billion. Also, in NASA during Apollo got about 4% of the nation's budget. Today, it's lucky to get 1%. And there's a lot of other projects going on. So the budget is very different. Also, I don't want to get into all the details. You can go look up this article in Scientific American, but they say that there's new, more complicated technology now. Anyways, it's a very interesting question.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep. Do have a question. A few times we've heard you and the other crew describe change during the course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of more verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
Yeah, Kelsey, sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that. My eyes have just not readjusted. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window. I was just in the interior of the cabin.
Hear that?
Come back to T-shirt window, and it's just overwhelming brightness. And my viewing angle is a bit challenging, so I won't be able to give you great observations from this window. But I will talk about something that I was talking a lot about in my recordings earlier, which was we've been talking about some shades, and so we have obviously the dark and the light gray, and then we've talked about naming some colors, a brownish hue and a greenish hue. And I'll tell you, like right now, Aristarchus, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window, but that had greenish hues to me and was very unique. I didn't see anything like that anywhere else on this side of the moon. And then I see a lot of these, what I would call brownish hue areas. There's a number of them. And they, for example, in the northwest corner of the highlands, to me it looks like the brownish hue is caused by ray or ejected material landing on the highlands, and then we obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo, but in between the rays where the deposit would be thinnest, that is what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that in the northwest side of Aristarchus, or sorry, that dark area of the highlands, northwest side of the highlands. I saw it in the highlands to the east of Glushko, and then I see those same brownish hues west of Oriental, and I drew a contact there on OneNote, but that's a huge region, kind of like a piece of pie with the point of the pie pointing at Oriental and then going up towards the northern side of Hertzsprung. And that is an area that just looks like a different, that brownish albedo.
That was fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, and so you really read my mind on asking about those. Understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other the way that you described them, but please correct me if I misunderstood that. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. If it would be helpful for us to verbalize any targets so you can stay at the windows and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
I want to mention something else real quick, too. CNN also has an article.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
CNN also has an article you can look up called Why Humans Have Not Been Back to the Moon. And they have one section which is called Why Can't We Just Remake Apollo? And the CNN article says, long gone are the supply chains and skilled machinists that built the hardware for those mid-20th century moon missions, which is interesting as well.
Not really science related, and we definitely learned this at Apollo, but the thing that is just most fascinating, I think, to me and Victor right now is even as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at Oriental and Home, it's rugged. But man, when you look at the Terminator, it is just like impossibly rugged, and it reminds you that the whole far side is that way. And just the Terminator is really bringing out the shadows and the hills and the valleys, and it is just, it's unbelievable. It's like no surface of the Terminator is not marked by a meteor impact, and it's just, it is very impressive to look at that, and you realize that that is true across the whole far side. You just can't see it due to sun illumination right now.
The Terminator is the line between the light and dark
Houston
side.
copies, and we were commenting on the same thing. Even from our view, the Terminator looks absolutely alien because there's just so much texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that with us.
That's the line between the light and the dark side, the Terminator, I believe.
I don't know the name of it. Coming out the southwest of Oriental,
Yes.
right on the southern Terminator, is just a massive crater. I don't know the name of it. Maybe you can look on the solar array wing video and tell me it's right. It's the southernmost crater you see on the Terminator right now.
We're looking for you.
Thanks, by the way, to Romeo Oscar Bravo. He says, how will they be able to see the dark side of the moon if there's no sunlight that hits it? It's a good question. I don't know what they're going to be able to see and how they're going to see it. Do they have some kind of equipment that can boost the light? It's a good question. Very good question. And I haven't been watching. Maybe this has come up in the press conferences. A bunch of our viewers might know it. So I have not become familiar with that. Full Moon says the dark side isn't completely lightless. So some of our viewers think they have a light. I don't know. It's a good question. Night vision, says Jean Marquis. Let's see here. Oh, I just looked it up and it said Earth reflects light. So there's the sun. It gets let's see, hold on a second. With the near side. Oh, I'm sorry.
That picture. Thanks for showing us.
Yes, this is totally my fault. This is totally my fault. It's the far side of the moon, not the dark side of the moon. So the far side will have light on it. This is just my fault and not thinking. It's totally my fault. I apologize for that. They're going because the moon is always facing the same face of the moon is facing the earth. So they're going to go around the back, right? But it's not dark on the back. Depends on where the moon is. So yes, so I guess we're near a new moon. So the side of the moon facing us is mostly dark, so it's daytime on the far side. That's just my fault for confusing the far side and the dark side. Totally my fault. So the point is that we always are facing the same side of the moon. And so we see the same side of the moon from Earth. Now, sometimes that's light and sometimes it's dark and it goes through phases. Oh, what is this? Hold on. Is that a graphic?
Spacecraft. They have turned off the lights so they're able to see outside and photograph the moon better with no reflections from inside. And for a very brief moment there.
Integrity Science, thanks for those iPhone views. It's helpful to see what you're seeing.
We very briefly saw NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman showing a picture he took on his phone of the moon. We do expect to get all of the photos that the crew is taking today, and we cannot wait to share some of those with you. But pretty cool in the meantime, just to see one quick shot from what the crew is seeing.
Did they just play I think
and
they
this
just
view
played
from
something.
outside the spacecraft on Orion's solar array wing. Orion is now 6,643 miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer. Again, their closest approach will be about 4,066 miles. The best comparison is if you held a basketball at arm's length. That's about what it would look like to the Artemis 2 crew at their closest approach.
What was this? What was this picture? Let me just go back for a second. They just showed something and I want to replay it. Where is it here? Right here? Give me a moment. Right here. What was this? This is from moments ago. Hold on. What were they saying?
All the farthest people to have ever traveled from Earth.
What was this thing? I'm replaying it right now. This is a replay from moments ago. Was it from the phone? Look at this right there.
This a live view from inside the spacecraft. They have turned off the lights.
Oh, yeah.
So they're able to see outside and photograph the moon better with no reflections from inside. And for a very
Look at this.
brief, it's a live.
So this is inside the cabin right there. And that's the astronaut's phone, right? That's the astronaut's phone that's being held up. I missed that. So that is the actual phone of the astronaut looking at the moon. That's what they just were showing. And if you play forward.
This a live view
okay,
from
so, all right. That was interesting. And the other thing I want to mention real quick, I know this is so they just showed that. That's an astronaut holding up the phone, looking out at the moon. It's brighter to them than it is on our camera, on our shot that we're getting. They've talked about how bright. One of them talked about how bright it was. They have to adjust the camera so it's not too bright on camera. Okay. And the other thing I want to mention really quick as we go back to the live shot here. And again, I do apologize. I was just not thinking and confused about this and gave you bad information initially. That, hold on, which is that, so that's live right there. So remember, what's happening is they're going around the far side of the moon. The moon, it's really strange actually in a way, but the moon, from Earth, we always see the same side of the moon, whether it's light or dark. The same side of the moon is always facing Earth. So what they're going to do is they're going around the moon to the side that we don't see. But you know, when you look at the moon, depending on where the moon is relative to the sun, certain half of the moon is always lit up, depending on what faces the sun. It's not always the same. You know, sometimes the moon is dark, sometimes it's light, sometimes half of it's light, whatever, depending on where it is relative to the sun. So what they're doing is they're going around the far side of the moon. But as I understand it, it's basically daytime on the far side of the moon. So they'll have they won't have to worry about light because it'll be light there just because of the phase of the moon is currently in. So, which is very interesting. So the moon does rotate, but the rotation is timed so that it matches the orbit time. Anyways, the moon does rotate, but it does so in a way that it's always the same side of the moon is always facing the Earth as the moon goes around the Earth, which is quite interesting. Yeah, one of our viewers said it used to rotate relative to Earth. I know Gemini said that the moon used to rotate at a different speed that it does today. Very interesting. All right. By the way, so it's now 4:55 p.m. Just a heads up. Once in a while, this happens when we're on for a long amount of time. Once in a while, I have a work-related thing that I need to deal with. Today, I had a phone call scheduled. It's regarding the channel. I need to go deal with that. So it shouldn't be long, but in about 2 minutes, I'm going to leave the broadcast and take a short break and go do that, and then I'll come back. So I'm going to put on the screen, Steve is taking a short break. He'll be back soon. Okay? This is not for food. I'm going to have to eat some food too, but I haven't eaten yet. But I'm just going to take a quick break and do that, and I'm going to leave the broadcast up, and then I'll come back when that's done, and we'll talk more. But I'll leave this up and I'll leave the audio on. Okay? I think the audio should be on right now. Oh no, I cut the audio off. I'm sorry.
Between the cabin and
the audio is back on.
Teams. So we have 15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Jeremy and Reed at the windows and Christina and Victor at the cabin. I have no new vehicle updates for you, but I do have a photo location for some photos on Ike's PCD, and I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Thanks to Least Trustworthy Weasel, by the way, and Erica Morningstar. I got to thank our mods, too. I'm going to do that when I get back. I got to go do this right now. Hey, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates and Helen Anderson and Chris Tamburis for the Facebook stars. Thank you.
Most of that. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location on Victor's PCD. And hello to my family. I think that must be Catherine and Devin that are there. And I'm glad they made it into the viewing room. And we copy. It's time for crew swap. The A team's coming out of the windows, and the B team's going in.
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's PCD is that there are some late load photos that were requested that are now in his favorite photos folder.
All right, really, really quick. So I'm going to go do this right now. I'm just taking a short break. I'm leaving the NASA feed on. I'm not going to be gone that long. I'm not eating right now. A little bit. And then I'll come back and then we'll talk more. Eventually I'm going to make some food. But so hang tight with this. If there's some kind of big Iran emergency, I can always run in here. But give me a few minutes. Let me go do this. Thank you again to our mods. I'll thank you by name when I get back. I appreciate people watching. We'll have more coverage coming up. And let me put this back on the air for you.
Okay, copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around and we may be calling you back about that one.
All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to Flyby.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And as you just heard, Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and Artemis 2 crew backup, relaying to the teams in Orion that it is time for a swap from the cabin to the window teams. We're now at the tail end of the second lunar flyby observation block. Again, we have 5 of these today. Most recently, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were at the windows photographing and making annotations, while Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were in the cabin providing support, whether that is SD card help, but also science sit reps calling down any situation reports for what they are seeing on the moon or anything about the vehicle status. With that call to make a swap, Reed and Jeremy will be back at the windows, making observations for what they see at the moon and taking photos. Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's Artemis 2.
But something that's really awesome up here is we now have the moon and the Earth in window 3 simultaneously, and the moon is a gibbous, and the Earth is a crescent. And I'm guessing in about 45 minutes we'll have 2 identical crescents as we change our position in the universe.
That is pretty darn cool. Thank you.
That's the Artemis 2 crew, the first astronauts to fly by the moon in more than 50 years, reporting that when they look out of window 3, one window, they're able to see both the Earth and the moon at the same time now. Now, obviously, our view is from a camera on the solar array wing pointed at the moon, and we hope to see that view of both the Earth and the moon soon. Some upcoming times for what you can expect. In about an hour and 40 minutes, we will have Earth set. And during that time, we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon. Shortly after, just a few minutes later, we will lose signal with the Orion spacecraft. This is tracked as it is going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. At 6:00 p.m., the spacecraft will make its closest approach to the moon at a distance of about 4,066 miles. At 6:02 Central, the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from Earth at about 252,755 miles. Of course, these are approximate, and we will make sure to provide you with the final distances once those are confirmed. At 6:21 p.m., we will have Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft, but we will not have communications with the spacecraft until 6:25 p.m. Central, when we expect to acquire signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon. Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's lunar flyby for the Artemis 2 mission, first crew to fly beyond the moon in over 50 years. The astronauts inside the spacecraft are switching positions, 2 at the windows and 2 serving in support roles, before they start their third timelined flyby observation for today. We've heard great calls from the crew so far describing what they're seeing, all well trained by the science team here on the ground. Another major milestone for the crew today will be to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. No one on Earth will experience this solar eclipse. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon will be huge compared to the sun. Whereas if you're standing on Earth and looking at a solar eclipse, the moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky. As the moon begins to cover and then uncover the sun, the astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse, so that's before and after totality, and during that time frame they will have to wear eclipse glasses so they can safely view this phase. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona during the eclipse. This is a rare glimpse at the innermost corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras. During the eclipse, we also look forward to the crew members describing what they will see, which includes unique light features like the shape and size of the corona and potentially even lunar dust. At the same time, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury will be near the sun, so they may be able to identify what part of the sky they're looking at. This can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing, which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. That eclipse window will last about an hour, and it'll happen near the end of the day today, closer to 7:35 p.m. Central, 8:35 Eastern. As you can see in this live view from Orion, the spacecraft is maneuvering around the moon, and the views of the moon have changed since we started our broadcast. The near side is now very far to the right side of your screen. This is the side that we can see from Earth. That darkened portion are ancient lava flows. The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is Oriental, and this is a crater that was previously never seen before by human eyes until this mission. Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side, and this is what we typically do not see from Earth. Just a reminder about this view. This is coming from a GoPro camera mounted on the tip of one of Orion's 4 solar arrays. Each solar array has a camera mounted on it, and the bandwidth is limited due to we have a crew on board, and this is our first flight of crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. So having a crew means we have to have an environmental control and life support system. There's a lot of data around, a lot of data to bring down for the crew members to keep us up to date on everything happening aboard the spacecraft. So we have to share our bandwidth when it comes to imagery and data. Inside the Orion spacecraft, the astronauts have completed their cabin and window team swap, meaning we have moved into the next block of lunar flyby observations. Jeremy Hansen and Reed Wiseman are now back at the windows, taking photos and making annotations. About halfway through this block, they will switch positions at the windows and will be prompted by the ground to do so.
Houston integrity for SITREP. First of all, I'll just talk about the experience that I had during Victor and my observation time. It was an incredible experience. We definitely noted how much more you can see with the zoom lens. Even though we have a great visible eye image, there's just a lot of texture that just pops right out at you when you can zoom in. So almost just using it like a telescope, the camera lens. We really enjoyed our discussion time. That was a great innovation on the lunar targeting plan. We were both able to describe a lot more kind of with flow, I would say, when we were talking to each other. And it was also, we sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think, a very successful talking through of some contacts between different color areas, both in the mare and in the highlands, and we identified some really unique texture areas as well. At one point, towards the end of the images of my time in window 3, I just had an overwhelming only sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle, and one that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective of the other. I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The Peltors, both their batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we have verified they are still recording, and so we are able to have discussion time and hear outside our recordings by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Other than that, everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find all our targets, and we're having a really great time.
Thanks, Christina. We copy those logistics for the Peltors, and also thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
Right on time. NASA astronaut Christina Cook, a mission specialist for Artemis 2, calling down a science situation report. Good news, reporting that she and her teammates have been able to capture all targets that were listed. Christina also gave a vibrant description of just how it feels to be there and to see the moon up close and not just something passing in our night sky. Currently, the team members at the window are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Meanwhile,
Integrity cabin team for window shroud.
We're listening. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Victor, we have a temperature constraint on the windows, and the shroud might be getting us close, so we just want to check on the state of window 4's shroud, whether you believe it's still necessary because maybe things have changed with our viewing, and if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. It is very bright. It definitely would affect our night vision and maybe comfort. But is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can recommend something that could block the light but just create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it. Something like a t-shirt would do the trick and help.
Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we'll make it work. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow on the window would be helpful. So if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose, which should be friction fit onto one of the diffusers. And that on the window would also help.
We can easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that. And it's pointing at the window now.
Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated.
That call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis 2 crew back up to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know that they will need to remove the window shroud they had placed on window 4. They initially placed that shroud there to block out some of the light from the Earth. It was extremely bright coming in the cabin and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities out at the moon. This was a request from ground teams to ensure that they are protecting other systems, and the crew has been offered the opportunity to use something else to cover the window. Meanwhile, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen continue with their lunar flyby observations. They have just looked at Glushko crater. That's about when we heard that call down from Christina Cook with that description of everything she had been seeing during her observation period and what she was seeing at that time. The science team asked this crew to take centered images of the entire crater and their ray system in one frame. They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and extent of Glushko's rays and how they differ in the mare, or that sea area, versus the highlands. Glushko is considered a young lunar crater, and these observations can help understand material properties of those craters.
Science, integrity. First, I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the Zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan. Reed just passed me a note that the Oriental Basin annular ring has a similar albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brownish tones in it, and he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there, and we all just went on that moonwalk with you, so highlighting how important it is to talk about these things. I also want to let you know that we have Deanna Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
Hey, I'm back. Thanks for your patience. I see that we can actually see in this shot the texture.
Here, hey, babe. I love you from the moon.
We love that we got a hey babe too, and we also have one of your lovely daughters here watching you guys work.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. And to all of you, Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
A reminder, they on the capsule, on the spacecraft, they are seeing a much better view than this. This view is a bit limited by bandwidth.
We've had some really sweet words from the crew members aboard Orion today.
But we'll get to see, I guess, photos and video taken much better resolution of the moon from the spacecraft.
Victor Glover also giving a great science sit rep and just a description of how it must feel if you were down on the lunar surface while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. He also expressed how important it was to be able to talk through that real time with Christina Cook and stress the importance of that on future missions, that it not only made their discussions better, but also more human.
Hey, I want to mention something real quick here. While I was away, some news came out. Faytux News found this. Thanks, Faytux News. CBS News reports that an Iranian drone strike on the Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait overnight injured 15 Americans, and most have returned to duty. Again, this is being reported by CBS News. An Iranian drone strike on Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait overnight injured 15 Americans. 2 U.S. officials told CBS News most have returned to duty. That's being newly reported by CBS News. Okay. By the way, a quick thanks to Deadwing. I hope they're okay, everybody. Oh, I want to thank our moderators, by the way, for being here. I really appreciate our moderators who are here moderating the chat. I didn't get to thank them before I left. Beth Mythical is now moderating over there on YouTube. And also on Twitch, we have moderating Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie on I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. And also, give me a moment here. So we're going to continue covering this. We're going to have more war coverage for you as well. More updates about that. I'm going to need to... An Iranian drone strike on Ali... Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you so much. Thanks Juliana Martin and Diane Allworth for subscribing over on Facebook, and Helen Anderson as well. We are bringing you more live coverage here. And remember also that around 6:44, in about an hour, a little more than an hour, there will be a roughly 40-minute loss of communications with the crew because they're heading behind the moon. And their closest approach to the moon will be at around 7:02, I believe, p.m. Eastern, but they will be out of communication for that. So they'll be out of communication, according to NASA, between roughly 6:44 p.m. and 7:25 p.m. So the closest approach, they are in communications until 6:44 p.m. Eastern time. Again, they're going around the back side of the moon. We always on Earth are facing the same side of the moon, but they're going around the back of the moon. So they get to look at the backside. And the backside, I guess, is lit up because it's where the moon is relative to the sun. The backside is actually lit up for them to see, from what I understand. I'm sure we could actually figure this out if we I was trying to go back and rewind the broadcast. If you rewind the NASA feed, you can see the moon get closer to the ship. If you kind of speed it up. Oh, now what?
What looked like
oh, that's in the cabin now.
Terminator, about a third of the way up from the southernmost part of the Terminator. Looked like a dinosaur print if one was running to the northwest. Now is clearly a crater with a bunch of craters around it. And that Terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window 1. But that Terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Vavilov the whole time, so it's gone 2 more Vavilov craters to the west. And so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there with that low sun angle, and so you still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly, a very jagged Terminator, and a few islands of light out there with some high elevation shining in the sunlight in that darkness. And on the eastern side of the moon, let's see, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east features, and that is maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental, that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. But all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find Zeeman crater again that you were looking at earlier, everything to your left of Zeeman would be getting into the South Pole Aiken area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it. Yeah, Zeeman is very easy to find, and that is awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. Feel free to do that as often as you think of things. Let's see, looking back at Oriental. Okay, another thing, after looking through the zoom camera, man, you guys are smart. You probably did this on purpose, but after looking with my plain eyes and then going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it, I see the cliff face as if you were standing in the center. That inner and outer ring have definitely some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at it even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation and that, like I said, a cliff face on that eastern edge where all the darker deposits are. And it's just the scale now. Looking at it from far away, before it seemed like flat with color painted on it, but now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics, and so the darker is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window. There's like a thermocouple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately, it's like trying to look at stars, you know, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I could pick up from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward face, from one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
By the way, the terminator is the line between the dark and light sides, dark and light parts of the moon. Hey, real quick, I owe a couple thank yous to, thank you so much to Hilda for supporting the channel. Hilda F6K, Deadwing, thank you so much, Deadwing, for the gift membership. Propa Collector, thanks for being a member. Erica Morningstar, thank you so much, who says, I hope they play Dark Side of the Moon. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you, who says, imagine if the trillions of dollars being poured into space exploration program were redirected to solving world hunger and to curing cancer. It's an interesting debate. I'm guessing someone might try to make an argument saying that the money actually does have significant long-term benefits in theory for humankind. But this is I'm not familiar with that whole debate, but it's an interesting question about priorities and money and, you know, possible benefits in the long term, and also the benefits of just scientific knowledge in general. So it's a very interesting question. Thank you, Least Trustworthy Weasel. And Heavenly Intervention said that, mentioned that back in the Apollo era, there was a politically motivated space race against the Soviets, and it was a prestige thing back then. So lots of emphasis was being put on, and more money was being put into getting to the moon. Thanks, Heavenly Intervention. And Scott Bedwell, thank you. Scott thinks that another difference, we were talking about this question, which is, you know, why has it taken so long and why is it so difficult to get back to the moon when it was done, you know, decades ago? And we talked about different, I mentioned a couple different articles which you can look up. One reason is that less money is being spent on it now. The technology has changed. Apparently you can't just do the same thing because this, for example, the supply chains and the people who worked on the Apollo, it wouldn't be feasible to build that again. But also we have our viewer mentioning politics. And Scott Bedwell says, from my understanding, another difference is risk tolerance. The Apollo missions were incredibly dangerous. That's interesting. I'm not an expert on this topic, but it's an interesting topic. Thank you also, Romeo Oscar Bravo, for your support. Okay, I want to mention, hold on. Let me turn up the volume for a second.
Oriental, as far as Mare go, is younger than almost all of the Mare on the near side. The exception are features like Aristarchus, which, you know, really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as Mare go.
And Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too. How about when the actual crater was formed?
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental, and while we're getting that, Christina, can you, maybe you've heard the window team talk about the sort of contacts around Oriental, but because that material is so much younger, if anything pops out to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. They are discussing a contact relationship that could explain some of the color that they're seeing in certain areas. And so it was really about the ejecta of the creation of the basin and understanding the superposition of its ejecta and mare on the near side or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Integrity. And I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
Mar Oriental, which they keep saying, is a...
Copy that. So that's on the older side. The actual basin is very old.
Correct, as is the case with a lot of mare. Typically the big basin formed, and then the volcanic eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that.
Lunar mare, if I'm reading this right, are large, dark basaltic plains on the Earth's moon formed by lava flowing into ancient impact basins. They are less reflective than the highlands and thus appear dark to the naked eye. And there's one called Mare Oriental, which is on the western, it's a feature of the moon. They mention it, but I just want to let people know that's what it is. It is difficult to see from an earthbound perspective, says Wikipedia. Images from spacecraft have revealed it to be one of the most striking large-scale lunar features, resembling a target ring bullseye. And then here is a photo from Wikipedia from 1967 of Mare Oriental on the moon. So that's when they talk about Mare Oriental, that's what they're talking about. I need to make some food. We have been covering, been on since this morning, and I have not yet eaten something. I'm going to take a couple minutes and put some food in the air fryer.
Integrity,
and
it's about
then come
time
back.
for a position swap at the window. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions, and I'll remind you again about your SD cards. And Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
I need about 5 minutes, okay, guys? So give me about 5 minutes. I'll leave this on, of course.
They are swapping, and I'm ready.
All right, Tina, we found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air
I'll be right back.
is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
Ready.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Copy.
This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review. The science team will have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby. Again, we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. During this flyby, Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So from this view, astronauts can observe both the North and South Pole and large-scale geologic features in one single view. We are now just under an hour until Orion passes behind the moon, and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas. That loss of signal will last about 40 minutes, and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface. The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. They'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team, who are very excited for what they are learning today. It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft, Orion, is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles. That is an estimate at this point, and we will make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
Houston integrity question, did you just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
Houston, thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a big difference for the imagery. And for science, we are now seeing a half moon.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it, and we see half moon, full moon joy still.
Crew reporting from Orion that they are seeing half the moon, which is about what it looks like here from this view from the spacecraft. However, what has become a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission, everyone is reporting full moon joy. We are keeping up with which targets the crew is tracking through their lunar targeting package. They are just wrapping up their second.
Science integrity, another observation the window team commented on and Christina and I discussed a bit is in Hertzsprung. The solid and intact crater is very smooth. If it were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older. It is a little rougher and more jagged, and starts to get into more loose-looking terrain. And the smooth interior also causes the craters that are inside of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp, distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo around Oriental and between Oriental and Ohm, excluding the wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the 6-7. And that they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, a rippling pond, but frozen, or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and then it freezes instantly. That's the texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your feet, like lava. After it's cooled, it would be pokey. Except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic Highlands. Thanks for that.
I want to jump in real quick. A couple of updates about the Iran war. AP is reporting that 3 U.S. troops during that fighter jet shootdown and rescue, AP said 3 troops were injured. The weapons systems officer from the F-15 fighter jet, as well as 2 air crewmen from a helicopter that took fire during the initial rescue. But I thought, we had also heard reports that both people in the F-15 fighter jet were injured. Anyways, interesting to me in this report that it says that there's a report in AP that 2 air crewmen from a helicopter that took fire during the initial rescue for the pilot from the downed jet were injured. I believe it said that they were okay, but I can't remember. I don't have this report from AP doesn't have specifics about their injuries. And then I also wanted to mention real quick, I saw a report. Hang on a moment here, if I can pull it up here. Yeah, Faytuck's network mentioned that the New York Times had some details that they were reporting about the supposed Iranian proposal to end the war. You know what? I'm going to come back in about 20 seconds and we'll talk a little more about that. Hold on a second here.
Evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks. Integrity Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
Sorry, I was going to mention here. I was going to mention that according to the New York Times, they say that Iran gave a 10-point proposal to end the war to the U.S. and Israel. Okay, and according to the New York Times, the proposal includes a guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again, an end to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the lifting of all sanctions. And in return for that, Iran would lift its blockade for the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran would still charge a fee of around $2 million per ship that goes through the strait that it would split with Oman, and Iran would use that money to reconstruct, to rebuild Iran after the damage from the U.S. and Israel. I don't know that the U.S. is going to be happy with any of that. So again, among the things in this Iranian plan, according to the New York Times, are Iran saying guarantee of no more strikes on Iran, end to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon, the lifting of all sanctions, and Iran will lift the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, but it in Oman will collect $2 million for every ship that goes through the strait. Remember, around 130 a day, I think, went through all that. Maybe that's both directions. But that would be, even if you count half of that, that ends up being over $100 million a day. And it said that Iran would use its share of that to reconstruct Iran. A number of our viewers think none of that's going to happen. It sounds like pretty maximalist demands. Charlene says no, no, and no. Gordo says U.S. will not agree. Ryan says never going to happen. Anyways, I don't know if that's like a serious attempt at compromise or if it's more just, giving maximalist demands.
Fantastic, Victor. And I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity Crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Yeah, you're welcome. And integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
Give me 1 second here.
We've been hearing some great situation reports from Victor Glover, the pilot of the Artemis 2 mission, calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung Basin. If you look just to the right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost in the very center of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array. We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal in about 43 minutes. Again, the spacecraft will fly behind the moon, and during that time, we won't have communication with them. They will be out of reach of our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon. The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator, that difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface, and it's already been very interesting to hear that they have seen colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon. Some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the Terminator, and they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings. Glover reported earlier that the crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today.
I also want to jump in real quick. I got a message from a viewer I just wanted to mention. Our viewer, Edsel Diaz, thanks for writing in. Edsel mentioned that President Trump mentioned in his press conference today, he said that, I have a Washington Post article here which describes what he said. Basically, he said that the U.S. was trying to find out. He said someone leaked to the press that that the plane had crashed and that there was a lost person on board who had not been rescued yet. And he was upset about that. He said, we're looking very hard to find that leaker. He claimed that Iran didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. He said, we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. That's the background here. And I don't know about all the legal, we can talk about that when I come back. I'm going to eat soon. But we can maybe talk about that later, more about this. Our viewer, Edsel, was in the military. Thank you, Edsel, for your service. He says, we were trained in OPSEC. And Edsel says, well, maybe the reason that we didn't hear for a couple days anything from, anybody in the federal government about all this plane incident with the planes getting shot down and in the rescue is that for operational security, which I certainly understand. Something I said is it felt a little bit strange to me that for 2 days there was no acknowledgement of anything at all. What I had said on the stream was you can release a statement where you basically don't really give much information at all, but you're at least acknowledging people are concerned and asking about it. And you can say something like, we're aware of reports, but we're not going to comment on them right now. Another thing to remember also, one of our viewers had mentioned this, I think earlier today, is that particular aircraft that crashed, the F-15, does have 2 crew members. you know, and Iran state media were the ones who posted photos of the aircraft. So presumably Iran knew what kind of aircraft it was, because Iranian state media posted photos of the downed aircraft. But at the same time, this whole question of, I understand somebody might say, well, if media is reporting on this, might they be giving Iran helpful information? So these are interesting questions. I don't know about the whole legal question of would the administration be allowed to jail somebody for not giving up a source in this case. Anyways, I just wanted to thank Edsel for his message and for his service, and maybe we can talk more about that later. I need to go eat because I haven't eaten yet. My food is ready. So we're about 40 minutes away from losing. 6:44 p.m. is when contact will be lost with the crew for about 40 minutes as they go behind the moon. So I'm going to leave this on. They're getting closer. The closest point they will get is 7:02 p.m. during their communications blackout. But quite interesting, all of this live reporting from the moon mission. So I want to take more of your comments on the air. We're going to give you more updates on both of these things. Let me go eat my food right now, and I'll leave this on the air for you. And when I'm done, I'll come back and we will talk more about everything. And have more coverage of the lunar flyby and the Iran war. If there's some kind of big emergency, I can always come back while I'm eating. But I'm going to eat right now, and then I'll be better when I get back. So I appreciate you all being here and all of our moderators. And in a minute, I'm going to get off the air and let you listen. And also, thank you, Guibu. Guibu said the president said no one got hurt. I think, well, I'd have to go back and listen to what he said, but I believe he said, I believe he might have talked about people in the helicopters getting shot at. Anyways, we can talk about that. I'd have to go back and look what everybody said when. So thank you, Guibu. I'd have to go look at that. AP is saying that 2 people on helicopters got hurt during the rescue mission, which other outlets, I believe, had reported that people on the helicopters had gotten shot at and hurt. But we can talk about that more later. Thanks you also, The Gribble One. Thank you, The Gribble One, for your support. All right, let me go eat. And also, thank you to Jay Dredd on Twitch for your support, and Guy from the 207, LA2 The Bay, Luxa Quinn, and thank you, Luxa Quinn, and Anonymous Gifter and Video Mans, and Yeti Spaghetti for your support. All right, I'm going to go eat. I'm going to put this back on the screen. And we will talk in a little. I'll be back in a little bit.
See, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the light that you were able to see is coming through the window, a reflection of Earthshine and from the moon. The crew is moving into their next observation block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams. We've had Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen at the windows taking pictures and making annotations and recording some audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were in the background serving as support. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal. Now that we are swapping positions, the support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps, as well as providing those situational reports to the science team. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window, photographing and speaking into those PCDs, portable computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon. As you heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, this block is also when we will lose communications with the crew. That LOS, or loss of signal, is scheduled to be less than 35 minutes from now. We anticipate to be out of signal with them for about 40 minutes, and will regain that communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon. Now, even though the crew will be flying behind the moon, their observation period does not stop. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations of what they are seeing. They'll be looking for the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment. Just before Earthrise, the crew will be looking for lofted lunar dust. This may be lofted just above the lunar surface, and we could only see it just before Earthrise along the dark western limb. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. But once the crew is all the way around the Earth, the brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see. These were based on observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft, and so we're very interested to see if the crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today. Following that lofted lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise. There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period. So we will have communication with the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame. During that time, the science team is looking to know, it will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point. So they want to know what the whole moon looks like overall, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any planets. Once the eclipse is over, the lunar flyby period will have ended. We are live through the whole thing, and even once flyby is over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Integrity, you got a moment?
Go ahead.
I don't know if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just wanted to just let them know how much fun we're having out here. It's extraordinary to be on the far side of the moon right now and just see it hanging out there and looking back at the Earth. And Ashley and Kaylin, I know you're back in Canada, but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say hi to all you guys. Love you guys, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
This view inside the Orion spacecraft, and it's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen, just calling down some well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching online. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby observation block. At this time, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members, and they are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time. On the lunch menu today for Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, we have vegetarian chili, salmon croquettes, chicken with peanut sauce, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, chocolate pudding, barbecued beef brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut squash, candy-coated chocolates, and maybe even a little bit of coffee. And if you look closely, you can see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All of the food on the spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's not a refrigerated section of the Orion spacecraft. So all of this food can either be rehydrated or eaten straight from the package, just depends on what the food actually is. And for food that needs to be rehydrated, there is information on each package of how much water needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be. We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 39 minutes, 40 minutes actually, into the flight of Artemis 2, the spacecraft now under 4,500 miles from the moon. We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts. We will regain that communication about 40 minutes later. They will still be photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And we especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera view throughout the flyby. And the science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo with the solar array intermittently, perhaps one every 8 to 10 minutes. Still photos represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of signal, the science team will capture a series of photos, one every 30 seconds, to include Earthset, all the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal. In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch to time-lapse photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video quality won't be as sharp as you have it right now, but we want to ensure that the science team captures the data that they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. But with the view you are seeing right now, we are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system that is keeping the spacecraft powered and the crew alive, especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life support system, keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home. On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team swap period, but it looks like our astronauts, Victor Glover and Christina Cook, are already photographing the moon outside of those windows. The next target is Ohm Crater, and this is something that they have photographed previously during the flyby. This is a small, complex crater with a prominent ray system, and as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara. That Eye of the Sahara is a feature in Mauritania. Seeing this crater more than once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions. Those different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target and can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed and what it is today. Again, this view inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the moon outside their windows. They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft. We expect the crew to be targeting Ohm Crater for another 6 minutes or so before they move into a discussion of the limb. Now, the science team has asked for a science sit rep or situation report during that time, so we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing. If you've been following along, at the start of the day, we did have much more of the moon visible. And even just an hour or so ago, we could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more of the far side and that darkness where the moon is not reflecting light from the sun. Earlier, we were also able to see some of those darker portions, that old lava flow that we often see on the near side of the moon and that we can all see from Earth. That has mostly gone away. We are now just seeing very little of Oriental. That's down to the bottom right of the moon. You can see just a small dark portion near the limb. We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew. Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network. As you recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, we expect their closest approach to the moon to be at MET, or mission elapsed time, of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth at mission elapsed time 5 minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles. These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be without communication to the spacecraft at that time, so once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you. Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of the limb. See, the limb of the moon, that illuminated part. Currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. And we are expecting loss of signal in about 13 minutes. We will regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later. A milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. I've continued to reference the lunar targeting package throughout this broadcast, which is the primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the Lunar Geography Review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The Lunar Targeting Plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and verbal descriptions of what will be helpful to the science team reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones.
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
Okay, Jenny, that came, we missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning, is that what you're saying?
10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 2, Ike in Victor in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. We can see the Earth and the Moon and part of the Moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. And I'm just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Okay. Reed was using the Z9, and the T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it, so maybe that's what you're noticing. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, that we'll take sit reps in the blind, and as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
All right, Jenny, you'll have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it.
Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Okay, impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. We got it. And yeah, just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light coming through the outer hall from window 2 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. Like, I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the two panes of glass.
Copy.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, the moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer as the astronauts are going to pass behind it. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Again, we will be out of communication with them for about 40 minutes until they come around the other side of the moon and we can re-establish contact.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
We will see you on the other side.
poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth. Glover touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts. The Artemis 2 crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface, and they will reemerge, and we will also get this view on the other side. Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. Now 5 days and 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. How great thou art. "30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal. And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface. We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the astronauts make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later, at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds, when their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers. Throughout the Artemis II mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles, carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
We are now about 33 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. And in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey.
Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day.
Oh, no kidding. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist. Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD, so all these descriptions of impact craters have me just absolutely swooning. How I got into this, though, is, during my PhD, I got an internship at NASA and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the Science Officer Console, for which this is the first mission we're supporting. We developed the Science Evaluation Room that's right upstairs, and so it's so gratifying to see this operation structure come to fruition, especially on a day like today.
I would have to imagine so. And we've got a great view of the Science Evaluation Room right now. Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
Absolutely. So as you might have heard in some of the press briefings and content that, we've been putting out, color and albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Just to highlight maybe one of them, we heard about greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those greenish hues could actually tell us something about the volcanic evolution of that area. So you can bet that the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images and the crew audio that we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
Wow, that is fascinating. I was hearing those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint, because looking at the moon from, 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just hearing that, them being so close and getting to see that, fascinating. And I know very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see in the upcoming portion of the flyby?
The upcoming portion is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, while folks in the room are kind of taking their, their stretch breaks and everything, the crew are still hard at work. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, the first thing, of course, we're going to hear about is Earthrise. We're really looking forward to hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with and that, Apollo 8 brought us such amazing images from. But then we start to get into describing the Terminator, as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment. Then the vehicle's going to orient away from the moon for an hour and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations that we're really looking forward to.
It's kind of nice that the crew will get a little break in there, because they have been hitting it hard today with photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
Oh my goodness, that's a hard question to answer. I mean, we've already gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we've really gotten some great descriptions. So absolutely, I'm looking to the human moment of Earthrise. Lofted dust is an exciting one, and lofted dust will be a target for them in the right around the time of Earthrise, but again in the eclipse period. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far how the moon has changed, and this is going to be an even more dramatic change to go from their end of this kind of lunar illuminated piece of the flyby into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time, and I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating, and what an privilege that we get to do that on this mission, because that's not always the case. If we had launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd, we wouldn't have gotten to see that eclipse. Is that right?
That's correct. April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot in the weeks leading up to the launch, well, what's your favorite day? And my answer truly was, there is no bad day to launch to the moon. We were going to get great science out of it no matter what, but it's a really neat opportunity to, bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture while still literally keeping the moon in center stage.
Fascinating. So what differences are we looking for at each site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare. What are the differences that you're hoping to see?
We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing. And we have even different prompts for the person with the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the unaided eye. And you've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, I can really detect different nuances. And that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, see it for real has been really gratifying. But we're looking for different things based on the target. Sometimes we're looking for color. Sometimes we're looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of what texture and morphologies pop out to you and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. You've heard, Victor especially make some comments about future impacts for exploration. So already I think that their descriptions in this first part of the flyby have told us something scientifically, but also about future surface missions.
Well, it was so interesting to hear Victor talking about he was imagining in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around. That was very cool to hear. And when we're thinking about targets, I know some of them are determined based on the launch day because that determines the lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today, how and why were these selected?
Such a wonderful question. This really gets at at the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. Illumination conditions is a big one, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested on the lunar feature to be illuminated by the sun in order to view them, but the timing in which they see them during the flyby enables us to ask different questions. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about, well, the same pair, Reed and Jeremy, will get to actually look at Glushko crater twice, and that looking at it from different illumination angles allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Then you have other craters where you want to look at it with the sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
We've talked a little bit with the viewers today about what the crew is able to capture in this short time frame of those craters in different lighting conditions could take years for something robotic to be able to do.
Hey guys, okay, I am back. Thanks for your patience. We are back. As I'm guessing you heard from the NASA coverage, we are in the middle of the roughly 40-minute period where the astronauts are not in communication because they are behind the moon. I think it's, what do we have, about 27 minutes more before they get communication back. And we're going to talk about the war, too, as we've been doing. I was going to check something on that. So I appreciate you guys being here. Let's get to some more updates here. Thanks for letting me eat. By the way, quick thanks to Lee V5G9M for being a member. Also, John Turpin for the memberships. Thanks so much, John Turpin. Joe9611 for your support. Joe said, what time is it on the moon? Because on Earth, the time, like a day, is the amount of, the day represents, 1 day is the sun coming up and is the sun making a complete revolution, I guess, from our perspective, or the Earth making a complete rotation. What that would involve, what time is it on the moon? That's like a philosophical question. Because I think the moon doesn't rotate. The moon, I think, rotates once every 27 27 Earth days. So anyways, that's a whole philosophical question, which I don't think I want to get into. But you get into issues of because our time on the Earth is connected to the rotation of the Earth relative to the sun. So that's a whole interesting question. But I don't want to get into that right now. Also, Lex Rodriguez, thank you for your support. Lex says that due to the gravitational velocity time dilation, the astronauts will age 10 to 20 microseconds less than us over 10 days, basically time traveling. That's what Lex says. Thank you so much, Lex, for your support. I cannot confirm that myself. Thank you, Lex. Also, Nashinas. Nashinas said they saw a video on Iranian TV asking youth to create a human shield around power plants. Tomorrow, which means they've accepted their fate and are not backing down. I have not heard such reports. I'll see what I hear. If I hear anything about that, I'll certainly let you know. I haven't heard that myself. Thank you, Nashinas. But I'll be on the lookout for it. Gemini AI claims that Lex Rodriguez is right. And because of relativity, the astronauts age a slight time less than people on Earth, which is 10 to 20 microseconds. That's what Gemini says. The Gemini says special relativity, the faster you move through space, the slower you move through time relative to a stationary observer. But there's an opposite effect because time passes faster in weaker fields, weaker gravitational fields, and they're in a weaker gravitational field. Anyways, I'm not going to try to get into relativity discussion, given that I have no background in it. So feel free to Google all of that, or look it up on the web and do research on it. Let's see here. Oh, sorry. My break announcement is still up. Artemis crew is out of contact for another 20 minutes or so. 22 minutes or so. Because they're behind the moon. All right, hang on. I'm just getting caught up here. Oh, hey guys. So I just, Faytux News and OSINT Technical posted about this. Oopsie. I have to post the, So Saudi Arabia said that, let me do this here. Now, once again, I mean, I don't know the last time I saw a Gulf country say that there was damage due to a direct hit. I have this running thing where I say, it seems like recently every time I see a Gulf country announce some kind of damage, they claim it's from debris from an interception. Now, Saudi Arabia says here, the official spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense, interception and destruction of 7 missiles launched toward the eastern region with debris from the ballistic missiles falling in the vicinity of energy facilities and damage assessment ongoing. So some kind of damage of facilities, energy facilities. Now they say it's due to debris. I mean, again, I just don't know about these claims that it seems to be a lot of damage being caused by debris from interceptions. So I can't really say whether those claims are true. But let me see something. Did they post after this? This was 17 minutes ago. Nope, that was their latest one. And then OSINT Technical mentioned that it was OSINT Technical claimed that this was on the Iranian forces conducted a ballistic missile attack on Saudi Arabia's Jubail city tonight, reportedly hitting an industrial complex. So I'm going to see if I can find some more information on this. I'll have to see what I can find. Hold on. Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, says an Iranian ballistic missile attack hit Saudi Arabia's Jubail industrial city in the eastern province, partly owned by Saudi petrochemical giant SABIC, causing large fires at the site, according to Fars News. The IRGC threatened to target the site a few weeks ago. Now, Fars News is state media. Let me see what Iranian state media is saying about this. Iranian state media says, despite the release of images of missiles hitting the facilities in Jubail, Saudi Arabia claims to have intercepted 7 missiles. So there is video that appears to show a missile attack on facilities in Jubail, Saudi Arabia. Oh, let me show you something right here, guys. Hold on. Let me show you this report from Iranian state media Fars. This is what Iranian state media says. They say, attack on Saudi petrochemical giant. News sources are reporting a few minutes ago an explosion and widespread damage occurred in the Jubail industrial zone in Saudi Arabia. The Jubail industrial zone, with a production of 60 million tons, accounts for 6 to 8% of the world's total petrochemical production. Saudi Arabia's SABIC, a Middle Eastern petrochemical giant with American shareholders, is one of the town's major investors. The Sadara complex, owned by the American company Dow Chemical, and the Admiral project, owned by Aramco and Total Energies, are among the major petrochemical projects in Jubail. So this is coming from Iranian state media. I cannot confirm this report, but that is what they claim is happening. So we'll see if we get... but there is video floating. There's video floating around appearing to show an attack at the facility. So I'll try to get more information on this. Remember, this facility, reportedly what has been attacked is a facility belonging to a giant petrochemical company. Remember, Israel today announced that they had attacked petrochemical facilities in Iran, and Israel announced that they have taken out 85% of Iranian petrochemical production capability. So I do wonder if in response to that, did Iran launch a missile attack at a Saudi petrochemical plant? That's what I'm wondering. That could be what happened. It could be retaliation for the Israeli attacks on earlier today on Iranian petrochemical facilities. Yeah, SABIC is one of the largest it's one of the largest chemical companies in the world. I'm seeing online that Saudi Aramco, which Saudi oil company, owns a 70% stake in SABIC. SABIC is one of the top 15 most valuable companies in the Middle East. Trying to find out more information on this. I'm seeing about 11 minutes. We'll turn the volume up in a second so we get them coming out of their communications blackout on the Artemis mission, Artemis crew. For what it's worth, Gemini AI says that the Jubail Industrial City production facility for this company called SABIC in Saudi Arabia, Gemini AI says that the scale of production of petrochemicals at Jubail is massive. It is essentially the heart of the world's petrochemical industry. So again, hearing about a possible Iranian missile attack on a very important petrochemical facility in Saudi Arabia, possibly in response to major Israeli attacks on the Iranian petrochemical industry today. Oh, interestingly, Tasnim News mentions that back when Israel hit the South Pars gas field, which is the most important supplier of energy to Iran, which that gas field, which I believe supplies the majority of domestic electricity in Iran. Faytux News points out that Iran, in response, issued evacuation warnings. And one of the evacuation warnings they issued was for the Jubail petrochemical complex. So I'm not expecting, I'm guessing Saudi Arabia might keep it a bit hush-hush, but this seems like a pretty big deal. Oh, a missile. Hey, Faytux News found a video of a missile impacting in Jubail, supposedly. I'm going to post. So there's this attack. We're trying to get more information about this attack, this apparent missile attack by Iran on the Saudi Arabian city of Jubail. Specifically, petrochemical targets, but maybe other targets there. What is going on there tonight? Hang on.
Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate...
Hold on, wait. That's, I gotta refresh the video. That's not the actual voice.
In the meantime, Artemis 2...
I was like, what happened there? Wow. I was like, who took over the mic?
Astronauts to capture and document their views of the lunar surface.
Yeah, aliens.
For all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
I thought it was aliens. Oh, hold on. All right. Hey, by the way, a quick thanks to Marweed HQ. Thank you, Marweed HQ. And also Berea Beard. Thank you, Berea Beard. TMZ said they got a couple of notes in the Nancy Guthrie case offering information on the kidnapper. Yeah, I think somebody has sent a bunch of notes to them claiming, and they want a Bitcoin. They say they want a Bitcoin to deliver the kidnappers on a silver platter. A person for months now has been telling TMZ, offering to that they would rat out the kidnappers in exchange for a Bitcoin. So, anyways, I don't really want to go down this road, but TMZ said that they got more from this, more notes from this person. You can read about it at TMZ. All right. I am trying to keep an eye on this. This seems like a pretty big story. This reported Iranian missile attack on Jubail, Saudi Arabia. Seems like an important story. Here's Jubail, right here. So there's Iran, and Jubail is in eastern Saudi Arabia, Al-Jubail. Jubail city, you can see it says industrial area there. All these different industrial areas. But right across the Persian Gulf from Iran. Yeah, right across, Seventh Pumpkin Sauce says right across the Gulf. And reportedly, I can't confirm it, a major petrochemical facility has been attacked. Saudi Arabia not saying that much. Saudi Arabia saying they're acknowledging damage. They're claiming that it's debris from missiles. But they say interception and destruction of 7 missiles launched toward the eastern region with debris falling in the vicinity of energy facilities and damage assessment ongoing. Chris F says, "Mum's the word." Hey, in about 4 minutes or so, we're going to hear from the astronauts again. Okay, they've been on the far side of the moon, blocked from direct contact with Earth, direct line of sight, so they couldn't communicate. But we're going to hear from them again in a few minutes, and we'll get the video back.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's in the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis 2 crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. You can see the SIR here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. We also have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring science priorities are represented during mission execution. Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks.
So about a minute, we'll hear from them again.
As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the 4th of 5 blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At this time, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3. One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit-reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit-reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions. Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft.
So any moment now, we should hear from Orion again. Are we getting some video? Maybe? I don't know. Before we could see the moon and Earth in the same shot. Guy from KC says spotty, but it's coming back. Did we just see a little? I don't know.
We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
Chris the Toffee says we're expecting the astronauts to tell us what they saw. Do you think they're not going to tell, Chris? Oh, look at this. Is this new video here? That would be Earth, I assume. Thanks, Claire Bentley, as well. Thanks, Claire, for shouting out the mods. Simp Nasty says, that's us. Yeah, I believe this is live video right now. Oh, it just moved. It just moved. Oh my gosh, the Earth is moving. No, I'm sure there's an explanation.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away. With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home. Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion.
Good signal coming from Orion. That's good.
This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth.
They're there.
Their
They're
tasks
alive.
for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many?
There we go.
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
We are happy to say we copy.
They are back in communication. By the way, thanks to Haley Girl. I appreciate that, Haley Girl. Thank you.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn, that with this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, but what also committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on Flight Day 10. At this time, the crew is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings, and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon. This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame.
They get to see an eclipse.
Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame. This view on your screen is a visualization. The spacecraft now 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow, while the number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
That's pretty cool. Wait, that's an animation. That's a visualization. I was like, wow, we can see the sun. That's a visualization. Still cool, though. Again, they're going to be witnessing from the ship a solar eclipse. I'm trying to get more information on this Saudi Arabia story. Shin, who I follow, is reporting some new blasts in Iran, in Karaj and Tehran.
Again, we are MET, mission elapsed time, 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis 2. We have reestablished communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft, now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility, or the moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
Oh, did I ever pin my X account during this broadcast? I don't know that I did. I'll do it now.
Integrity, Houston. In mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
That's great. See the light of day as we head back to.
Sort of hear them. Yes, they already, one of our viewers said that they passed the farthest point in the moon mission. Yes, they did. So now they're technically on their way home. They passed about a half an hour ago, I believe, is when they reached the farthest point away. They only go, they don't even go, they're basically doing, they're not repeatedly going around the moon. On this mission, they basically swing around the moon once. They don't keep going. It's not even a full, I don't even know if they go in a full circle. Let me pull it up the map. Here, look, this is it right here. See that? They're not even doing a full circle around the moon. They're like doing a loop. That's the Artemis map from NASA. So now,
a very special moment
like
just now in
here.
mission control, ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew, and the Capcom Jenny Gibbons did call that update up to the crew that the control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim, and we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
So I think it's not called an orbit because orbit, it's a regular repetitive path and one object takes around the other. I'm reading a NASA site that says that. So this, under that definition of orbit, it would not be an orbit because it's not a repetitive path going around and around. It's swinging around, one time. There is a rocket alert in northern Israel right now. Looks probably a Lebanon, Hezbollah rocket from Lebanon, I would think. I'll let you know if I hear more. Trying to get more information on this Saudi Arabia story. Saudi Arabia story seems like a big story. Again, it appears that Iran has attacked a prominent petrochemical industry site in Saudi Arabia with missiles, perhaps in response to Israel attacking
Joining me here in the room,
Iranian
Artemis
facilities
Mission Control, I
early
have
today.
Angela Garcia, Artemis 2 Science Officer. Thanks for being here, Angela.
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing. I can't contain myself. So it's been a really awesome day.
So you're sitting on console at the Science Console now. Have you been in the SIR earlier today?
There's a lot going on. So I went here first, and then I'm going to go there after.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. We moved it, and we are in bias tail to sun.
Okay, Houston, you're coming in loud and clear, and copy, we're in bias tail to sun now.
Affirm and Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Glad we're back.
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that you, the MER, and Mission Control flipped your patches around, and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Okay, Angela, so can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis 2 and the science preparation for the mission?
Yes, so I'm one of the 3 science officers. So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over kind of closer to the end of the day. And then Trevor Graff is on the planning shift. And so it's the 3 of us in this 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. And so the science officer console is a brand new console to Mission Control. And it's not every day that you get a new discipline incorporated into Mission Control, so it's been such a significant and so the Science Officer Console is a brand new testament to like the commitment that the Flight Operations Directorate and NASA have, that they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science throughout Artemis. So it's really exciting. And then the science preparation. So I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout outs that you've gotten today, it warms my heart. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation worm. I promise you that. But so all the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations, right? We were part of all of it, and that is what we did to get the crew to be. They are a part of the science team, and they are the forefront, that nice edge, and they're just been doing such a great job today.
I know. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. So I would like to know a little bit about how you have developed.
All right. I want to mention a couple things. First of all, for those watching on Facebook viewers only, Facebook has an 8-hour limit on live streams. So if you are watching on Facebook right now, in about 5 minutes, Facebook will automatically end the stream, and I will start a new Facebook stream. That's only for Facebook viewers, but to all of our Facebook viewers, in a few minutes, you will have to find the new version of the stream because Facebook has an 8-hour limit. So I will start it as soon as Facebook ends it. As I mentioned, I am trying to get you more updates on Saudi Arabia. Iran has reportedly launched a missile attack on an important Saudi Arabian petrochemical facility. which could be in response to Israel attacking Iranian petrochemical facilities earlier today. So keeping an eye on that, trying to get more information. Not much so far. And by the way, thanks to Motivational Living. I appreciate it. Motivational Living. Motivational Living says, how can they see the moon from there? It's still daytime. It's not nighttime. This is definitely AI. I think Motivational Living might be joking. I think they might be joking. Thank you, Motivational Living. Thank you, Stephen Briones. Hey, I really appreciate your support. Stephen Briones, thank you. And also Princess Teapot, that's very nice of you. Princess Teapot. Princess Teapot says to the chat, it's so awesome to have shared so many momentous occasions with you. Thank you, Princess Teapot. That's really kind of you. Okay, so let me turn this back up here.
They're also supporting the window team where, you've heard some call outs where looking out at the bright moon and then looking inside the dark cabin and looking at their LED screen is a lot. So the cabin team is also helping support, target, and guide the window team into specific targets on their plan. They're also helping call out these science situational reps. So they're looking out a different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping. They're doing a lot. And so making sure we have a plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes was really important.
So tell me a little bit more. You talked earlier about...
I saw a video online. I can't confirm it. Tux News posted it as well from the same source. It reportedly shows 2 missiles hitting this Saudi Arabian industrial complex in Jubail. I'll post a link in the chat right now. I've also reposted it on my X account. My X account is linked in the chat. You can go see it there. I don't have the rights to the video, so I can't show it right here. But I was looking at that video before, and it does appear to show, it's unconfirmed, but it appears to show 2 missiles hitting in this video. But I would not conclude from the fact that you're not seeing many headlines about it that it's not important. It seems like a potentially very important story.
Okay, Jenny, we're ready.
All right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first 2 are for timeline. First of all, read for your toilet maintenance. It is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone changeout. That portion of the procedure is canceled. Victor, you have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally, for the D5 with the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine, you will likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Okay, Houston, we copy all. Thanks for those words, Sydney.
All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS, meaning that we won't be communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data during that time frame. So, Angela, we were talking about analog environments. You were telling me about the classroom and getting in there and pretending who's Victor, who's Reed. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, it works pretty well. So you're going to do the plan how you expect it to be, and then once we finalize that plan, we'll give it to a completely new group of people and have them practice it, and then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense, and we'll reiterate on it over and over. And then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment like the Orion mock-up, and we'll do the same thing because that volume is smaller, the window placement, their seating, what things have we forgotten with this addition of this environment. And then once we reiterate on that, we'll take it then, we'll give it to the crew and have them execute off of it during mission simulations. That's the highest fidelity that we can do before we send it to space. So this is the first time we've had to do this because we're a brand new console, and it just sparks so many neurons of like, how are we going to do this for surface missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to have kicked off this process, but there's so much more to come.
Fascinating. And I think it was really well thought out too, because each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task. And so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member, maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. So we also know that Artemis 2 has traveled. They're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from the moon than the Apollo missions did. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting?
Yeah, observations are so fundamental in the scientific toolkit, particularly observations from different perspectives, different scales, and with different techniques. And so for this, so we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. There's pros and cons for all those things for this mission. So we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of scale, this zoomed out scale, you can learn different things. This different perspectives. So their perspective, as Kelsey talked about, photometry around when they orbit the moon. And then also just their different the different things they're able to observe. So yeah, let me talk a little bit about scale, because I think observations at different scales, you can gain a lot of different information. So like, for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about observations from micro to macro, or from outcrop to orbit. So looking at a rock at this scale, you can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals, and you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around. It gives me context to this sample, and then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high ridge feature. And then because I can see the trail that it came from, okay, now let me describe this ridge and different parts in it, and maybe other boulders that I'm seeing. And then you zoom out further of the orbit scale, and you're like, this ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information, and so that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives are so important. So this zoomed out kind of far view is this full lunar disk view. It's the full lunar. On Earth, we see the full lunar disk as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side, and we're able to see it, all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare very quickly to different parts of the surface. And the color particularly is very compelling, because you can just be able to very quickly compare from 3 different regions. Is it in the same family? Is this actually a little bit different? Compare that to what they see in their.
Oh, whoa! The aliens took over again.
Tease out that nuance and information.
Yeah, we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked with Kelsey about this a little bit, just how exciting it was to hear the browns and greens and things like that. I cannot wait to see those pictures. So one last question. We are coming up on the last lunar flyby observation block, and this is when we are going into a solar eclipse. So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
Yeah, so the data set. So Yes, there's so many things. How to pick one. So I'd say the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is some of their annotations that they're taking. So in this opportunity, it's a very dynamic type of experience in that we don't normally see this activity, and so being able to have crew observe the solar corona and then also annotate it in their on their portable computing device is just such a unique thing that humans can give to missions, and also particularly being able to annotate what they're observing while they're talking about it is also unique to being able to have astronauts in orbit as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface because the astronauts will be in suits. They're going to be collecting samples, they're going to be deploying instruments, and so personally, I'm really excited to see some of these annotations and to see how that develops over time, because you've heard a lot of descriptions, and I think when people are describing something that's unique and different, you can interpret it differently. But if you're drawing and you're marking, particularly just going back to like the color provinces, for example, and those boundaries, you know exactly what they meant. And really, I'm just very excited about those annotations. There's been some famous annotations that the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures that have, and lofted dust that have given a lot of debate within the scientific community of they're observing this phenomenon, and now it's our job to hypothesize of like why are they observing this, like what is going on. So I think that's just a really cool part of exploration and science and this beautiful thing that we're about to do.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and the audio, but now
don't sleep on the annotations. I am very excited to see these little sketches that they're able to draw out, and we have pictures that they can just draw right on as like this particular thing is different than what we've seen. So I'm excited about that.
I'm excited too. Angela Garcia, thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on Console.
Thank you, and you've been doing a great job, and it's so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
By the way, a quick thank you to David Wynn from Canada. Thank you, David. The Real Robert James. Thank you so much, Real Robert James. Scott Bedwell. Thank you, Scott. Scott, I think you mentioned this before and I read it before, but I didn't read it right away. So you might not have heard me read it. Scott says a possible reason we haven't been to the moon in a long time is that he has heard is that the risk tolerance is much lower now. The Apollo missions were incredibly dangerous. That's what Scott says. Yeah, Scott, it took me a while to get your comment before, which was my fault. So you might have not been here when we read it. But thank you so much, Scott Bedwell. All right, so we're bringing you live coverage. We're talking about the war. We're coming into the last period of their lunar flyby. And I don't know if we're going to get to see it, but they're supposed to see from the craft a solar eclipse. I guess, right? The sun is going behind the moon from where they are, I think, if I have that right. So bringing you that, I'm still trying to get more information on this missile attack, apparent Iranian missile attack on a important petrochemical facility in Saudi Arabia. Seems like Saudi Arabia is pretty tight on the info, but there's some videos coming out showing missile hits. Saudi Arabia did say that they claimed debris from shot down missiles impacted energy facilities, but certainly some of the videos out there look like they were direct hits. So trying to find out more about that. Hearing about periodic explosions in Iran still, that seems to be still going on. And we're supposed to eventually see some, I don't know if it's tomorrow or later, but eventually we should be seeing some of the photos and videos high definition that can't be sent back live, but that they have captured from the moon. One of the viewers said it's amazing that we can watch actual live footage of this. That's from the Pirate and Patricia. But I guess scientists are really interested in the astronauts' personal observations of the moon and what they can see. We are, 24. Look at the clock. Look at the countdown clock. Wow, I just noticed this. We're just about 24 hours away. In 10 seconds, we'll be 24 hours away from Trump's deadline. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We are less than 24 hours away. From Trump's Iran deadline. He says if there's no deal and the Strait of Hormuz isn't open, then he is going to destroy, the U.S. is going to destroy all the power plants and bridges in Iran. So less than 24 hours.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis 2 crew inside. That's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
One of the viewers.
For our lunar flyby coverage, the crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a solar eclipse from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge.
Hey guys,
one of back pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse. We are also in a forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications. The spacecraft is now 4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away. Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756 statute miles. Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon. The crew also set that new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth. This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night, by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This shows you how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity, now traveling 930 miles per hour.
One of the viewers mentioned that the NASA firm's site does seem to show fires at Jubail
in their time today. The crew is working
Saudi
on a couple
Arabia.
of other tasks. Some of those include their National Geographic timeline test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA to help tell the story of Artemis 2.
I want to mention this, that one of our viewers said this, thanks to the viewer, pointed out that here is Jubail Industrial City, or Al Jubail, an industrial city in Saudi Arabia, where reportedly Iran has staged a missile attack tonight. And if you look at the NASA firm site, what you see is, where did it go? Looks like those are recent fires in recent hours in Jubail Industrial City. NASA firm satellite fire detection. It says fires hotspots. If I'm reading this right, time-based. Yes, time-based. Look at that. All of the red is in the last, red is 1 to 3 hours. Wow. Hang on a moment. NASA, let me turn the volume back up. So, thanks again to our viewer who mentioned that. I appreciate the viewer who mentioned that map. It was definitely worth checking. And I'll put it on the screen again. The NASA firm's satellite fire detection map. And all those reds, that would be 1 to 3 hours old. No, actually, dark red is less than 1. Yeah, 1 to 3 hours old readings. And if you go here, you can see we're talking about this area in here. It's an industrial facilities located in that area. I don't know. I mean, I guess each of those red squares is a fire detention. That doesn't mean it's each a separate fire. Maybe it's just a couple big fires or one big fire. I don't know. But that's what it's showing. Those are recent. Unless I'm reading it wrong, but my understanding is that's what it's showing.
A little break during our flyby coverage for today.
You can see
will resume their
really
flyby
noticeable
momentarily in about 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that solar eclipse. Now, the moon is our nearest celestial neighbor, orbiting Earth at less than 250,000 miles on average. When our astronauts venture there for future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites near the lunar South Pole. There, ancient rocks, minerals, and trapped water ice will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Let's learn more about the lunar South Pole with this video featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead.
I'm going to turn this down. I'm going to turn this down now. Vahid Online posted what appears to be video or photos and video of a U.S./Israeli attack on Mehrabad Airport, or near Mehrabad Airport in Iran, in Tehran. I posted a link to that in the chat. So, still appear to be Iran airstrikes, numerous airstrikes in Iran going on tonight. What time is it, Iran time? It's about 3:30 Iran time, 3:30, 3:40. Oh, I got to restart Facebook. Oops. I need to restart Facebook. Let me restart Facebook. Crap. Give me one moment here so I can restart Facebook. Hold on, one moment. One moment. I am about to restart Facebook. I just restarted Facebook. We should do a poll soon, too. Should do another poll about the deadline. President Trump has not posted any further about the deadline, just so you know. Less than 24 hours until the deadline. Nathan Joe Harps replied to me when I said about the less than 24 hours away from Trump's Iran deadline. He says, I'm nervous. Oh, hold on, volume.
Eclipse.
Thanks, Carly Amanrik, for mentioning the Facebook stream. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support. Carly Manrik. Also, JP Jones. JP, the Saudi Arabian facility that was attacked is a petrochemical facility. So it's not producing oil, it's making products out of oil.
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, and of course throughout today, you've likely heard the crew being called with the name Integrity. The Artemis 2 crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference September 24th, 2025. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. They said this name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back, inspire the world, and set the course for a long-term presence at the moon. The crew also said that integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's Astronaut Office, and the CSA, the Canadian Space Agency.
JP Jones, so regarding this, there's been, Iranian petrochemical facilities were attacked today. That's an important part of their economy by Israel. And now it appears Iran has attacked Saudi Arabian petrochemical facilities. So these facilities make things out of oil. But so I would think maybe petrochemical prices might be going up of different products that are made at these facilities. I would think certainly that's possible. Hold on a second here. I'm looking online. Petrochemicals, popular ones include ethylene, propylene, benzene, and methanol. Those are used for things like making plastics, synthetic fibers, Google says, packaging and chemicals. Petrochemicals are chemical products obtained from petroleum by refining, says Wikipedia. Petrochemicals are predominantly made in a few manufacturing locations around the world. For example, Jubail and Yanbu industrial cities in Saudi Arabia. Then there's others like Texas and Louisiana in the U.S. and some other locations around the world. But again, Jubail industrial city has apparently been attacked tonight by Iran. Thank you, Ruth, for messaging me about Facebook and your support. Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate that. Also, David Wynn, thanks for the membership and for your support from Canada. David Wynn, let's see. Musical Kook says 24 hours equals in 6 hours, Iran will be pretend talking Trump to Trump. So you think, Musical, that there's not going to be a deal? Am I reading you right? Hey, also, big thanks to Michael Fiedler for your support. Michael says judging Trump early is easy, but how about we?
We are
Oh,
5
sorry.
days,
Hold on.
1 hour, and 38 minutes mission
One
elapsed
moment.
time into Artemis 2. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so at NASA, and for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis.
Michael Fiedler, our viewer, said, judging Trump as early is easy, but how about we all sit back and analyze the situation when the sun sets after the nuclear winter? Wow. Thank you, Michael Fiedler. Shout out to our moderators who are here. Ruth is moderating. Robert's May Queen over on YouTube. Thanks to all of our YouTube moderators. I really appreciate it.
Again, we are in a forward link LOS, or a forward link loss of signal with the crew, meaning that we're not able to communicate or send any commands to them right now as they were. This is a tracked event that occurs at times, but they could still provide communications down here to us. And we are obviously still receiving their video and their data.
Thanks also to our moderators on Twitch. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and McBridges. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. Thanks for moderating there. Our Facebook moderators too. Michael Fiedler, our viewer. Our Facebook moderators, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Andrea Holder. Thanks also Dolly Clark and Barry Eisler and Diane Allworth for subscribing on Facebook. Ooh, I never thanked Michael Clayton and Jackie Glassman for the Facebook stars. That's my bad. Thank you. And hey, shout out also, let me shout out our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street Shaggy, Seed Music, NYC Subway Camera, thanks for subscribing. Jan Joel, thanks for the gift sub to 664 Neighborhood of the Beast. 664 Neighbor of the Beast. Interesting name. CC, thanks for your support. Thanks to Nummy Yummy for your support on Twitch. Susan CHF, thanks for being a subscriber. And also Strong One, LCS Fox, Tuna. Thanks for subscribing. Who else? Douthis is over there. Trump Sidekick. Mr. Mac. URG, Uncle Fester. Thanks for subscribing. Guy from KC. And also our YouTube members. Hey, shout out to them. Oh, and thanks also to TE88. PFCR for the memberships. TE88 has given so many memberships. So nice of you. Make sure you thank somebody like TE88 if they give you a membership or a gift sub. Also, thanks to Bernard Gonzalez for your support. Thank you, Bernard. Much appreciated. Also, thanks to our members on YouTube, people like Snarf, Maru.
Houston Integrity and the Blind, high priority PAO activities on Reed's timeline are on PCD1 in a folder imagery for downlink, and then high priority standby imagery for downlink, and then lunar flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
Sounds like they're sending some imagery. Maybe they're sending some photos or something. Thanks, Jongy, for being a member. Steve's Chapstick. Turned Off. I'm 207, Deadwing, Paula Faust, Gregory Scherer, Rocket Squirrel, Carly Manrique, Sean C., thanks for being members, Paula Faust, Norsemen, Menio Gayton, Vanilla Coke, all of our other members over there. Thanks, Roy 1822. Our viewer, Al's Pata, thinks they're sending pics and vids for approval to us to see later. We're, of course, going to be live tomorrow for the 8 p.m. Trump deadline. Although you never know. President Trump could change the deadline before 8 p.m. tomorrow at any moment. Faytuck's News posted that I would not be surprised if this is true. Faytuck's News said
This is
that
Artemis Mission Control. You heard Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission aboard Orion, make a call in the blind. This means he knows we cannot call back and that he knows we may not receive his call. However, we have good communications with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now due to a forward link loss of signal. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that momentarily. But that call that came down from Wiseman mentioned some imagery, so we are very much looking forward to getting pictures taken from the moon today. Again, to see those images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
By the way, a person named Richie Richard, I had mentioned that the NASA firm's satellite showed a bunch of fires in the Jubail industrial area in Saudi Arabia. And Richie Richard mentioned that, on previous days there had been fires there too, although it doesn't look like as many to me as today. Let me go back there. How do I do? Here we go. Okay. So let's go. Here's the NASA thing. Here's NASA. That's 24 hours. Where is it here? Now I'm all lost. Where is 24 hours? All right. Yeah. So that's Jubail Industrial City. Okay. Now what if we switch to, that's today. How about yesterday? Let's see. I don't know if I'm doing this right. That was the 5th. That's the 4th, 3rd. So on the 3rd, there's a few fires.
Arrow, or
2nd,
Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. You can visit this for yourself at nasa.gov/track Artemis.
I don't know if I'm doing this right,
you can
but
watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth.
Oh
and
no!
farther
So now
away from the moon.
I gotta.
It's all seemed to happen so fast.
All right. So I'm looking at this. I don't know if I'm doing this right. That's April 1st. But is this for the whole day? That's the 2nd. That's the 3rd. That's the 4th. 5th. Where's today? Now I'm confused. I mean, I didn't see any day with that many. So, yeah, I mean, I was assuming, I just want to make sure. But it's a useful thing. I didn't realize that there were days before with some fires on there. I don't see days, at least the last few days, with that many, with as many as today. Maybe it had been, I don't, you wonder, is it like because of natural activity? Would the normal industrial activity show up? I don't know. I mean, it's certainly many days there wasn't a lot of fires, but anyways, I just want to, it's a useful thing to say, well, is it always like that? Which I understand. Well, I'll see if anybody corrects me online and says, no, you're being stupid. It was like that 10 out of the last 20 days or something. Anyways, there's video suggesting that there were strikes there, but I thought that looked like a lot of fires to me. So anyways. Maybe I'll delete the post. I deleted the post about the national firm's map in Jubail Industrial City because I'm not an expert on that type of thing. And some folks pointed out that on some other recent days, the map also showed some fire activity there, which didn't seem as much as the fire activity
This is Artemis Mission
today
Control.
to
We
me.
are in a forward link LOS with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands
But
or
again,
communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get
not
spacecraft data.
my wheelhouse.
This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so. Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to our explorers. Over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, enabling advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon.
Across our...
Yeah, so what I said is I posted on X. I said I deleted my post about the NASA firm's map. I said I'll leave it to the experts to analyze it. I would not be at all surprised if the map really does show fires there to an abnormal degree, because it seems that there's a lot of evidence out there of missile attacks tonight there. But I'd rather leave it to the people who specialize in that kind of stuff. Oh, early warning launch to southern Israel. I won't have a camera for this, but launch early warning missile alert for southern Israel. Oops, what did I do here? That's not what I wanted to do. Hey guys, we're doing both things, all right? Some people say, can we only cover the space? Some people say, can we only cover Iran? No, we're covering both things. We're covering both things. When the space flyby is over, we'll focus on Iran.
Break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly an hour. The astronauts will see a partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. So, much like us on Earth, they will have eclipse glasses so they can safely view that portion. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse.
I just saw something
There also
here.
may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury. If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help train future Artemis astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing. This provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation.
By the way, we do have alerts in southern Israel, missile alerts in southern Israel. I might have missed them earlier, but they might have happened a minute or two ago. But that's where. So there might have been some that have disappeared, but we do have missile alerts in southern Israel right now. All right, we'll go back over here. Is that a live shot? Do we see sun? Are we seeing
confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it.
So I guess we're going to see the eclipse? Is that the idea?
The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
I have some breaking news. AZ Intel and Phaetux News found this. Jared Suba of Al Monitor reports, he's the Pentagon correspondent for Al Monitor. Jared Suba says a scheduled press briefing set for tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon by Defense Secretary Hegseth and Trump's top military advisor, General Dan Kane, has been canceled. Pentagon press briefing. President Trump talked about this briefing today. He said it'll be a briefing tomorrow morning at the Pentagon. Briefing canceled. Briefing canceled. I don't know why. Briefing canceled. So thanks to AZ Intel and Phaetux News for pointing that out. And Jared Suba from Al Monitor for reporting that. Briefing canceled. And as Phaetux News pointed out, Jerry Dunleavy, who is with Just the News, posted a press release from the Pentagon saying media colleagues, tomorrow's press briefing has been canceled with no reason why.
Look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon.
Solar eclipse. Look, hey, the moon is, so just to be clear here, the moon, right, which is, am I right, the moon is here? because they're near the moon.
Eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's
See?
not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame.
Because the moon is so big, because they're so close to it.
Forward to getting those images as well.
Right, that's the sun, and then that big thing is the moon. But it's just again they're way closer to the moon.
Portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses, just like we do from Earth, to safely view it. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into see if there are other planets nearby.
It's pretty fast. That's a pretty fast eclipse, right?
There are other planets nearby.
If you want, you can rewind. You can rewind and you can see the moon across the sun. But it didn't take it that long to get across there. Some of our views said it's going to last an hour. Very interesting.
What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
Again, the Pentagon has just canceled, about 20 minutes ago, the Pentagon canceled their briefing for tomorrow morning.
Science, integrity, and the blind. This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon. You could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3, and it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earthshine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
Oh, something else Faye Tuck's News saw is that Tom Cotton announced that the men and women of Arkansas's 142nd Field Artillery Bridge depart for the Middle East. Okay, and Paul McCleary says that operates the HIMARS rocket artillery system. So again, Fatox News been doing a great job finding things today. Tom Cotton posted that the brave men and women of Arkansas's 142nd Field Artillery Brigade departed for the Middle East.
You're looking at a live view from the Orion.
And just to be clear, Paul McCleary of he is with Politico, says that those soldiers, that unit operates the HIMARS rocket artillery system. Are they are they replacing someone in the Middle East? Are they being sent? HIMARS are these. I mean, those are rockets that have been. That there was this whole thing about the U.S. allowing Ukraine to use those. But don't they go about like 100? They can go like 100 or more miles, right? HIMARS is a lightweight mobile rocket launcher. Hold on, I'll tell you. It's a light multiple rocket launcher. Mobile. HIMARS. There you go. So is that getting newly sent into the Middle East? I don't know. I don't know what they're going for. I'll see if I hear anything more about it, I'll let you know. Now, and again, the Pentagon has canceled the briefing tomorrow morning with Pete Hegseth and Dan and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Raisin Kane. They canceled the briefing. They canceled it right now. Less than 12 hours before the briefing, they canceled the briefing, like 20 minutes ago. Less than 12 hours before the briefing. Wow. We might have to do a poll. Lunar observation concludes in about 35 minutes. 35 minutes is when lunar observation concludes. Brad says because war is on? We'll have to do a poll shortly.
You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later that
it's hard to see it here. It's right down here. That's the last shot of that's the sunlight there peeking through. I don't even know if you guys can see that. It's kind of hard to see. Right in there. Barely make it out. Again, right there.
It has been an absolute honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby of Artemis 2, the first time humans have flown by the moon in over 50 years. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited now to hand over the
game is shifting around in the windows, and we are transferring settings on a camera to pick up Earthshine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earthshine.
No injuries reported in Israel from the last missile alert, according to N12 News. By the way, Israel said, I missed this about 20 minutes ago. Israel said a short while ago. Oh, hold on a second.
Don't talk when the crew is talking. So wanted
Hold
to
on.
give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my friend Anna Schneider at the PAO console as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away.
Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currently handing over with the Orbit 1 flight director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
Israel said about 20 minutes ago that they had completed an airstrike wave with the aim of damaging Iranian terror regime infrastructure in Tehran and additional areas across Iran. Details to follow. Why did the Pentagon cancel their briefing in the morning, guys? Why?
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team, and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Oh, that's Venus. As we've been talking about, NASA says what's happening now, right now, the Orion capsule is passing behind the moon. Actually, this was earlier here. So the sun is entirely eclipsed from their perspective. During this time, they will view a mostly darkened moon and will use the opportunity to analyze the solar corona. So that's what's going on now, is that that says visualization, but before we were watching the sun go behind the moon.
Science integrity.
But this right now is a visualization.
Here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Earthshine is the glow from the sun reflected off the earth.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes, and at that point then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
Oh, by the way, a big thanks to 86 GOP Forever, who gave 50 memberships. Wow. That's very nice of you, 86. Please thanks 86. If you got a membership from 86, that was really nice, really generous of you. Thank you so much, 86. Very kind. Also, thanks. I missed John Turpin gave 5 memberships. Thank you to John Turpin as well. Sorry I missed that before. Hold on, I'm behind on thanking people. It's my fault. Gawksbirds. Thank you, Gawksbirds, for your support. Who says inaugural power plant and bridge day? Well, we'll have to see what happens. Thank you also, Grateful Floydian in Rhode Island. Thank you, Grateful Floydian. And RDG3D923. Sorry for the delay in thanking a couple people. That's my fault. Matthew Bradford, thank you. I appreciate that. And Brinton Photography. Thank you, Brinton. We're going to do a poll shortly. Also, Julia Gulia, thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate it. The flyby is almost over, so I think we'll wait and do the poll after the flyby. Thanks also, Freedom Ringer 79. Freedom Ringer 79 gave 5 memberships. So nice of you. Thank you so much, Freedom Ringer. And our member, Kevin L. Thanks, Kevin. The lunar observation is supposed to conclude around 9:20, actually about 25 minutes from now. Well, we'll see what they're doing. I don't want to step on the lunar flyby, but maybe we'll wait to do the poll for a few more minutes. I keep seeing this video today that supposedly is from Panama City, and I don't know if it's legit, of an explosion near a bridge, because I haven't seen any other reporting on it, and I haven't seen any other version of the video. Oh, I'm seeing a second version now. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's legit. Why don't I see other reports on this, though? I don't know. The claim is that it was a tanker explosion. Hold on. Hang on. Ah, it's true. It says tanker explodes under tankers. Tankers explode under the Bridge of the Americas, leaving one victim.
Science, integrity, and the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon as we're flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think it's we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earth shine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Hey Jenny, we have you loud and clear, thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to Science for some critical questions. Thanks for your reports.
I'll post a link to the...
Integrity Science, we were loving your Science Sit Reps in the Blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And
wow.
We just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
They saw impact flashes on the moon?
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR, and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
I wonder what that looked like.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by.
What is hitting the moon? Is it...
All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and my equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
Hmm. I'm looking this up. I'm looking it up. I asked Gemini AI, which said, since the moon has no atmosphere to burn them up like shooting stars on Earth, these rocks hit the ground at full speed.
Signal, so the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that loss of signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
See, NASA says small space rocks hit the moon all the time.
Loud and clear. One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Yeah, so we can't see it right now, but they're looking at the moon has temporarily eclipsed the sun.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
NASA says small space rocks hit the moon all the time. These travel extremely fast.
Okay, we're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
So again, impact flashes on the moon are common.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
And hold on, I want to mention something else about this.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go look at a PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
GODs from the University of Maryland says, with no atmosphere, the moon records many more surface impacts than we can see here on Earth. NASA says...
Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing that communication between the science officer. The Orbit 1 science officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis real-time orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way.
I have an update for you. The Wall Street Journal's Alex Ward reports. This is from Alex Ward of the Wall Street Journal. Some U.S. officials say President Trump has privately been less hopeful that Iran will make a deal, expecting to issue final orders for strikes Tuesday evening, although they note his assessment could change based on how talks play out overnight. The Wall Street Journal also reports, they say hopes fade for deal with Iran. A White House spokeswoman, Anna Kelly, said, only President Trump knows what he will do, and the entire world will find out tomorrow night if bridges and electric plants are annihilated. You know, I will say this. One of the viewers said before, would Trump shorten the deadline? Now, I don't know that he's going to shorten the deadline, but I was reminded from reading this Wall Street Journal article that both last June and when this war started at the end of February, both of those times talks were going on, right? Talks were going on and the strikes happened. So someone might say, any chance the strikes could happen before the deadline? I don't know why he wouldn't just wait, though. Because he's put that deadline out there so much. Ellsworth says changes his mind every day. The Wall Street Journal says those episodes have made Iranian officials skeptical that Trump is serious about negotiations in this round. Alex Ward of the Wall Street Journal also says that and the Wall Street Journal itself says that negotiators are pessimistic. The Wall Street Journal says negotiators are pessimistic. Iran will meet Trump's demand to open the Strait of Hormuz before Tuesday night, paving the way for the U.S. to target Iranian bridges and power plants. Wow. Wow. Let me just read a couple things here. Hey, by the way, thank you so much to Katie Kubiak for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Katie Kubiak gave 20 memberships. So nice. Haruna Q, who says basically no attack before deadline equals deal. That's what Haruna Q said. Thanks to Haruna Q, our member. Kaz Michelle, our member. Thank you. Says, loving the lunar flyby. Thorne McDaniel, thanks for being a member. Reg Vic, thanks for being a member. Kevin L, thanks for being a member. Thanks so much to G2TFL, ATO, GTIL. Thank you so much. Who says, the Pentagon briefing may have been canceled because President Trump has ordered the bombing to go forward? I feel bombing bridges limits Iran's supply line abilities and makes U.S. invasion more likely. That's what GT thinks. Thank you, GT. Now, one of our viewers said intentional news leakage. It flew by. I was wondering that, though. I mean, I don't know. You know, someone might say, well, the U.S. is putting this story out there to really get Iran worried, so that they'll be scared into making a deal. I don't know that telling the Wall Street Journal that, hey, negotiations aren't going well, I don't know that that's going to make Iran agree to anything that they wouldn't have already agreed to anyway. You know? I mean, they're leaking it for somebody's leaking it for some reason or another, but I find it hard to believe that the goal is to convince Iran. It's not like they're saying we're going to hit different stuff than we said before. Massachusetts guy thinks Iran is just stalling. Bahrain says siren sounding in Bahrain, first of all. Also, air defense systems currently operating in UAE, responding to a missile threat. So missile threat to UAE, siren sounding in Bahrain. Our viewer PW360 said, now I haven't seen this. PW360 says, I'm seeing lots of analysts on the networks say they won't be surprised if Iran does a preemptive attack on energy infrastructure in Israel and the Gulf countries. Well, I mean, we already saw apparently Iran attack Saudi Arabia, petrochemical industry. That's not energy infrastructure. Well, no, that's production infrastructure. You're saying like power plants and stuff. I don't know. It seems weird to me that Iran would do that. Because, like, I mean, to be honest, they're not going to destroy. Well, I don't know, but Iran might think that. My thought is that Iran would think they might get one thing they might hope for is a more of a sympathetic reaction across many in the world to strikes which take out their civilian infrastructure. So I don't know if they'd want to step on that. What would the benefit be worth the cost of preemptive strikes on energy infrastructure? Now, somebody might, I mean, is the argument that, I mean, that they wouldn't be able to do them after? I don't know. I just feel like in terms of, would the result really be much different of their strikes? And it might look better for them, they might think, to do it as a response. Anyways, just a thought. Also, a warning. So, Eastern Saudi Arabia, I don't know if there was a missile fired from Iran, but there's sirens in warning in Bahrain, warning in the UAE, and warning in Eastern Saudi Arabia. So it almost looks like maybe a missile or missiles has been fired in this direction. You know, like in Israel, when a missile gets fired, there's a lot of different areas that have missile warnings. So we're seeing warnings in Bahrain, the UAE, and also Eastern Saudi Arabia right now. All right.
Houston copies.
Idris Ali with Reuters. I think this is a good point. Reuters national security correspondent. He pointed out.
We aren't able to distinguish which Mare is, but we can clearly see Mare in the Earthshine.
Idris Ali of Reuters points out that Tom Cotton today, Senator Tom Cotton said, today the brave men and women of Arkansas's 142nd Field Artillery Brigade.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
I have to turn this. Hold on.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
I'll wait. I can't speak while they're speaking.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
Amazing.
Tom Cotton said, more troops being sent to the Middle East. The Arkansas 142nd Field Artillery Brigade. Paul McCleary, I think of Politico, said they operate HIMARS. HIMARS mobile rocket launchers. And Idris Ali of Reuters looked at that and he said, the Pentagon is adding, not removing troops. Watch what the
Integrity science, and as you look around our solar...
Sorry. He said the Pentagon is adding, not removing troops. Watch what the Trump administration is doing, not what they're saying. That's what Idris Ali says from Reuters.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
High Hippie thinks Taco Tuesday is coming.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. And we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft. We've received several different call downs from the crew and questions up from the science officer here in Mission Control. One of the things that they said that they were able to see is Mars off in the distance, and then the science team also confirmed that they should be seeing Saturn setting behind the moon. They've also acknowledged seeing several different impact flashes, and these are flashes of lights from meteorites striking the surface of the moon. They've also mentioned the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have officially completed their handover. So the Orbit 2 team is now leading here in Mission Control, and that is being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom here in Mission Control will be Tess Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand side is the Flight Director console, and Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
Hey, the light is continuing to grow in intensity. At about the 4 o'clock position on the, about the 8 o'clock position on the Earthshine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
AZ Intel mentioned that
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
they're seeing the sun come out from behind the moon. TMZ says rapper Offset has been shot but is fine near a Florida casino. Thanks to AZ Intel for the heads up about that. They say Offset was shot near the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. The good news, we're told Offset is fine.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That view you're seeing on your screen is coming from the solar array wing cameras outside of the Orion spacecraft. And you can see the light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continuing to grow in intensity.
Copy, Victor, and reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on, and we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder, but you should be good for several more minutes.
Copy, thank you, and yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you.
Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning that.
Okay, we all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earthshine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
By the way, the UAE just posted that their air defenses are currently dealing with rocket and drone attacks coming from Iran. I think it's missile and drone attacks coming from Iran. We're in the last few minutes, I believe, of the flyby here. They're seeing the sun come out from behind the moon. The moon has blocked the sun from where the ship is. It's a solar eclipse from the perspective of the ship, and we are now seeing the sun come out from behind the moon on the other side. Thank you, Pluto Spirit. What do you make of Trump threatening Greenland and NATO allies yet again? I mean, he talked about Greenland today, but he didn't say we're going to take it over. I mean, he has said more threatening things about Greenland, but it got brought up. I mean, we'll see if anything happens with it, you know? So I thought, you know, the things he was saying about NATO today were similar things to before. Who knows what he'll do about NATO? Is he going to try to pull the U.S. out of NATO? It's unclear if he can legally do that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Thank you so much, Pluto Spirit. And Bullet 850, our member, thank you, who says, I hope we can avoid another Black Hawk Down moment.
Out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. It's almost as if it were reaching out for Venus or for the Earth. If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
There you go.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
So far, it's pretty symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
By the way, I just posted Intel Point Alert appeared to have a video of the aftermath of the offset getting shot at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
And Integrity Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
And I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it it's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of. There's a towering light, and then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
There's the sun again. By the way,
Houston, copies all.
Get a little warm.
There you go. Offset, it looks like.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Houston, we copy all. We are in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
It looks like from the video that that Intel Point Alert posted that rapper Offset was shot maybe outside the casino, like in the driveway or the front entrance area or one of the entrance areas. That's what it looks like. I can't tell exactly, but you see somebody on the ground and somebody is being like maybe taken into custody by police. There's a lot of police there on the scene in this video. I posted it on my S account if you want to see it. This is at apparently the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida.
In the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
I think we may be towards the end of the what's called the lunar observation period. I think that might have been the last event of the lunar observation. They're on their way back home technically. They've passed from behind the moon, and they're now getting closer to Earth. Hey, thanks, Thomas Carlson. Thomas said Yazamin Ansari, D. Arizona, launches articles of impeachment of Pete Hegseth. Now, I'm guessing they have no chance of actually getting passed. She, I think, is an Iranian-American
This is
congressperson.
Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside of the SIR, or the Science Evaluation Room, here in Mission Control Houston, just down the hallway from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW-3 camera T low caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
Okay, we copy, and if you didn't copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary, I would appreciate it.
We copied it fantastically.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So you all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. The lunar flyby observation period is starting to come to a close following that eclipse. And there on your screen you can see a look into the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, which is embedded within Mission Control to provide science input. And they provided that input throughout the live flyby operations today. They also have a back room called the Science Mission Operations Room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. And then, of course, we have the science officer on console here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, which you can see a view there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The science officer throughout the flyby operations today has been Kelsey Young, who is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead. And then to her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the science officer taking over for Orbit 2. And for the past 7 hours or so, the crew has been going through their lunar flyby observation period. And now they will wrap up that period and complete some final tasks and begin downlinking some of the amazing imagery that they've captured throughout the day, as well as some of the observations that they've recorded. And now on your screen, you're seeing a live look from the Orion spacecraft from those solar array wing cameras. The solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And during that time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and they used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere, while it was visible. And then once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew looked for impact flashes, which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface of the moon. They also looked for dust lofting above the limb or the edge of the moon, along with some deep space targets, including planets, and they noticed Mars off to the distance, and we also saw Venus on one of the solar array wing cameras early on in the eclipse period. The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth when they come around toward the moon's near side at the very end of that flyby window.
I think we're going to switch back to war coverage because the lunar flyby has come to an end. Okay, so we're going to talk some more about the war. What just happened here? Why does it happen that way? Let me just fix something here. All right, so we're going to transition back to our war coverage. Okay, guys? I just need a second. Okay, let's go back. We're transitioning away now. We're really doing this. So I'm going to get rid of the NASA footage. NASA footage going away. NASA footage going away. And we're now going to get back to the other footage. Other footage coming back. We have Tel Aviv and Haifa. Why is Tel Aviv so dark? One moment here. That's not what I wanted. That's it, but we've got to make this brighter. That's Tel Aviv and Haifa. Mm-hmm. Okay, guys. We got to do a poll, actually. I appreciate you guys watching during our flyby bonus coverage. Flyby over. That was certainly very interesting to watch. Oh, you know, thanks to thanks for mentioning this. You know, so Offset the rapper was in the group Migos, and as Wolfie mentions, another member of that band, Takeoff, was fatally shot in 2022 in Houston. So, remember, the rapper Offset was shot tonight, according to TMZ, in the area of, looks like maybe just outside of the Seminole Hard Rock Casino and Hotel, Hard Rock Hotel Casino in Hollywood, Florida. A representative told TMZ Offset is fine, is getting treatment at the hospital, and is stable and being closely monitored. Thank you, Wolfie Live, for your support. Thanks, Thomas Carlson. Oh, yeah, I was going to mention, so it is not an uncommon thing for individual House members to propose impeachment of someone. And our viewer, Thomas Carlson, mentioned that Iranian American, she was born in America, so her parents are from Iran, I believe, Yasmin Ansari, who's a congresswoman from Arizona. She said today that Trump is escalating a devastating illegal war and threatening massive war crimes and targeting civilian infrastructure in Iran. In the last 48 hours alone, the rhetoric has crossed every line. Pete Hegseth is complicit. I've called for the 25th Amendment and am introducing articles of impeachment against Hegseth. I am not expecting either of those initiatives to go anywhere. But thank you to Thomas Carlson for mentioning it. Thank you, Thomas, for your support. Thanks also, David Lupton. Hey, for being a member. I want to mention our viewer Hassan Fatemi wrote in. Hassan said, at the same time today, we had incredible scientific advance we're all proud of. And on the other hand, there's war, something that's always a tragedy, no matter the reason. It's a horrible time to witness both at once. I wish there were no wars, says Hassan, and that all of humanity could simply enjoy the Artemis mission together. Thank you, Hassan, for writing in. Hassan Fatemi. It's a little static on one of these cameras. You know what? I'm going to put no sound on. The sound isn't great on either of them. Oh, I know what I'll do. Hold on. I can do this. That's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Oh, sorry. That was the Beirut shot. So we haven't done a poll yet. We're down to about 22 hours and 13 minutes till Trump's deadline, guys. 22 hours and 13 minutes. The Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight let me change the headline. The Wall Street Journal reports tonight that negotiators are pessimistic that Iran will agree to President Trump's demands, paving the way for the U.S. to target Iranian bridges and power plants. Some U.S. officials say Trump has privately been less hopeful that Iran will make a deal, expecting to issue final orders for strikes Tuesday evening. But they say his assessment could change depending on the talks. That is from the Wall Street Journal. We are less than 24 hours away. Okay, we're going to do a poll first of all. Will Trump extend the deadline? That's the first one. Will Trump extend the deadline? Footage. NASA footage going away. Wait. Okay, I asked you guys, will Trump extend the deadline? Here's what people are saying. Why don't I see it there? Let's see. Did it get posted? Oh, did it not get posted on YouTube? Hold on. I thought I posted it. Oh, there it is. I see it. So, I am seeing people voting on YouTube. Here is what they are saying. Ooh, it's kind of close. 44% say yes. 56% say no. I am looking at Facebook right now. Facebook, it is currently 75% say no on Facebook. 75% say no. And how about Twitch? What is Twitch saying about this? Once again, we have Twitch going its own way. 53% on Twitch say yes. Interesting. Oopsie, hold on. I messed everything up. There we go. Oh, we never did the graphic. I'm sorry. People had to think about it. Well, some people are still thinking. Oopsie, hold on. Here we go. It's going a little crazy. Snow says he always extends. Will he extend? Hey, thanks to everybody out there watching, by the way. DJS says, not this time. You've got a friend in me says, I believe he has had enough, and he kept saying over and over, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of our viewers think he's going to do a ground invasion of some sort. Remember, it's not like the troops have been, troops and resources have been moved there. They haven't been pulled out. Michael Hutchinson says this is the final stretch. Soupson says, I vote he will taco. Edward says, we already have troops inside Iran. That's what Edward thinks. He says he's not backing down. Mr. Royal says, is this really how it will end? Stacy Morgan says, how many ultimatums is this now? I have lost track. So anyways, it looks like, again, Twitch is at 54% yes, whereas YouTube is at 56% no. I'm going to wrap up the poll. Facebook ended up being 71% said he will not extend the deadline. On Facebook. We're, of course, going to be covering the deadline. Markets are dropping. I mean, he still has 22 hours to change. Oil is up a bit today. Oil is up. WTI crude American is up to about 114.5. It's up about 1.8% today. Brent crude up about 1% to almost 111. How about stock futures? I'm seeing from stock futures down a bit. Dow is down a little. NASDAQ down about 0.5%. S&P down about 1/3%. Crime expert says 24 extra hours to think again. Thanks to WCAT, by the way, for the memberships. Thanks, WCAT. I mean, if this ever actually happened, if he really actually started bombing power plants and bridges in Iran, that would be an enormous world event with huge consequences. Thank you, WCAT. for the memberships. Thanks, WCAT. Thanks to also Sean Harmon. Sean Harmon says the final battle will begin when the lights go out. Thank you, Michelle V. Montreal. Sounds like Sean thinks there's going to be some sort of ground invasion. Michelle V. Montreal thinks Trump wants to make money. He's waiting for the makers to go down before chicken's out. That's what Michelle says. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, we had reported this earlier. Just Data mentioned this. We had mentioned this a bunch earlier, that the Pentagon canceled their planned press conference for tomorrow morning. I don't know why. Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs Chairman Kane were going to give a press conference. It got canceled. We don't know why it was canceled. This is interesting. The Washington Post says, among the problems in getting negotiations off the ground are Israeli strikes that have killed successive rounds of Iranian leaders, and that internal communications among those trying to avoid the same fate are spotty because the bombing and an internal internet shutdown. Any Iranian response, the official said, was taking at least 24 to 36 hours. Trump alluded to this today when he said the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is they can't communicate. We're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago, with children bringing a note back and forth. Paul Zwitoff says, what about the Iranian people? Last Viking Limited says Iranian people better get on the ball. It's now or never. I'm trying to find you some updates tonight. We'll have to see what happens. Oh, hey, what is this, guys? What is this? President Trump just said he's going to be speaking with the astronauts tonight. Like now, on Artemis. Hold on, what's happening? He just posted this, President Trump. I'll be speaking with the astronauts at 10 p.m. But it is 10 p.m. All right, I got to turn it on the NASA stream now. Or is it on the White House stream? President Trump is speaking with the astronauts, guys. It's not live there. I better go to the NASA stream. All right, hold on. Hang on. He just posted it. He just posted it. I assume he means right now. Hold on, I'm putting it on the screen. Wait 1 moment.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Diane Daly and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who serves as the single voice link up to the crew, is Tess Caswell. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently wrapped up their lunar flyby observation period, and now they are completing some cleanup activities and transferring some data and files down to the ground following that lunar flyby. Many of these files will be analyzed by the science team overnight in advance of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow once the crew wakes up. The crew is also preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. And then following that downlink,
that's what it is.
Have a few final
that's what it must be.
For
the public
day,
affairs downlink event.
Conference with their team here on the ground. These are standard conferences that happen at the end of every day, and they'll also have a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control to go over the vehicle status and any other questions or concerns they may have for the remainder of their flight. We are currently in flight day 6, and we have a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown expected in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 49 minutes from now.
President Trump just announced like 5 minutes ago he's speaking to the astronauts like now.
It marked the first time in more than 50 years that humans were able to observe the moon directly, and provided a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth, and with no atmosphere, weather, or plate tectonics, the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. Studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced Earth's history, and how the early sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. The science on Artemis is designed around questions best answered by humans working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time human judgment, context, and adaptability. Currently,
all right, so President Trump is going to speak with the astronauts at any moment now. Okay? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure we'll have footage of it, but she said it was a downlink event. I wonder if this just got set up. I wonder if it like literally he just was like, I want to do this. Because, I mean, there's not a lot of heads up about this. He posted on Truth Social at the time of his post is 9:59. He posted 1 minute before he was supposed to do it. Look, and I had not heard about this before. I will be speaking tonight live, 9:59. I will be speaking at 10 p.m. with the astronauts. Emily says, why tonight, I wonder? The mission has, 5-6 days left. I mean, maybe because it's after the moon flyby. I don't know. It's just interesting. This was not on the schedule. It's very interesting. Hang on. Wow. Any moment, Trump speaks with Artemis astronauts. That is not a typo. That's a real thing that's about to happen. Art V says the astronauts have to get the green screen set in the studio fast. Faytux News mentions that Axios has some reporting. Axios says an administration official told Axios if the president sees the deal coming together, he'll probably hold off, but only he and he alone makes that decision. A defense official said they were skeptical there would be any extension. President Trump, remember, said today, we have a plan where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by midnight, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean complete demolition by 12 o'clock, and it will happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to, he said. We don't want that to happen, he said. A source close to Trump said it will be extremely tense until Tuesday at 8 p.m., according to Axios.
Houston Integrity for ARS.
Go ahead, Integrity.
Hey, Tess, great to talk to you. Any chance we could drop the fan speed down for this PAO event?
This event is the Trump thing, I think.
We will put that in work. Great to be talking to you, too.
Hey, thanks so much to AZ Intel's dad. That's so nice of you. Really is AZ Intel's dad. You probably know AZ Intel from, some of you follow AZ Intel on X. I follow AZ Intel on X. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. That's really nice. Thank you for your support. We are waiting for President Trump to speak to the astronauts. President Trump posted he was going to speak to the astronauts at 10. He posted that at 9:59.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft has recently concluded their lunar observation period during the lunar flyby. As part of that lunar flyby, the Orion spacecraft and its crew made the closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles away from the surface at approximately 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, although the Artemis 2 mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little bit more about the science of the mission.
Okay, I'm going to pause that. Hey, thanks so much to Tim Jenkins. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Tim says I turn around and go back to the moon if they made me talk to Trump from space? Thank you also, Jeff Buddington. Happening Harper. Drones at our bases in U.S., I hear. I have not heard anything about that happening, Harper. Thank you. I'll let you know if I do. Thank you, Content 13. Thank you, Content 13. Thanks, Nerd Alert 27. Nerd Alert, Nerd Alert mentioned Air Force 2. J.D. Vance is going to Hungary. I'm looking at a story right now that says J.D. Vance is due in Hungary on Tuesday afternoon. So some people were posting about Air Force 2 flying, but I assume it's just going to Hungary. Air Force 2 carries the Vice President of the United States. So that's where he's going. Yes, he is supposed to go and to support the candidacy of Prime Minister Viktor Orban. When is the election there? April 12th. BBC says it's the Orban's toughest challenge in a political career going back almost 40 years. We'll probably do coverage of that in some sense. Thank you, Nerd Alert. Uh-oh. Oh, no, we're good. Reuters says J.D. Vance is scheduled to visit Hungary on April 7th and 8th. That's interesting. So J.D. Vance might be in Hungary while if these attacks happen tomorrow night. He may be out of the country. Ahead of what could be right-wing Prime Minister Viktor Orban's toughest election since taking power in a 2010 landslide. Orban has been endorsed by President Trump. Reuters reported last week Vance's trip was meant to be a show of support for Orban, who most polls suggest is trailing a center-right challenger. Plans for Vance's visit could still be changed due to developments linked to the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, one source cautioned. However, by the way, Marco Rubio also went to Budapest in February to publicly back Orban. who is dealing with a weak economy, an energy price shock, and a rival seen as a viable alternative, says Reuters. Orban, one of Trump's closest allies in Europe, has long been at loggerheads with the EU over a range of issues, including Ukraine, defying Brussels. He has maintained cordial ties with Moscow, refuses to send weapons to Ukraine, and says Kyiv can never join the European Union. But I guess people were looking at Air Force 2 on flight trackers. Well, hold on.
Copy, thumbs up.
Is Air Force 2 on flight trackers? I don't even know. I couldn't spot it immediately, but again, J.D. Vance is supposed to be going to Hungary.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we're hearing some communication between the ground here and the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, that spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. They are preparing for an upcoming public affairs event, so they are discussing the camera views, which we will see here shortly.
Upcoming public affairs event.
There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can see the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like this thing is getting kind of thrown together at late, because President Trump posted about it at 9:59, saying, "I will be speaking with the astronauts live at 10 p.m. There'd been no advanced announcement about it. It's 10:19, and they're still trying to get it ready."
The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website there on the left-hand side of your screen provides updates on the velocity of the Orion spacecraft during its journey around the moon, following a lunar flyby earlier today, which concluded about an hour ago. The crew has been conducting some cleanup tasks, so they've been transferring some of their documentation, their photos and data that they captured during the flyby to the ground to be evaluated by the science team. And of course, some of that imagery will also be evaluated by the public affairs team here at NASA and then shared with the world once it's available. The crew will also have a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team tomorrow following their sleep period, to go over some of their observations while it's still fresh and at the top of their mind. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a look into the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Flight Director Console and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator Console. The Flight Director currently on console for Orbit 2 is Diane Daly, and throughout the Artemis 2 mission, there are 3 shifts or orbits of flight controllers who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the Artemis 2 crew.
By the way, I missed this today. Trey Yingst of Fox News reported that while the rescue of the downed airman was going on, the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, directed a strike on an Iranian Revolutionary Guard headquarters in an underground facility in Tehran. It was done with B-2 bombers using MOPs, the same weapon used in Midnight Hammer. That's what Trey Yingst reported. And then Jennifer Griffin said, the bombers flew 36 hours round trip. Jennifer Griffin said many from the Revolutionary Guard were presumed killed in the strike, according to a senior U.S. official. I can't confirm that myself. She said many from the Revolutionary Guard Command were presumed killed in the strike. Now, Corn Boozer says, of course they're going to claim that. I don't know. I do not know.
Both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view.
Are we seeing them now?
And there on your screen, you're currently seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start.
On-time start.
We have adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it.
On-time start. On-time start.
Thumbs up.
Any moment now.
Superlative thumbs up.
And there on your screen, you can see all of the Artemis 2 crew members. CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen just floated out of view behind the camera, but you can still see NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and NASA astronaut Victor Glover as they prepare for an upcoming Public Affairs Downlink event, which is scheduled to take place in just a couple minutes from now. And there, floating back onto the screen is CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is making himself comfy on some of the OX or Orion Crew Survival System suits that have been stowed for the outbound and now return journey. Shortly after the completion of these couple of public affairs downlink events, the crew will begin winding down for their day, and they will have the opportunity to eat dinner. Some of the items on their menu today for dinner include chicken with corn and black beans, sweet and sour pork, rice pilaf, spicy green beans, citrus fruit salad, and maple cream cookies. All of the And now we will go ahead and stand by for that public affairs event beginning in just about a minute.
Oh my gosh, it's about to start. President Trump is about to speak to the astronauts. Wow, look at this. President Trump is about to speak to the astronauts.
Integrity Houston, no action for the DU-1 caution. We're taking a look.
Wait, what? I don't know what DU-1 is.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Wow.
For the event.
Hello, Houston. Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston.
Oh, it's
Please call
Isaacman.
Integrity for a voice check.
It's Jared
Integrity,
Isaacman.
Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Okay, is it? Well, he's not Trump yet.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear, sir. How us?
I've got you loud and clear. Artemis 2 crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis 2. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way, and you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watched you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at, we had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago. And at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways stronger than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13. And America is a frontier nation, and the 4 brave astronauts of Artemis 2 are a modern-day, you really are modern-day pioneers, all of you, and one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor. Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing, but we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted, it's an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA, and we are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of it. I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sites, Oriental sites that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and we at Mars, and all of us commented how excited we are to watch this nation and this planet become a 2-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to close it down? And I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved, because he really makes it much easier for me. But it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Mr. President, be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you what a special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of a sudden it was cut off by, obviously, your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference, between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side, so that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. A nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Who is speaking next? Maybe they were told that he's done. I don't know what they were told. Something happened. Miscommunication. They are both waiting for each other.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
And integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada, so it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick. They're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward to, when we can, I look forward to seeing you in the Oval Office. I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph, because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you deserve that. You really are something. Everybody's talking about this. And I look forward to having you in the Oval Office at the White House, and we will celebrate your incredible achievements and triumphs. This is big. This is really big stuff. The whole world is talking about it. And if you have the time, I will certainly find the time. I've been pretty busy also, as you know, but I will absolutely find the time, and we'll get together, and I'm going to be giving you a big salute on behalf of the American people and beyond that.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And when you want us, we will be there. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Jared for his leadership. Really, thank you for taking the time out today to visit NASA. It's really special for us, but it's really special for the team on the ground. A whole team of people all around the world pulled this off, and we just want to say thank you to all of you for this. It is the thrill and honor of a lifetime to have been on this journey. Today was amazing, but this 3-year journey has been amazing, and it was made possible by the American people and the Canadian people, and we're so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And Jared, congratulations. We'll see you soon. And I know that you have Mars very much in your mind, so we'll start thinking about that pretty soon, I think. And thank you. Congratulations to everybody. I'll see you at the Oval Office.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Hey, we covered the Artemis today, and we covered the Trump deadline, and then they came together in a way. They came together. We got to see Trump talking to Artemis crew. So there you go. There you go. All right, we don't need this anymore. It's getting light in Israel. Guys. We have 21 hours and 19 minutes until Trump's deadline. By the way, thank you to RA902 for your support, and MCHLLV Montreal for your support, and SBIS2VP for your support. Also, Angelic Slayer and Hotfix92 and Andrew Schlegel. Thank you, Andrew. And Yo, it's Hassan. Your suggestion has been noted. Yo, it's Hassan. Thank you. I will look into it. And also, thanks to Temi Denk for your support and Tim Jenkins. Guys, we have 21 hours and 18 minutes. Let me just check something here. We'll go a little bit longer here. We're going to be going a little bit longer tonight. We've been on a long time today, but we'll go a bit longer. We'll take a few more comments here, and we'll certainly be doing coverage, deadline countdown coverage, although who knows? He could change the deadline. He says if there's no deal, the U.S. is going to destroy all of the power plants and bridges in Ukraine, in Iran. Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Rita. Rita thinks that is going to be what we just saw is going to be a skit on Saturday Night Live. Thank you, Rita. Mongol Mama says he never honored prior deadlines. Why would he now? Peg says TikTok, TikTok. Snow says tomorrow will be a big day. Billy is A-OK says feels like a vigil, a time for reflection and waiting. Wow Factor thinks nothing is going to change. Snow says, I just don't see Trump going through with it. It's a gut feeling getting. Pat Bullock says, the bad thing is the citizens in Iran have no idea, no clue what is coming. SB 2.0 says, there will be an excuse or an exchange. I think an excuse. Brad says, 21 hours till doom. Mandita Mandy Toxo says, I feel like something's about to happen. Go Army thinks he is bluffing. One of our viewers says he doesn't want to bomb the power plants, but he has no choice. I mean, there's a school of thought which says that once he has put it out there that he's threatened to do this, it might make it harder for him to not do it. I don't know, though. A viewer mentioned, Dale, that Trump's doomsday plane is now in the air. I get these messages once in a while. I think it's very common for doomsday planes to be in the air. We talk about this every few months. Where is it here? Because we talked about this like a few months ago when one was started in California. Like the New York Post has an article today that says the U.S. has a fleet of 4 doomsday planes that make regular flights year-round to maintain military readiness. So I'm not reading anything to that. You can say doomsday plane is an unofficial denomination of a class of aircraft which is used as an airborne command post in an event of a nuclear war, disaster, or other large-scale conflict. But again, my understanding is that they fly regularly. But thank you, Dale, for writing in about it. You know, there was an article in March 10th, about a doomsday plane over California sky. That's from the Desert Sun. And the Desert Sun said, flights like the one seen over Fresno typically do not signal an immediate threat, but rather ongoing preparedness for national defense missions, aviation experts say. So I haven't heard any kind of reporting suggesting that that's some significant thing. But if I do, I'll let you know. Thanks, by the way, to... Oopsie, hold on. Tho Disc Golf. What have you heard about Major Amanda M. Ryder? I know nothing about this. Iranian state media, I guess, claimed that it found identity documents recovered from a U.S. military aircraft in Isfahan and said the documents were from Amanda M. Ryder. I have no idea. I'm seeing this online. I guess Iran state media showed this. I guess. I'm seeing some stories online that claims, I didn't see this, that said Iranian state media showed this. Iranian state media makes false claims all the time. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it's true. I don't know. I don't even know what the... I'd be interested in knowing what was the context in which they discussed it. But I believe Iranian state media was trying to push a couple days ago this claim that like an American skull had been found in the wreckage of a U.S. plane in Iran. But there were people online who knew about this kind of stuff who said that's not like a U.S. plane. That's like a Peugeot, a burnt out car and not a plane. So I really don't know much about it. I'd be interested in seeing the original report and what they were trying to imply by it, but were they trying to imply that like somebody had died in there or something? I don't know. The astronauts are talking. I'm not going to go to that though because we've done a lot of space coverage, so they're speaking again. You can watch them on NASA channel. So thanks. Hey, thanks again to who was that? Where'd it go? Our viewer. Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have a lot to say about that, but hang on a moment. Anyways, if somebody has a link to the, I'll try to look and find it later. I couldn't find it right now. If somebody has a link to Iranian state media story about that, you can send it to me on X and I'll check it out. I'd be interested in checking it out. But again, it's hard for me to talk about it without seeing the original story from Iranian state media. Thanks to Concerned American from Ohio. I appreciate you watching and supporting the channel. Hang on. Oopsie. Let's see here. We'll take a few more comments. Ship movement today. You know, I haven't seen anything abnormal reported. Maybe we'll take a quick look at marine traffic. But again, I haven't heard about any kind of, huge new developments involving the Strait of Hormuz. Usually every day there's been a handful of ships moving through there approved by Iran. But This is ship tracking and, oh, I didn't sign in yet. I didn't sign in yet. I didn't sign in yet. Ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marinetraffic.com. You can play back the last day. And again, what we've seen is just ships, they go behind Larak Island, which they normally would not do, but that is the route that Iran has been having ships take to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. So it looks like this one might have done it. Maybe that Joria one coming in. Looks like these maybe. There was a report that a couple of, I don't want to just spend too much time on this. I had read some report that there were maybe some Qatar gas ships that were trying to get out, and then they were going towards the strait, and then they didn't leave or something. Maybe I'll try to look that up before the end of the stream. But I'm going to speed this up here. Yeah, so it looks like maybe these two ships came through. And I can't speak to why, any ship that goes through here has talked to Iran about it. I don't know if they're paying or what kind of arrangements they make. These two went through. So this is from 24 hours. So, you just saw 3 or 4 ships go through there, but those are going to be all ships that have reached some sort of agreement with Iran. And it's clearly nothing close to the 130 or so ships that would go through every 24 hours normally. We've probably just seen about 7 or 8, 6 or 7 go through. 6, 7, hey. Then there's another one going through there. And that's about half the day you just saw. It's about 12 hours worth. Black Cat had asked about that. So let me just kind of forward through here. So if we forward through, I'm forwarding through the rest of the day. And, again, if you told me that 10 went through during the day or something like that, maybe, as to what those ships were, again, I cannot speak why ships, here's one called Saint Myron and Nozo and Vina. So you can look them up. Saint Myron is a bulk carrier. It has a Brazilian destination. It is flagged from Malta. Why was that allowed to go through? You can see it took that route where it left. Actually, it looks like it was in Iran. Am I right? I believe this one actually it left from Iran. It looked like maybe it either dropped off or picked up in Iran. So that went through, but that's a ship that left an Iranian port. Then there's Nozo, Oman destination, Flag of Panama, and this is one. No, that looks like it came in. Oh no, it was here. Yeah, so I can't speak to why this one went through. Haruna Q says Iran is doing business. So it looked to me. You can look up on UKMTO. They post these summaries every day of how many ships go through. UKMTO Operations Center. And let's see. Here's one from April 5th, and it says, current observed vessel traffic, the past 24 hours, 8 vessels. Normally, it'd be about 138 vessels. And then they had April 2nd, they had one of these, and they said, last 24 hours, 12 vessels. Usually 138 a day. So from just doing that quick look at marine traffic, it looked like, a similar day to a bunch of the days we've been seeing in terms of the number of ships moving through the strait. If you want to look it up, you can go to marinetraffic.com and look up the specific ones. I'm probably, given how late it is, I don't think I'm going to spend more time on that now. It's interesting, though. And let me just see if we have any updates here. Oil prices, by the way, just to give those a check. Oil prices, WTI is close to 115, up about 2% for the day. Brent crude about 111, up over 1% for the day. I think we might be getting close. Because we're going to be on, tomorrow too, obviously. Yeah, I think it might be time. But yeah, I think it might be time. We've been on for about 11 hours or so. So I think it's time to take a break. And, if there's some huge update tonight, we can come back on the air. Otherwise, we'll come back on the air tomorrow and cover the deadline. But I think it is our time for now. Let's do that. Let's take a break. And we'll continue. I need a break. I really appreciate you guys being here, and we will have coverage of the deadline and cover stuff. We will have a bunch of coverage tomorrow. But I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream, and people have been sending me news updates and commenting in the chat and letting me read your comments and asking questions. So thank you so much for being here. And we'll have more coverage. I would suggest, well, if you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I would suggest turn on our notifications. We have I think I have the brightness up on this. Is that what I have? Yes, I had put the I had put the brightness up on that Tel Aviv shot earlier, and then it got light and it was too bright. We have our own notifications that are free that you can sign up for, because you never know when we're coming on the air or when something big happens. So if you don't want to miss a stream, sign up for our free notifications. They work great. You just have to sign up one time and you get the notifications every time we go live in advance. It's free. The mods will post a link to the notifications. I haven't thanked the mods in a while. That's my bad. I'm going to sorry mods. I'll thank you again in a second. But yeah, sign up for the free notifications. You can also find that notifications link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But sign up for those. And I will post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news. I'll be posting tonight if I see stuff. Again, if there's huge things after I get off on the air, I'll get off. I will come back on the air. Nothing's stopping us from doing another live stream. So I'll be keeping an eye when I'm off the air on what's happening. But I really appreciate everybody being here for the stream. We did double coverage today. Double coverage. It was good to be able to watch the space stuff with you as well. So thanks for tuning in. More coverage definitely soon as we get closer to the deadline. Less than 21 hours now. Will we hit the deadline tomorrow night? Will President Trump take huge military action against power plants and bridges in Iran? Wow, we'll have to see. I mean, That would be such a huge deal if it happened. I don't know if it's going to happen. We'll see we'll see as things progress what we hear. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators too. They are awesome. We had so many people in the chat today, and our moderators are the ones who make the chat rooms possible. We could not do it without our moderators. They are keeping things civil and respectful in the chats. For example, Ruth over on YouTube and Robert's May Queen, thank you so much, and all of our other YouTube moderators. You guys are awesome. Huge thanks. You know what? I got behind on thanking Twitch people. That's what happened. I got behind on thanking people from Twitch. I owe some thank yous to people on Twitch. I'll thank you guys in a second. Sorry. On Twitch, our moderators, thank you so much. Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, all of our Twitch moderators, huge thanks to you. Linda Belk, Misha, and Larry moderate for us in X. Big thanks. Over there on Facebook. Facebook is so weird. It's like the web page, it literally just keeps freezing the chat. I can see it in another window. It's just, Facebook is very buggy lately. Thank you to Charlotte Webb and Andrea Holder and Margaret Riley. Oh, thanks to Ashley Lloyd for the Facebook stars. I missed that too. And David Brazier. I missed some stars. Bob Smith and David Brazier. And Ashley Lloyd on Facebook. Thank you. And again, Charlotte Webb, Andrea Holder, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, all of our other moderators on Kay Lowry Body, all of our other moderators on Facebook. Huge thank you. Hold on a second here. And huge thanks to everybody for supporting the channel, who supported the channel. That's super nice of you guys. That is what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So huge thanks. I owe thanks to some people who I didn't thank yet. Concerned American. How do I become a mod? Thanks for asking. You need to write to the mods for that. The mods can give you an address to write to, or it's either a link or an address. So thanks for asking. That's a mod issue. So thanks, Concerned American. You can ask the mods. Raisback, thanks for the memberships. I didn't thank you before, and I appreciate that. And Lionart, thank you, Lionart, for coming by and being here with the coverage and being a member. Muggles, thank you. Muggles and Robin's Dogs. Muggles is a fan of Robin's Dogs. Muggles, thank you for your support. JAH, thank you. Yeah, you know, JAH, there were some people online claiming that Iranian media had asked Iranian people to surround Iranian power plants. I didn't see that myself anywhere. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I just didn't see it. I look at a bunch of Iranian media. Maybe on one of the Iranian TV stations, they aired it at some point. I can't really speak to it. I don't know where it aired, if it aired, how much it aired, how represented, how much, you know, did it air on one show one time for 1 minute on some obscure show in Iran, or are they really pushing it? I just don't know. I didn't see it in any of the state media I follow, but I'm not watching their TV all the time. I'm not really watching their TV. So I'd be interested in knowing more, but I can't speak too much to it because I just don't know, you know, how prominently it was said and where exactly it was said and all that. So I don't know that that's some kind of big movement the government is doing or not. I just don't know. I'll keep an eye out for more on that. But thank you, JAH. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support. Thanks also, Amplicity, for your support. So thanks everybody for your support. Oh, over on Twitch, Yup, and Yup, thanks for subscribing. Tatsiki, thanks so much for your support. Shells80, thank you. J-Dread, thank you. And J-Dread and Shells80, thanks to both of you. Matthew Kohai 3, thanks for the bits. J-Dread, thanks for the gift sub. Thanks for the community train over there on Twitch. CC, thank you. Half Pint, thank you. I'm sorry I missed it. Dr. Strange Jove, thanks for subscribing. Oxytropis. E-Hawk Mpa over on Twitch, thank you. And Sketty Sandwich, thanks for subscribing. Old Man Yells at Clouds, thanks for subscribing. Later, Gent, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate your support. And let's see here. I want to... Give me one moment here. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat, it's free. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. But a bunch of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. Thanks to our Discord mods for all you do. Really appreciate all of our Discord mods who moderate on Discord. By the way, also, another good way to find out when we're going live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post updates about the channel there. Agenda Free TV, at Agenda Free TV. Okay. And also, if you do watch on YouTube, I would strongly recommend that you turn on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to tell you when we're live over on YouTube. The way you turn on the YouTube notifications, you got to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell, choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. Thanks to our Facebook subscribers. Speaking of supporting the channel, I really appreciate all your support. People like Juliana Martin and Michael Clayton and Christy Claft, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, all of our other Facebook subscribers. Huge thank you. Our Twitch subscribers too. Big thanks to you. Wall Street Shaggy, Midtown Mike, CC, Shells, Bill Huang, Scumble, Tatsiki, Mr. Mac, Hugh J, and let's see, all of our other subscribers over there. Thank you so much. And our YouTube members, of course. Thanks to our YouTube members. Haruna Q, that guy from that thing, Gary Baines, Danielle Klingenberg, Diego Sagiomo, No Gilliand, Joe Hart, Arcus Spud, Lolly Lollipop, Bluesy Girl, Bob Meyer, Platinum Dose, CAC, Paula Faust. Oh, thank you so much, TE88. PFCR for your support. Thank you for all your support. TE88, that's really nice of you. Thanks also, Crappy J, Mason D, Deadwing, Gregory Scherer, all of our members, Bluesy Girl, Deadwing, Eric Johnson, I'm 207. Paula Faust, Enigmatic MF, Marcus G, Platinum Dose. Did I say Arcus Spud? I think I did already. Gary Baines Chino, and all of our other CAC and all of our other viewers. Hey, Peg7997, thanks for being a member. WCat, thank you. Crystal Billy, JB Law, Zaveth, thank you. CDZZZ says, what's going to happen to Iran in less than 24 hours? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if the deadline gets moved. I don't know. Maybe there'll be a deal. We don't know. Thanks, Extermin. Brownie30, the Zeister, thank you. Ghost Impact. Also, Gainer Michelle Betts, thanks for watching. Paula Thompson. Guys, it is time. It's time for me to take a break. We will have more coverage. As the deadline approaches, we will have more coverage for you, but I need to take a break. All right. All right, guys. So that is it for now. I appreciate you guys watching the stream, and thank you so much for being here. We have been covering double coverage, the Iran war and the lunar flyby today. We will certainly be covering things in Iran as the deadline gets closer. That is it for now. And thank you for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.